You guys asking if I'm sleeping, chat? Am I sleeping? Nah. What up, what up, what up, everybody? Thanks for tuning in to our NACT watch party. The NACT is not starting yet, though. So, just FYI, we got a couple minutes. I got a Red Bull. It's to say the least, it's been a little bit of a long night. a little bit of a long night. But the NACT should be up and running here soon. We're getting all the players ready. I should be joining a watch party with Dez as well. But for the time being, I'm still handling players and stuff like that. So the NACT should be starting here soon. You guys can't hear it, but I have like tons of like discords going on in the background. Look at my shirt. Yeah, you like that? You like that? You like the flowers, baby? It's a little, you know, the king and the queen. NACT does mean face reveals, yeah. Yeah. I thought I'd wear some, like, you know, some black roses, you know, just send off the first day of the NACT looking like a top G. I might, there's no delay on the stream. We'll be watching the official live feed off of, yeah, what up, Ash? Do I have the thumbnail file? I do. I do. I needed a Red Bull today, though, chat. She needs it for. I got the double gold chains. I recently picked up this longer gold chain because I wanted something that complemented the choker, you know. There's no delays now. No delays now. Spirit, I'm gonna message you. Cause I only have like the certain day. Like I don't have the social post one. You're running off rum today? Sheesh. What up, Triple H? Moba Zane from Ohio. I'm in a lot of Discord calls right now. I think she wants to schedule. Oh. I edited mine. I guess I have the original file though too. I don't have that one. Like I have a different one. I have like day 3. No, I have day 4 actually. I just edited day 4 to do for whatever I want it. Thanks for streaming most of the NACT Pro. No problem, man. Sorry, I'm doing NACT stuff in the background too. Spirit, I'll send you. Um, bu- 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 bu. We're currently doing a test right now on the NACT, so we're about to end it. Should be done. Bitcoin, man. So I'm guessing they're playing it in milk. No, not every single thumbnail actually has Nicolette in it. So this is just the first day where it's like it's BTK. There's GG here. This is Nicolette's face reveal is a huge aspect of what's going on in this game. Kneel before the queen. What team am I going for? Do you want to know like who I think's gonna win? Like what's going down? I think first game. I'm actually I'm the league manager for LEGACi, BloodHounds, BTK. I'm missing one here, and A77. So I'm the league manager for those 4 teams in the NACT. So I don't want to I'm not hating on any team or anything like that. But I personally am a Devious Activity fan just because you know you got Cat on there, and then we got Gina on there, we got T and Yato, so it's a team that like I've been around for a long time. So I think Devious Activity game 1. Game 2 I actually don't know, because Fiends has been really really good, and so has BloodHounds, so I think it could be either or. GG and the NightHorde. Definitely GG. Area 77, BTK. BTK. Audio's breaking? How's the audio breaking? It's probably because I stopped talking. I should have eyed Houdini for or manager talk. Manager talk. Well. What's audio break mean? I don't have any audio going because the NACT is not started yet. Send me a message. Oh yeah. God, why is my mouse going crazy? Oh, snap. Why is my mouse fucking up? Oh. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Sorry, chat. I'm currently doing some things here. Bro, what is going on with my mouse? My mouse is like shooting across the stream. So there's a delay? A slight delay. A slight delay. Game is not started yet, chat. I'm currently doing a lot of stuff in the background, just FYI. The stream is not delayed. We should be jumping on a call here with Dez here once everything settles down, but we're currently dealing with a lot of stuff in the background right now. Just FYI. Wake you up. All right, I got to get out of this tournament lobby. Okay. I'm out of that. Chip is actually banned in this tournament, by the way. Every new hero that comes out that is put into a major tournament is always banned for 15 days. Oh, nice. There we go. Perfect. Liz, if you're in my stream, I found all the links I needed. Though it has like these weird Discord tags on them. All right. I got all of the North American things in there. Yo, G, how long before they start? Soon. Bless us with Apple's IG. She doesn't have one. Necklace giveaway? No, these boys are mine. I could throw on like I have one more necklace. I have the diamond one, but I don't know. I'm not like a huge diamond guy. I like solid gold. The diamonds are just kind of ridiculous for no reason. I feel like if you're investing anything and into anything, it should be like solid gold, because like you're able to melt these down and get your return back pretty much as long as you knew how much you were buying and stuff. You're rooting for BTK now? Yeah, we should be, again, like I said, starting soonish. You're into a Rolex? Rolexes do hold their values pretty well. Oh, I think I was explaining before I seen all the official live stream saying the live stream links. Chip is banned in the NACT for the first 15 days, so we won't see him until I don't even know if we will see him for the regular season. How old is Nicolette? I don't know. We don't like even being like a league manager and everything. I didn't see Nicolette until they actually released Nicolette. If you guys didn't know, if you guys should see it in the chat, but I've actually upped this to not 8 epic skins. I've upped it to 15 epic skins now. So we'll be giving away 4,000 diamonds, 1,000 each to 4 people. And then we'll also be giving away 15 epic skins every month. So every month, throughout all of our live streams, through any way that you can make flex coins in our chat, you can utilize it to enter in to these giveaways. And like I said, you got a chance to win a little bit of diamonds, win a little bit of diamonds, a little bit of diamonds, and a lot of epic skins. LEGACi all Canada. I think they are mostly. I don't know. Predictions on today's matches. I think I'm gonna say probably 2-0 and Devious Activity. I don't know who's gonna win the second round. I'm gonna say probably. I haven't seen actually BloodHounds play too much, or Fiends, so it's really hard to tell between those two. Other things would be. Hold on. I got messaged by one of the players. I gotta take care of this real fast. Oh God. All right. NACT live stream is starting soon, chat. Are all of these best out of 3? They are all best out of 3. We got a really long day ahead of us, chat. A really long day. And it's already about a half hour late now. Again, let the NACT cook. That's all I can say. We got good things coming. It's going to be great. I can't wait to see these games. I can start a poll. I can get the poll up and going. Let's start this bad boy. We got LEGACi. Who's gonna win first match? LEGACi or EA? LG or DA, chat? Place your votes. Place your bets. I should start doing like FlexCoin little betting in the chat. I think we can put bets, but I think the problem with it is that like a lot of people wait to the very end. I need to like call off all bets at like halfway. Money mouth face. What? I think it said the emoji that you used. Let's go. Appreciate the 99. Much love. Gamble all. Give us a appropriate time, G. Soon. Soon, baby, soon. Also, if it seems like I'm talking and I'm muted, let me know. Because I might forget to unmute. I do not smoke weed. No. Nope. Never have. I'm just like a naturally high person. Like I'm high on life, chat. They're gonna pull off insane stomps. I don't think it started yet. DA got the first match. I think it could be. I mean, we can see. I think it just all again depends on like what teams like really have trained. It really depends on that. Sheesh, Meow's joining the gang. Welcome to the gang. The GTA crew. You're on spring break. Let's go. Spiral, best player only has beautiful X's. Damn. Yo, Top G did just get he did get arrested. I mean, hey. That's that you gotta be even topper of a G, man. Y'all don't go outside. I think it's just more of that we just don't ever see too many women in the NACT or even like tournament in the tournament life. Yeah. These are all the games for today. Yes. Every Saturday and Sunday we'll have 4 sets of games and then we go on for quite a bit. So in general, I still don't know who's going to the women's international. I thought it was supposed to be soon, but I heard something might be going right now. Say Owie. Yeah, there is quite a few. I just want to know who's going to the women's international, you know? You say girls are simping on Kyrie, but I can't simp on Apple? Which team do I think's improved the most? I think, to be honest, I think BloodHounds. I mean, same with NightHorde. NightHorde's like, I would actually say it's probably NightHorde. It's the Mobile Legends North American. YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. I can send you the link if you need it. When's it gonna start? Hopefully soon. I was like, hey, look, it started down here, but this is actually me. €2, let's go. Yo. Yeah, dude, I was like, yo, this watch party's right here. But then I seen like watch party. I was like, yo, it's live. There's no stream delay on my side because like this streams are gonna be delayed. Um. It's only been 30 minutes. Calm down. Was there Mr. Beast over there? Like, you got speed. Dez is here. Is he playing right now? He's like in a game. We'll be jumping in a VC with Dez and like kind of watch partying. Some of these things are just wild. Like, but this one's visiting the most crowded island on Earth. Like, what? Like, what type of YouTube video is this, bro? Also, why are all of my shorts like women? And like, why is this guy so swole? That's wild. We got Law. Oh, they're live on the official. I don't know where to put my face. No comment. No comment. Is this too low? This is I feel like I'm gonna get demonetized. Could you guys not hear that? You had to have been hearing that, right? Exactly what Stella said. Look at these graphics though. Look at these graphics though, chat. That's the ping for Riles, probably too much. Go Devious. Do I have a girlfriend? No. What happened? Nothing yet. I can't say anything. It should be going live soon. There's just stuff in the background happening. They in VC right now. Yeah, they'll be starting soon. Spiral putting in the application. Sheesh. Dude, look how big this is. This a damn Red Bull right here. 20 ounce. Trex is in here. The sizes only go up from there. They're supposed to be going live on this one. Well, I had a smoothie already. I had this is like a tropical fruit smoothie. But I've been up. I stayed up till like 4 a.m. last night. 4 a.m. doing NACT stuff. So I think we'll just go back to this one, eh? Nothing tops water. Water ain't gonna give me energy, I'll tell you that. I want to say it's gonna start in 6 minutes. What do I think of her face reveal? Do I have the, do I have the N-word pass? I need a haircut, chat. It's getting so long. I grew up in the hood though. Grew up in North County. North County, St. Louis, baby. LG50. I used to have a really good black barber, but he he moved to somewhere else. I got you see all this gray hair, dude? That's like all gray. Like I'm gonna be looking like Granger here soon. Show my setup? That's actually water right there. You can't ignore the fact that she named her Coal Gobbler. You guys like my plushies? And then I got like, well, you can't see them for some reason because the cam's like cut off in that direction. My cam is huge. I have to like literally trim the sides off because like I could actually probably move it a bit that way and then cut off like that. Well, my dog's like right here and I'm trying to like, I want to scoot over, but I'll run him over. Need the Snorlax? That's my Pikachu. These are my M figurines. So like that's Roger, and then there's Beatrix right there. And then right here is a Onodette and like a bunch of other things. And then like right there is a Joy. Like that's like a little Joy holding like a cat or like a fish. I got those plushies from Amazon. From Amazon. The Snorlax one, he's a thick boy. Oh snap. I forgot about this. This is I got this in the mail and I haven't even opened it yet. This is the M4 or M5 like M5 package. I haven't opened it. This is the first time I've been opening it. Oh snap. Oh. So I got we got a white Mobile Legends hat. Better than great. Or like a price tag on it? Like M5 tag. M5 tag. And we got some Mobile Legends socks. Mobile Legends socks. The game should be starting here soon. Oh, this is a Mobile Legends scarf. I'll open the scarf later. Then we got a t-shirt. A t-shirt. Oh, yo, this is dope. What? I've always wanted a notebook. This is a Mobile Legends like notebook. Yo, I finally got my own World Series badge. Let's go. Let's go. That's dope. My M5 badge. And then like this is like the complete bag. And then they gave me like an M5 like keychain. Which is pretty cool. So yeah, there's the like a really cool keychain. Put the hat on. I don't wear hats. I look like I'll fucking play some. What do I like? I feel like I'd be playing some like golf or something. I don't know. Baseball. All right, we got the hat. Oh, I'm not wearing the socks. I look like I'm gonna go play tennis. Look like I can rap. I don't like this little tag hanging out the back. All right, this is the scarf. Look, this is dope. I don't own a scarf, so this is super cool. And it's got like a really this is like a patch. This is like a really really nice patch. Alright. So this is the shirt. This is just white. And then better than great, use on. But I don't think I can. Ugh. I'd look weird. I don't know. Pop it like a sweater. All right, so that was all the stuff, and then like Mobile Legends socks. Pop it like a sweater. He's longer like this. Like pop it up. Dude, I still got the hat tag on. When's your next album coming? Saw that. You come here often? Oh. Saw that. I don't wear hats often, so. What games? The games are right here. Bow. We got the Mobile Legends pin. I could like put the actual pin. Let me get this plastic out the way. This scarf is my favorite. The scarf, and actually, to be honest, like, I'm trying not to lay this on my keyboard because I don't know what'll happen. But also, like this is like a book. Alright, back to I had a message. Look, oh no, I'm dropping everything. Alright, look at this. It's like it's my diary. Yo, it even comes with a pin. Yo, I got my own fancy Mobile Legends pin. Oh my god, I just keep dropping everything. Oh, the show starts in 14, but look. Cool little notebook. I like that. That's fancy. That's fancy. Look, then you put the pin in there to lock it. Yo, that's crazy. Alright. Let's get this sound. Name a price already. You want my notebook? How's the click on that pen? Let's check it. Let's check it. It's like a good, nice black and gold. Oh, it's like a you pop. It's like a you pull the top off. It's really nice. A really nice pen. It's got like a wax seal on the tip though. I don't want to break the wax. Oh, yo, that's so satisfying. Oh, it's not me. This was the sound was on. I really like this. No, I don't cast in the NACT. I manage the pro teams in the background. You sell hats too? Do you guys like me with a hat? Like, I don't ever wear hats, bro. Look at the NACT cooking though, chat. Look at it. Got my boy Private. Is the sound good or too low? Who's making bird noises? Let's mute it. It shouldn't be muted. How do you not have...
Yes, this season's been definitely exciting. Spring 2024, a lot of new changes, a brand new format, and some new faces on the scene.
For sure, and let's get this season started. First off, let's go over the tournament format.
Like,
no more delays. For this tournament for the regular season, we have a lot of exciting things happening. We have 8 of NA's top rosters coming in. The regular season starts today with 7 rounds of intense battles in best of 3 single round robin format, where each team has one chance to prove their stance against every team. Now, although all teams are going to make it to the playoffs, teams gain points after each match in the regular season, which means that the 8 teams who advances to playoffs, they're going to have a difference in their standings and their bracket going off to determine who's the last two teams that goes to the offline event in Las Vegas. Intense season, right, guys? New format.
Look at
this
it. Look at
season.
this. Look at this.
Well, you know
These
how we
overlays,
like to do
chat.
it here
Like,
at
this ain't-
NACT.
oh
We like to
God.
switch up that format every single season, keeping you guessing,
so
but
loud.
keep it minty fresh for that little bit of thrill and excitement.
God damn, he blew
That's
my
right.
ears
I mean,
out.
all these teams competing it out. Now, something we do have to say is every series that's won through the regular season, each team will win $100. So not only a new format, but some additional prize pool for each team.
For sure. And let's go over that prize pool. Now, for the season, we have NACT is coming back with its $25,000 worth of rewards and diamonds, total value of $40,000 in
I can't hear
rewards.
any
Now,
background
that's
music.
all exciting, very exciting things, and a lot of bonuses coming in. However, I would say the real prize of the NACT this season is
My
landing
sound's
that
lower than
ticket
the
to
casters.
enter that $3 million
Let me turn it. I'm turning them down a bit.
Yeah, we've seen hints of it. There've been the scrims. Teams have been practicing harder
Does
than
this
ever
sound better?
before and longer than ever before. And we've seen it in the off. Some of us have seen it.
Steph
through the
Weezy looks high. I don't think
qualifiers. These teams
Weezy doesn't do
are
any of that
super
stuff.
hungry.
He's a military man.
Hungry, and like Liz mentioned, it's whoever wins the NACT Spring season, free ticket to MSC, the biggest prize pool in Mobile Legends history, $3 million. And that puts a lot on the line. We've seen a couple of new teams come out from this. BTK coming back, Mobazane back trying to represent BTK as well. And I can't wait to see what this brings to the table, right? Speaking of bringing to the table, you know, MPL Philippines is out, Indonesia, meta's been shifting, and I can't wait to see where this goes. Everybody's been kind of taking notes. We saw a Game of Futures. That was $1 million prize pool, but hey, this is 3 times that amount.
That's crazy prize pool. Now, Private, why don't you take us through the shows of today?
Yeah, thank you guys for the wait, and we're going to get started very quickly here. LEGACi going to be taking on Devious Activity right here after we're done here. FIENDS going to be taking on
Liz
the
or
BloodHounds
Houdini?
at 1900
Definitely Houdini.
as well.
That's right. And then right after that, we are going to be seeing
No,
Gaimin
what a beat.
Gladiators currently sitting at that #1 position, undefeated, going up against the NightHorde with a brand new roster since we've seen them in the last NACT. And then following
sound
that
way
from last
better now,
series of
chat?
the day, Area 77 up against the BloodThristyKings.
Yeah, so for all of these matches,
Zero has-
which ones do you think you guys are most excited for?
Ooh, that's a tough one to call. I mean, everybody wants to see. I think the biggest names are everybody's
Gotta
on
tag
Gaimin
Dez.
Gladiators and BTK. But we have some new teams. I think we were just talking about that. There's some new teams up there. Everybody recognizes BloodHounds and their surge. Riles and LEGACi has finally kind of made
Boy said
his
no
mark
hesitation.
here in the top 8, looking to make an impact and set a standard.
Dude, I still
wanna
got the
say
tag on
possibly
this
LEGACi
thing.
for
I
me
felt
is
like
gonna
I
be
got
the
a
one that
Louis
I'm kinda
Vuitton
watching out
hat.
for. The newcomers, that new blood.
That's right. I mean, LEGACi barely able to make it in there, slid by last second to claim that 8th position. And then also FIENDS, you know, we got to give them credit. They were one of the first teams to take down Gosu, one of those powerhouse names who's been here since the beginning of the NA scene for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And that's who I'm going to be keeping my eyes on too. I think we like to see some of the new faces and see what competition they bring to some of the more familiar names such as BTK and GG.
I would agree with you guys on that. And for me personally, I'm very excited for our first match of the day between LEGACi and Devious Activity. So let's first take a look at Devious Activity's roster for today. Now we have Yato, Kush, Mikasa, T, and Toro. Very familiar names. They're broken off from BTK from last season. T and Yato definitely.
You think Steph Weezy should have been play-by-play?
And Mikasa with that arm day working out.
I do like, I mean,
Any thoughts?
I feel like my
on
chat's
how
just a
well
bunch
they're
of
gonna do
simps.
today?
Have I raised you guys
Devious
wrong?
Activity kind of brings
I'm joking.
brings the name of the old
Kookmon's
acronym,
pretty.
which was basically a collection of great players that just had not had a team just yet. So we already know that they're going to be strong. They're hungry out here, and they're looking to kind of state their claim.
Everybody's like, everybody's so sexy.
Kind of, in the top 4, top 3 here in North America. So we're going to see if they can kind of keep up with that.
Yeah, and
No.
then some of the members on their team, I mean, they have Yato, they have T. They were in the NACT Spring Season 2023. They were the grand champions.
I gotta
Playing on
turn up
BTK over there with Mobazane and that best of
Assassin
7
Dave.
out there in Las Vegas. So it's awesome being able to see them combine and make a possibly new super team in North America. And I can't wait to see what they bring to the table.
Absolutely, and I would agree. They are arguably in the top positions. They had a very great game against GG during the qualifiers, so we're really excited to see how well they play off in today's match. Now, for LEGACi, also
I feel like I should go play tennis now, chat. This hat's so dope.
For a couple seasons, but this time they're actually back with that new roster, and we're gonna see that in a little bit to break down what's coming up for their team. How did they do in the qualifiers? Any thoughts on that, guys?
If we're talking about Assassin Riles and LEGACi, I want to say they did have to move down to that second qualifiers, so it was a little bit of a journey for them. We can see here their roster.
To read your name out loud? No.
Star there, PDR,
no.
Kuya and Jolie. I mean, the big names thing here is Riles, the Assassin Riles.
Oh, that's Jolie right there.
Here with some changes to Hayabusa, or will he kind of have to fall in line?
Turn into mini Ico real fast.
Jungle meta.
Yeah, it's definitely a team that doesn't really go by the script, right? They don't go with your traditional meta, but like to keep things a little creative. I mean,
PDR.
Inside of the qualifiers, we got to see a couple other games. They lost to BTK in the first open qualifier. They pulled out the Barats, trying to take it away from Mobazane. It didn't work in their favor, though, and BTK was able to shut them down. But we did get to see Riles play a couple of Hayabusa matches. The first one was a little shaky. He wasn't able to pull it off, and they lost. But then he started picking up the pace last second to be able to slide in there for that final position with his team. Now, I don't really know how it's going to play into the current meta against top 8 teams. You know, as we get higher and higher in the NACT, we're not talking about top 16. We're not talking about
Kyle not playing in NA.
It's the top
he thinks
8.
He's better than any Endo and PH?
I
don't know, man.
In MPL,
I chat with Kyle every once in a while.
There's a change in the meta, so it could favor him, and I'm right there with Private to see if that's what they're going to go for, but definitely keeping it creative.
I don't wear hats, but man, I like this hat, chat.
And speaking about the change of the meta, any points there on what exactly changed for Haya? Is it Destiny's game for Riles this season just because the Haya has changed?
It's a possibility. It's not just the changes for Hayabusa, but also the changes for the marksman, which make them a little bit more susceptible to ganking a smaller health pool in that opening game. I mean, we're talking about it now, and probably we're going to be seeing it banned out, so that it's not even left up to Riles. But I mean, there is a possibility, and who better now to try that than Riles?
Yeah, I mean, the only real difference that we see on the Hayabusa is that his energy requirement to be able to use that Ouija Shadow Kill is not as high anymore, so he can proc it a lot earlier and a lot faster, especially getting to those squishier marksmans. Could be a way for him to pave the early game, so I think that may work in his favor. He also has some additional base damage, so those are the two things that do work in the favor for Hayabusa, but
I got a hair.
We'll have to kind of see it in action. Like we said,
they're starting now, chat.
Scene, NPL,
the players are ready.
Game of Futures. We just haven't really seen.
We're pushing it to go faster.
America, and we like to be creative, so we'll see what we have in store today.
Let's
Bald
see how
competition.
We are at a
Oh, she's lagging.
I'm feeling like a lot of our
Oh.
casters did vote for Devious Activity. It is very strange. Not a lot to discuss.
Caster's
here. I mean,
prediction.
Believes in Devious Activity.
Everybody's doing
well
dude. This is pretty
also,
cool.
Just generally very strong.
They even threw the
the
current casters on.
So
Devious Activity all the way.
Didn't vote it against Riles.
Yeah, we remember last season Yue liked to go for the underdogs here, but it's really hard to argue against a team that has so much experience. We were talking about
who's the new guy? Naisu 2.0.
BTK, some from old Ackerman.
Where's G the Ico on the caster predictions? I do a lot of management for the NACT. I don't do too much casting. I do a lot of international casting.
This is his first time in the top 8, and you know he's.
I know a lot of you guys want to see me cast though.
Yeah, speaking of impact, I really want to see what's going to happen between PDR and Casa in the XP lane.
I don't know, man.
I had the pleasure of talking to Milo over there from BTK, their XP laner, and he kind of said that he would.
I do a lot of management. I'm the league manager. I'm one of the top managers. I work alongside Assassin Dave.
Goat is right with the first match of the day, LEGACi versus
and I help out with the NACT and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited about it because
Oh.
we just got
Where do I
that
go?
new patch. I want to say
I go in
2 days
between?
ago, where we've got a difference in the marksman, a lot of nerfs to some of the mid laners. Aurora and Vexana got hit pretty hard. We're gonna see if that's gonna have a huge impact here on this.
Are you
draft.
surprised I'm not casting?
I mean, seeing the draft already, Barat's taken out.
I
over
just-
there from the side of Devious Activity.
I like-
the Joy taken off the board.
I like
now, we know Joy is one of those heroes who can
being-
be like that Nat. You can't.
I don't know.
swap
I
away,
like
you
being
need to put
behind
some
the scenes in
suppression
the
on it, or it'll be a
NACT.
problem. He's very
I get to be
flexible.
an
I'm not
actual
really too worried
content
about it. Some
creator,
changes
you
that
know?
did happen though. The Aurora may not be picked up.
Yeah,
as
everything
often
looks
anymore. I mean,
lit,
just
right?
recently
Like
got
the
nerfed within
overall
last patch
quality
to
of
that second
production
skill. You're not
looks
gonna be able to
really
proc it
good.
as often. It's not going to be hitting as hard, and it's been limited in its range. So I don't think
mean-
we'll see the Aurora anymore. Vexana, a slight nerf. Still think it's a secret weapon. I don't think it was nerfed hard enough to not pick up here. And I think it would
I
be
turned
a
it
very
down
valid
just a little
option.
bit. Let me
Another
know if
big
it's
pick would
too
be,
low.
The Ruby. You've seen the chain CC over there on the Ruby. Definitely able to be a problem and can be flexed either to the XP lane or the roam position. And I would say both of those are some high value targets so far. In the
I had to
draft.
turn down the whole stream because of
And
private.
That's a very interesting
It was
point that you
loud.
bring up, that Ruby can be very flexible. Or do you, and that's the thing, is are you going to go for something that's flexible with the Ruby that can be put in
wanna see my- you
or are
wanna
you going to go with something that's got like that high win rate, like that R-Lot, that is like just a secure in the XP lane, has so much CC, so much tanking ability.
You guys like the
that he can
mobster
pull
look?
from there to help with the sets on the team.
I need to get a
So it's gonna be
haircut,
very
though.
interesting to see what kind of flexibility both of these teams can kind of can show
So
us.
when
And you know, I love seeing the way this is going so
When-
far.
when
I mean,
someone
we've seen
has
the
gold
field
in the
command out, one of
background,
the
they're
best support
picking.
so far in
They're
the current
currently
meta.
the-
And this just goes to show that both these teams have been doing their homework. I can just tell by these drafts, just from watching MPO Indonesia, MPO Philippines.
It's
me
who's
and you casting
picking.
in Game of Futures. This looks very international style.
PDR
right? I mean,
in
this
the
is like
mob, yeah.
textbook. What everybody's kind of going for to take off the playing field. Like you mentioned, that R-Lot, a great option. You know who else is out there? The Guinevere. I mean, the Guinevere has
Yeah,
been a staple pickup. It's been pretty solid. Another.
G would
flexi
know.
role that can
So I
either
look
run
like
in the
a
jungle, you can put it
preppy
as a
white
roamer
guy
zone.
with a
Even
hat
if
that plays
worst case scenario,
tennis,
you can run
but
it in the XP
without a
lane.
hat, I'm like a
And I think it would be
mobster or a
valuable
pimp.
option.
Huh?
So, with that being said, I mean, LEGACi needs to be careful on what they allow to walk on the table. As Devious Activity definitely has first pick. Are going to take out that R-Lot that we just kind of mentioned, though. So, what do we see here? Do you go in for? I mean, they could even go for a staple marksman. We've been seeing like the Claude picked up very early, or the carry typically overseas. And I really want to see how this kind of translates into the NA scene. But if I had to pick one pick, I would probably either go in for a Ruby or maybe even just take that Vexana off the board. As I just feel like it's the strongest mage option currently.
Did they ban high?
Yeah,
They didn't ban Hayabusa.
off the board, and we might actually see that first pickup for the mage. See if those buffs hurt Vexana enough for her to maybe not be that priority pick that we see come out a lot from these teams.
Imagine
It's a
PDR
very
with an
interesting-
afro.
I want to say Claude is going to be interesting as well, because we
You're
did
rooting
talk
for
a little bit
LEGACi?
about those marksman nerfs.
I feel like this is
going
gonna
to
be a good match, chat.
At the top of the mountain, where he's now a little bit squishy.
Like the meta
in
is,
the early
it's
game. That
weird right
attack
now.
speed has been taken
Everybody
down.
went back to
A lot of the
Legend,
items attack
went
speed
back
have
to
been taken
Epic.
down. Is that going to be enough to maybe screw him back for a little bit more of better picks? But obviously, those nerfs didn't hurt Vexana in the eyes of Devious Activity.
Didn't hurt her at all. I mean,
Actually, don't know.
high value target, and I like what Devious Activity is doing right here.
Does he look like
I mean, you
he's
did
Indian?
make a great mention about the Claude. I still think it would be considered meta just because he can have the survivability. I think that's something that's always been one of his strengths, even when the damage is not there. Just being able to survive when somebody ganks onto his lane, especially being more squishier. I mean, you can still use that BMI and get out of there. Stack that with the Purify, so you don't have to worry about too much CC. Could definitely be a valuable option. But I mean, hey, speaking of options, LEGACi now has 2 picks. We do know the Ruby is definitely available, and the Claude, like you mentioned. I think both.
Sorry,
of
Jed.
those
I gotta
would
make
be
sure
as a
I'm
pickups
keeping
here.
up to
Maybe
date
even
on a lot of the
Guinevere. You know who else
manager
they could
stuff
take?
in the
Oh, no,
back.
actually, I guess Baratz is gone.
I got
They could go for a
Devious
Boxy as
Activity
that
on
something.
this
Oh
one.
my goodness! Hey, there
So
he
did all
goes.
of the
The
casters.
first 2 picks that we thought, and man, I'm telling you, this is just textbook drafting, high IQ from both teams.
Say Kush is
and so
gonna.
we're going to be sticking kind of ironed down.
Oh,
to
gonna
that
go
meta.
nuts?
I was actually wondering.
We'll see.
What we're going to be
We'll
looking
see.
at for the
I like
junglers
Kush.
here too as well. I do like that we do have that.
He's a really
tankiness.
good
I
jungler.
want to say though, Ruby does take a little bit of time to kind of start taking off. She does need those items to kind of get that healing back, to get that regen. And Claude also does need a little bit of time. Needs about 3 items to really start getting to a point where he's shredding down that back line. So a good, I want to say a good a structure here for that mid to late game on the side of LEGACi.
These
I wonder if they're gonna
overviews
pick
are
up,
these
Freya.
overlays are really really nice,
That's
chat.
like Mikasa's staple pick. It's
I like
not
the
banned out,
wings
and
on the
I mean, hey, a lot of
NACT.
people have been talking about it. I would like to see it. But speaking of things being picked up, looks like a little bit of that suppression will be on the table for the side of Devious Activity, as they're going to pick up that Kaja and then a staple.
I think Riles is out of shape.
So now we have both of the highest picked marksmen.
It's been a while since I've seen him like compete in the high echelon of
getting the burst damage to be able to shut
esports
people down with the high HP pool. The later the game goes and as those core items rise. Now,
what's everybody's vote
for Devious Activity? We talked about it, or for LEGACi, we talked about it. We talked about Riles.
The difference between,
does he go in for it?
They hit his arms
on the table.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure. I mean, we kind of iron in Riles because of a lot of the content that he's made. That comes into the high.
I don't like
Kaja. One trick, so he still has a wide pool of things that he can play. They're going to go ahead anyways and pick up the Valentina, which is going to make sure that a lot of these ultimates they're going to have at their disposal as well. So that means the Divine Judgment from T on this
could
Kaja.
be stole meta.
The Eternal Guardian
Definitely
from
was
the Vexana here. They're
KOF.
Probably not a speedy light wheel coming out, but I mean, we do have a good assortment of ultimates that LEGACi will have at their disposal with that Valentina pick.
That's just a lot of CC to jump into, you know, especially over there for Devious Activity. You have the Terrify over there from the Valentina, the Ruby able to chain that CC as well. Still can be flexed into the XP lane if needed to provide even more CC or sustainability.
I just feel like Devious Activity is squishy.
Go that route. So looking at the side of Devious Activity, I mean,
Ixia?
I would say going for something like the
There's
Martyrs,
already
right?
Claude,
That's just
though.
so much to handle. If you're going to go in for like a frontline jungler, like a Fredrin, like a Baxia, it's going to be very hard to get these neutral objectives trying to rush through a Valentina and a Ruby combination. And I really think it's putting them into a pinch.
They could still pull out the Hayabusa. Riles is a god on Hayabusa.
Is going to be in the roam position, so they need something that could be a little bit more tankier, or maybe something that'll provide some CC. I mean, it stacks up well with the Vexana, I guess, because the Vexana does have a little bit of group CC to make up for the single target that Kaja provides, but they need something that can kind of sustain itself in the front line.
Yeah, and it's very interesting that you brought up that early game, and I do agree. Martis,
it's my way or the highway.
For Devious Activity, I don't see it really being banned out too much. They did take out the Fanny, so they did have that in.
You think a Tig ban? I can see a Tig ban.
Ambushing style, and I want to say that the style that we're getting from Devious Activity, it's not really that.
I got to make sure that the next teams are ready.
Type of composition just yet. We're kind of looking at one of those like kind of get in there, gank, and try to get out. You're right though. They are competing against a pretty solid wall of CC that they're gonna have to go against. So you're gonna have to be very careful with going in as T to try to
Chips
get
apparently
those
OP is what I've heard. The Chips banned on the NACT.
A lot of ways that can go wrong here. We do see that Tigreal, the Minotaur taken off the board. So obviously Devious Activity not wanting any more CC to come out of there, especially when it comes to the possibility of that roam position. But with all the bans taken up, we're looking at the last two picks for each team.
Oh, checkmate over there for the side of LEGACi, taking off the Martis, not giving them that option that me and you both agreed would be the best thing to go up against this chain CC, which is going to put him in a little bit of a punch right there on what he wants to slot. And I was going to even say, I was like, pick up the X-Borg. You can take that up. It could definitely
chat.
be,
we gotta think about some of the things that we see here.
For the side of Devious
I gotta
Activity,
create content for LEGACi.
This is excellent drafting right here. This is going to force them into an even harder situation. Now,
hopefully LEGACi can pull something out.
There's still a couple of junglers on the table. You have the Fredrin, which can definitely be slotted up as a possibility.
They're the team that I'm a league manager for.
Rotate around and get those high objectives.
Yep.
And that's really, at this point, what they have. I mean, do we see the Guinevere? Actually, no. Guinevere is still a viable option.
Kush is an absolute beast of a Fanny player.
Yeah, and it's not even the greatest pick because Guinevere can be susceptible. She did receive a little round of nerfs this last patch, especially when it comes to her range. But we do see that the Fredrin and the Lapu going to get picked up here. So, I mean, possibly what we're looking at here is you're going to have
we won't know if there's actually a pause
with Lapu to kind of hopefully keep the rest of the team in line. They're going to soak up all of that damage and that CC in hopes that Yato and Turu can kind of get into that mid and late game to where they're going to be bursting down the enemy. It's going to be very interesting to see how it kind of clashes here. It's a lot of CC to really be competing against here.
Yeah, and you know, that's really going to put the Valentina in a situation where the only ultimate that I would really pick up here would be the suppression, the Divine Judgment over there from the Kaja. But the thing about that is it's going to put Valentina very close to the
really like this
activity
keychain.
if she's not careful. Because, I mean, it's basically in itself, when you use that Divine Judgment, you're kind of stunning yourself too. I mean, you're not able to move that much either. Yes, you can kind of flicker backward and pull them towards your team, but it's going to immobilize their mage for a slight moment where Devious Activity could possibly punish. But speaking of pickups, last on the board for the side of LEGACi, they are going to go in for this Akai. I like it, right? It definitely can rotate around. It has that heavy spin to keep people at bay, especially on these neutral objectives. And the way I'm kind of reading this is, I really want to wonder where this is going to go. So are we going to see an Akai in the jungle? In the Ruby? I mean, there's so many ways you can kind of flex it, because you have the X-Borg on the table. Does the X-Borg go
Speaking of school, I forgot to
does the Akai
do my homework.
I mean, there's so many different combinations that you can kind of pull off here for the side of LEGACi. But again, this is different than what we've seen LEGACi do in the qualifiers. We actually didn't get to see this type of combination. So let's see how this plays out.
I was about to say, like, this is a more, I want to say, clinical draft from LEGACi, especially going against a team like Devious Activity.
Let me do my homework real fast, chat.
I do want to say, I do prefer, on paper, I prefer LEGACi's draft, but it's going to come down.
I can probably do it in like a minute.
That Devious Activity have here. So it's going to be very interesting to see if the rotations are going to be enough to kind of
where do I go now? Do I go down here, make myself smaller?
Game 1 of Devious Activity taking on LEGACi.
I might have to go like right here. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where the player videos are.
2024 regular season.
No video.
In the round robin, where all these teams will be fighting it out one time in a best of 3. Devious Activity, stacked with teams that have been known across the land of Dawn. Some Ackerman members, former BTK members as well. Up against the new contenders, LEGACi, first time hitting top 8 over there with Assassin Rouse, barely sliding by into the top 8 and ready to prove their name. Now, looking at the matchup so far, right? It is going to be the X-Borg in the XP lane going up against the Lapu. Both of them have a lot of sustainability. The Lapu a little bit more versatile, though, as he has a stun in his kit as well with that land shaker. Now, in the marksman lane, we are going to be looking at the Claude up against the carry. Both of them need to get those core items to be able to burst down the tankier compositions, and it's really going to boil down to these neutral objectives. Can either side claim these turtles or find a trade inside of the gold lane, especially with the new patches and the marksman's being a little bit squishier?
Yeah, the big thing for me is going to be, when it comes to these objectives, is how are you setting it up? How are you shutting down either Kush or Riles? You know Riles is going to try to come in with the heavy spin to pin Kush against the wall so that he can't get that retry off. But then, of course, you're talking about Yatu, who's going to be able to use
Yatu.
the CC he gets from Vexana, the Eternal Guardian, the Frightens his way. And as I'm talking about that, we're already starting on this turtle. You can see a little bit of vision from Riles. T coming to the rescue as well, try to add numbers in his favor. They're actually not in a great position just yet. Turtle down to about 50%. Riles coming in, has his 4. We do have the last insanity. Kush still able to get the first turtle secured. Heavy spin onto the team. PDR gonna use that figuring it out, and you can see a big ultimate from Kush lowers them, and now getting picked off one by one is LEGACi. Yato with the kill, and that's gonna be Riles, Nash, and Ken down for the side of LEGACi.
And a double kill over there by T. Big objectives on the board for Devious Activity, off to a great start. Able to take that first turtle and 3 kills on the board, which will put LEGACi in a slight deficit for the early game. We were just talking about it, right?
There won't be any cams, actually.
Needing to get them to boost the XP of your team and also help supply your gold laners to have that slight advantage. And you are going to be seeing Toru kind of leading the way now because of the team able to secure these objectives. That's a double kill over there from T on the Kaja. Not the hero that you usually see getting the first 2 kills of the game, but hey, this is history in the making.
Yeah, very interesting there too, because I mean, there's a lot of options, a lot of tools on the side of LEGACi, and this is what I was talking about. The draft seems like it's in LEGACi's favor, but you're talking about Devious Activity, Titans from all different teams in North America. They know their play style, they know when they need to kind of set off some of those abilities, still able to get the retribution and then transition that big heavy spin on the T. But here comes Yatu with a big Eternal Guardian. T's gonna have to flicker out, and now we have a fight. Ken in a little bit of trouble trying to find himself.
Come on, chat, I'm almost done with my homework.
Fleeing from Kush, Appraiser's wrath goes wide as Riles in trouble.
Who's winning? Who's winning?
But's gonna get caught himself with a divine
Devious
judgment.
Activity 4-0 already.
Start Riles already finding 2 deaths within the first.
Are you guys liking the new graphics?
Behind in farm compared to.
I'm actually
Kush
don't have
on the
to.
other side,
I've already
working on
finished
his
the first part of
Fredrin.
the homework.
Now, that's going to be a little bit tough to catch back.
You guys
up
like
in the
this
economy,
overlay?
and that's going to put Devious Activity up by 2,600 gold.
Yeah.
To be exact right now. A big lead.
How does
for
T
the
already
early
have
phase.
3
Legacy
kills?
need to find some answers, and they need to find them fast, or they're going to find themselves in a hole that they can't climb out of, as the next objective is on the board. And look at Devious Activity. Eyes on the prize, rotating to it. Not wasting
over?
any time, and we'll be able to claim it to extend their lead even further.
Yeah, and that's just the type of timing you get from this type of experience that you have.
I need to
on
get like my.
on DA right now. I mean, and especially with how far ahead they are, Legacy's not able.
I gotta
to
be
contest
taking
right
notes
now.
here,
They
chat.
need to start getting their rotations
We gotta
down.
create killer content
looking a little
for
something up at the top lane.
my teams here.
Suppression with the knockup.
Yeah, Jolie comes in with a blazing duet. Is it going to be enough to kind of lower them down? You can see half health down on DA. The rest of the team kind of charging forward. Eternal Guardian leading the charge as, oh, Riles from the side. I'm not sure if this is a fight he wants. He kind of, he saw them there, thought twice about it. Definitely does not want to get another Divine Judgment that's going to pull him into a tower here. Oh, he's going to come in on the team. A little bit of damage there, but more of a little bit of a hello for him.
Yeah, but Riles needs to be careful. I mean, he's fallen twice already. I'm not really sure he's built that way in the early phase, the way this match is going. But that man is built differently.
Anybody
right
else
now.
feel like the game's like
3-0-2,
zoomed out
leading
really,
the lane
really
in
far?
5 minutes and already having some major sets with 2 assists. He's the gameplay, right? He's the initiator for the side of Devious Activity, able to help them take these early neutral objectives and also take down the jungler for Legacy. But speaking of the jungler, Riles on the pursuit.
Yeah, we do have. Oh, nice. I am offended. Lands on a Toro. He's
Interview
gonna go down
the
to
content
Nash.
or
Now
the.
a little bit of a skirmish here. 4 versus 2. Cushion them still pressing forward.
They took out Toru though.
Gonna push away Legacy, who had the numbers favor.
Yeah, I gotta create content for these
Korea
teams.
Nash able to pick up
Legacy.
his first kill though. But wait a second, Divine Judgment.
Yeah, big Divine Judgment lands. Kush gonna pick up the kill there, and unfortunately,
Yo, I like the gold difference. Do you guys peep that? It actually shows that Legacy's behind by negative.
For Legacy.
And then of course Devious Activity would be positive.
On the top side, which is
That's
gonna get
crazy.
max priority to the side of Devious Activity. All objectives so far have gone in their hands. Legacy not able to find anything yet in their favor, which means they may have to kind of play it out for that mid to late game if they want to turn this around. Now have to play a little bit passive. The gold lead already 3,000 in favor for Devious Activity, and Kush will be able to claim the next turtle.
Yeah, you can see, a big, nice little kick here.
Ooh, Riles.
Getting ping-ponged onto that wall.
Oh God, they're gonna make him pay though.
A ride back home as he gets taken down. PDR with the flicker. It looks like he does lose that Faraga armor, and Yatu on the Vexana gonna go ahead and put the finishing touches. Riles gonna try to jump over the tower to get himself to safety, and Mikasa gonna clean up the minions at the tower.
Yeah.
Oh, what up,
Yatsu
Des?
Already 3-0 and 4.
What's up, what's
Rocking that
up?
in pure rage.
What's
Doing
up,
some
what's
massive
up?
damage in the
Let's see
early
if I
game.
can get you.
Such a major
just
impact
got
on the
it,
side
yeah.
of Devious Activity.
What
Also
up, what
opening up the
up?
map in their favor. Legacy, they're trying to
What
find
minute
answers.
you
They're
in?
still being very aggressive.
Yeah,
It's like
I'm
they're
at
not even feeling like they're
I'm
behind.
at
They're not scared to take the fight
7:30.
to Devious Activity, but
7
still
7 minutes and
not able to
30.
find the trades they were
And?
looking for,
Hold
which
on.
is going to be
I gotta put
very
it
hard to
in
catch
times
up
two,
if they're
though.
not careful. I mean, look at the bot side. Toru
Yeah.
left undetended. Will
Alright.
claim another turret for
Yo,
Devious Activity's favor.
oh wait.
Yeah, and we're just
no,
having a
no.
lot of trouble. I want to say the composition
I
for
thought they were
Legacy,
losing.
while it has a ton of CC, they're kind of lacking in
DA
targets
was,
that have the damage
they're
that
kind
they
of being
actually put out
pressured
in
a
the early
bit.
game. Ooh, a little bit of an I'm offended. Mikasa's going to use that bravest fighter to get himself
see.
out of harm's way.
You know, it's kind of funny too, because when we looked at the draft,
Honestly,
we
I
kinda
think,
said
like,
that,
LG
we
got
favor
better late
Legacy's
game,
draft,
so-
right?
Yeah.
But you're starting to
We'll
see
see.
Devious Activity slightly better on the
Like,
execution, and
the
sometimes that's all
goal
you
is
really
not that
need.
big.
If you can
5K.
execute
Flawed.
If they can
early
keep
in the
it like
game
that.
and overpressure the enemy
True.
team on
As
the
long as
early
they don't let them
objective,
scale.
sometimes they find a hard
Even
time
if,
to catch
even if
back
they
up,
let
and
them
that's what
scale,
we're
all
looking
it
at
takes
today
is like
for
a
Legacy, now
really
down by 5
solid
kills in the
lord
first 8
take
minutes, and
or
also
like a
down by
really
5,000
strategic
bonus. We got to see some of these items be built up on the board. I know
displace
Toru
on the
is
side
definitely
of
sitting nice right
Devious
now with that
Activity.
intense gold lead, which will put Jolie at a little bit of deficit. I mean, he needs to get that golden staff, right? That Demon Hunter sword, especially to kind of burst down Mikasa and Kush combination. But it makes him a little awkward. As the marksmen are a little bit more squishier and you have a Kaja on the other side of the table, it makes it even harder for him to engage in these fights.
Yeah, and
Riles was
especially
doing
when
really
once
good,
you're
though.
behind, and we were talking
I mean,
about some of the changes
I
to
feel
the
like
marksman that makes him
He
just a
has
little
the
bit
ability to
squishier.
steal a
That's gonna
lord
be
here.
harder and harder for Jolie as this moves on a little further, and they start getting more
That's
and
it.
more
They're in
behind.
a
Where
good
he still
position,
doesn't have
though.
his item, still doesn't have
But
that.
yeah, Diaz
the,
gonna try
I
to
wanna say
fight him.
the,
They're not gonna go for the
ability
50-50.
to attack the way
Yeah.
he wants to, and we do see. You can see right now
They could back
DA
up,
in a
take that
comfortable
top
position. They
top
just
tower.
want the fight
Oh no, they're
here.
gonna attack.
Oh, we do have NACT
Ooh,
dive
nice
in
pin.
for the jump and a big heavy
No
spin
damage,
by
though.
Riles, but he's
Riles
getting
is hella low.
down. Look at the damage on him right now.
Oh, nah.
Toru finding a kill.
Yeah, they just didn't have enough damage.
Fighting for his
PDR
life, trying to
wasn't in the
escape.
fight.
Oh, Ruby, not sure if he's gonna be able to escape. Is gonna
You still have
Wait,
the
he's still
blazing
gonna-
duet.
No way.
Nice little smooth
Yeah, they're
Riles,
gonna-
Riles.
What?
Is he gonna be able to get the retry? He's
No,
not.
he
Gets
didn't.
torn down by Toru,
tweaking.
and then like clockwork, Kush finds the retribution.
Was that
If he
torn
would've
down
got
or
that
was
retry,
torn down?
That,
The way
I
he burst
mean,
with speed.
risk it all, I guess.
Impressive gameplay for Devious Activity. Checking everything off the list today for their first appearance in the regular
Definitely
season
did
up
walk
against
to his
LEGACi.
death.
And now we are officially 10 minutes in. 7,000 gold up.
He didn't
even
seven
click
retry.
kills
Like, he
ahead on the
died.
board. Not to
Yeah, he
mention
just
3
died.
turtles,
If
1
he would have
lord,
had his
and
heavy
3
spin
turrets.
available, it could have been
LEGACi needing to find a way to turn this around, and they need to find their answer
a better,
fast, right? They're gonna have
better
to play for
go.
the
But
late
now
game,
the
rely
gap's
on
just
Jolie
gapping.
getting to those core items to turn this back in their favor.
Yeah, now
Kuya
it's
Nash
actually over.
needing to get a good divine judgment up for the setups, but it's going to be hard as you are seeing that
Oh,
demon Hunter show
PDR?
picked up.
Oh,
Nah, he's
jeez.
dead.
Yeah, and then we do have a skirmish here. Toro finds
doesn't have
another
flicker,
tower,
yeah.
and
No,
PDR, not long for this world, gets burst down by the heavy hitters. Of
As you
Devious
said, you got
Activity.
DA here,
Ken
right?
Might be next on the list right now. Going to use that flicker with a nice
Yeah.
time offended to pull the enemy into the tower. In comes Kush.
I think
with
everybody
that
was saying it
energy
was a
eruption.
2-0.
Ooh, a lot of damage comes out. Nash going to be able to withstand it, and Nash
Devious
gets
just looks too
away
good.
with the Lord pushing towards mid.
They might get that
Decent
mid-high
defense so
ground.
far. Riles in the front
Yeah.
line. Look at all the damage he takes just trying to defend.
I wasn't a huge
against
fan of the
this
Kaja,
board. That's just that
but
10, almost 10k lead.
it was-
Here
it
comes
was
the
pretty
Praise
good.
Rat. Burst Ken down.
Whoa.
Tower goes down.
Oh,
as
Mikasa
Yatu
flickering
able
in?
to kinda come
Oh, he doesn't
forward
get
with
nobody.
that
He's
damage.
dead.
Mikasa gets taken out by PDR.
Yeah.
Maybe a little too
They got
deep
mid and
into
head though.
enemy lines.
Yeah, definitely not afraid to take it into the base, but burst it down. But I
You
mean,
see
hey,
that
it
build?
worked out in their favor.
Oh,
still.
Kyle's going
Devious
full
Activity
damage.
able
That's
to
good.
crack open the
That's
base
good.
for
I
LEGACi as
thought
we're
that
now
was
looking at the
Kai
items
carrying.
on the board. I mean, look at Toru. That's
Kai.
side, the Demon Hunter Sword, and the Golden Staff. When you compare him over there to Claude, I guess he's kind of still keeping up.
Wait,
with them.
what
I
are
mean,
those
he
boots
has
for, Kai?
3
Is
core
that
items as well in the exact
that
same
the
month,
right
so
item?
both of them
I think that might
have the
be.
damage necessary to
I
take
think
the
that might be
Yeah,
a
it's
production
the other
problem.
side. But when it comes to taking the fight, the execution is what's outshining
Blazing the
between these two
Ico.
teams. Devious Activity having
What's
it in their
up?
favor. Now, it's a 8,000 gold lead for Devious Activity. 12 minutes in, already almost at the 40k gold mark, which means they're officially getting into that late game.
I
with
got
how
Dave.
ahead they are.
I got Dave talking in the
LEGACi needs to
background,
kinda
so
be
I
a
can't
little
really
bit
hear
passive, but
anything.
They're gonna take the fight.
Oh, even with perfect setup and a nice heavy spin with an I'm offended, Devious Activity still able to find success even when they're not.
I don't think
a
a Kai would have magic boots.
That's kind of just tells you that's how far behind LEGACi is right
Nah, hell
now.
no.
You need to wait for a huge mistake from Devious Activity, and for, we do a little bit of a conceal play. Kush going a little bit forward. Jolie bites on to the bait. Ken going deep on
What
the
up,
team.
Matt?
Are they gonna be able
It
to find a
does.
kill? No.
ya.
Ken
That's
goes
gonna
down
be
with him?
down and into the back line.
Yeah, I think it's
Mikasa
over.
dives to find a kill
Yeah,
of
I don't
his
think-
own. Last and
Oh, yeah.
Actually,
does
Rouse
not
is up.
find a
He might be able
target.
to push it.
PDR gets popped up and
Nah, Cloud's
taking
Oh my
Damn.
God.
finds
That
his
boy got
mark onto
smoked.
Riles, and that is gonna be game
I don't think I've
one,
ever seen a
finishing
Fred
at 13
just
minutes for Devious
be
Activity.
Yeah, that first
deleted.
damage was
Even
crazy. I
before
expected
that,
him to
12 minutes,
one-shot him.
57 seconds. A very fast game for Devious Activity, a team that has been known in the scene
boy
of
got
NACT
bonked.
for a long time, spread with
Oh,
members all
they
across
edited the
table,
logos and everything.
able to have
Yes.
a phenomenal
Yeah,
finish
yeah.
for their first appearance. 15, 4, and 39 for the overall team KDA. I mean, look at the damage, over 20k. Their rating,
The
9.28
overall
out of
production
10.
is like
Their gold per
amazing.
minute at that 9,000. And
It just
honestly,
we had a few
that would be
hiccups
kinda
and
crazy per minute, but
you just gotta let them cook.
overall had that 9,000 gold
Yeah, I think this
lead,
is
able
better
to
than
kinda lead
last
the way.
time.
Now, I will say,
Looks
I
better.
think it was just a little bit.
Yeah, I
of
was
a
watching a
execution
lot of
problem
it
from the side of
before
LEGACi. Actually
it came
favored
out
their draft.
today.
I like the way it was looking.
And
but able
everything
to
looks
get to those
way
objectives
better.
first and
There's a
early
lot,
with Devious
a lot
Activity,
more that the
and they were able
NACT
to
is going to be
snowball
offering
over
as
them for
well.
game
It just
number
we haven't got to it
do they
just yet.
change the style
We need to
every
see LEGACi
season?
turn this
'Cause
around,
it's
right?
always
I don't even
different.
think drafting was the
Yeah,
issue.
they
I think
change
the
it a little
drafting
bit.
is really top tier. I mean, me and you, we've casted
They
side
definitely
by side.
change it a little bit. They try to bring some like newer, more modern.
Teams competing. That
O2
looked pretty
sweep?
solid in my opinion.
I don't
It was
know.
really just down to the gameplay, the execution, getting to those turtles.
It was a
getting to
quick
those turrets
game.
first, and we just seen Devious Activity checking everything off the list.
Guys, that got a 79% in the chat.
The only thing that I can find out now, like that I've seen it in action, is possibly the early game damage that Devious Activity actually had. That never.
I tried to
came
request
online
like a
for
feed
the side of LEGACi, and then once
that
they
we
found
didn't have
hole,
casters.
they would just continue to push their advantage.
That way we could actually like
into
speak.
LEGACi, which I mean, and that's what you get from the experience that Devious
Wait, like,
Activity has when it comes to
what
all
you mean?
those. And that first
Like a
Like,
separate screen?
a devastating,
Yeah,
I
well,
wanna say,
and
loss
like
for LEGACi,
like
because
overseas
that kinda
tournaments,
started the
there's like
steamroll. And when you
separate
have
feeds that you
teams
can
at the
get
top
that
here in
like the
North
casters
America,
aren't
once they
even
get
there.
that hold of you, once they get that hold of that,
So you don't have to
momentum,
deal with
it's
what
very
there's-
Oh,
hard
like
to
there's
kinda
a
shake it,
separate
'cause they just
live with
tighten
no
up
casters.
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
choke
Yep.
until, like,
So
you
that way
just-
people can do
yeah.
like watch parties and not have
that's
to.
exactly what we've seen right
like,
there.
yell
And
over
They should
casters.
do that
for
because
the side of
there's
Devious
gonna be like
Activity,
4
I mean,
people talking
The
over
man was
each
on
other.
fire
Yeah,
with that Kaja,
exactly.
Right? He got like a double kill in the beginning.
I asked
opened up
Dave
the
about it, but
opportunity for his team, Devious Activity, to take that
Yeah,
turtle,
it
to
just
get
wasn't
massive
possible
gold
right
boost,
now.
XP boost, and yeah, they kind of just snowballed from the very.
I think it's a
beginning,
good
able to
option,
take those
especially
objectives, and then,
for a lot of
Yasuo
us
able to
content
kinda come
creators that
online
want
with
to do like
Vexana,
watch
who we
parties
were kinda
together
talking
and
about, right? The Vexana, a
analytics
slight nerf,
over,
but
you know,
honestly,
certain
I mean,
matches
we
and
both can
stuff.
agree, It didn't look like it really affected her.
No, it's
from
best
that
of 3
performance
Scarlet.
right there.
Best
I'd
of 3.
definitely love to see who the MVP will be of that match. But I would say if I had to give it to one, I would probably go with T. I would have to give it to T just because he opened it up in the
T?
beginning for that snowball to happen.
Another thing I want to bring up too that kind of solidified this composition for the side of Devious Activity is after picking up the Kaja, they went ahead and they banned the Tigreal and the Minotaur, which I want to say are like big, I don't want to say counters to
I'll
Kaja,
check.
but it really makes it hard for Kaja to close the distance and get close to your team to actually get a lot of those divine judgments and those pulls. So I mean, a great job, and it's just those little things that you can't make any mistakes up here at the top 8 of North America that you won't and not expect to not pay for there. So I mean, a great job by them. I agree. I mean, especially during the early game, T lighting them up there. I mean, maybe it depends on. I forgot. I didn't know if I took a look at the damage for Vexana, but I mean, it's almost like cheating to really kind of point at whoever's when you're playing a Vexana, because she just has such a menacing presence on the battlefield, so much damage, so much area that she covers for a lot of these engagements that you even saw when Riles would come in with a heavy spin to try to defend his team, just absolutely getting devastated by damage. So I mean, it was a very I want to, dare I say, one-sided for Devious Activity here. And I don't want to say it was a bad draft, but I mean,
Sherry,
there are
they
some things
went
that need
first
to be
pick.
worked on when it comes to kind of that early game synergy and some of those rotations, especially when it comes to those objectives.
Yeah, it's like you give a team an inch and they take a mile, right? You don't get that early objective, and they're just going to snowball.
Nothing
over
really
you.
notable
And,
in the
that's
first
where we got
game.
to see LEGACi pick up the pace, right? And I mean, it's not game yet. It's still best of 3. There's a chance for them to turn this around. But if we have to say where it starts, it's definitely going to be on their execution as a team. I like the draft. I think everything was solid. I just didn't
I feel like
really
I
get
need
to see
another
too much
monitor.
of an opening from the Valentina, right? We didn't get to see too many divine. I don't think we saw really any divine.
Gonna have to move my
judgments
cat off
that
the
kind of
desk.
worked in their favor in that entire game using that Valentina. But it was a little bit of an awkward situation with the Val, right? We kind of talked about when you're running the Kaja, it can be a little tricky. But speaking of tricky, game number 2. Let's go ahead and jump into the draft.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what kind of changes
Moving
we might
right
have
along
out here, especially when it comes to LEGACi. Like I said, not a bad draft, but there are some changes I would kind of throw in there. I think we're going to stick probably the bans, probably going to kind of stay the same. Maybe we might think about.
Wait, they're not? Are they doing the cameras or
we
not?
do have first pick here.
No.
So I doubt that if it's going to be taken off
Cameras
the board, it's
are,
gonna take it off the LEGACi.
Yeah, not today.
Yeah, I mean,
At
it
least
could be
they
something
might.
to
They
definitely think
could.
about. I
They
mean, if
could
ban out
possibly do it. It'd
Well,
be a
Valentina,
possibility.
It could be, an opening to not have such a strong.
They might
mid-lane
try
presence.
throwing
Now,
the cameras out there. We'll see.
Looking at LEGACi, right? They have first pick this time.
The
around, so, I mean,
players
they could
are
pick
in
it up their favor, right? I mean, I would have
in
banned
there
out
for
if I was
their
them. I would actually try and
cams.
slot it up,
But it was
and
just
deal that damage that we seen from
we were having
Yatsu in the last game.
a lack of time.
Now, Mathilda banned out first. Staple bans that
Tell
we
you
see
a
on the
secret.
international level. Same thing with the
I don't got no
Barats.
secrets.
Well, other things that we've kind of seen taken off the table, which could
we
be
could
a threat,
possibly
could
see
possibly be
some
going in for those
cams.
marksmen. Make the gold laners uncomfortable, right? Take
so
out
we'll
the
see.
Claude, maybe take out the carry, and make them run something else that's not as viable. I don't really think both marksmen had a
I
heavy
don't know
impact
if we'll
in
get the
last game, though. I
second
really
teams
just think
ready
it
for
came to that
cams,
trio
though. I
core
guess that'd be
synergy,
the big
able to get to
question.
the
Let
neutral
me
objectives
ask
first
Dave.
for the side of Devious Activity, which really worked in their favor. Now, I want to see where this goes, right? I mean, you're going to see the Joy taken off the table. This is very similar. It's actually what we saw from LEGACi in the last draft. So it looks like they're going for more of a comfortable banning style up against DA.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. Like I was gonna say, like I don't think there's too much that we saw from the marksman. Not saying that they didn't perform well, but when that
Okay, there
snowball
could
hits and you have
possibly
that trio
be
at mid when it
player
comes to the mid,
cams.
roam, and jungle, they were just kind of lighting up the show to the point where Carrie was.
Yeah, we want to prep the next teams though.
Get enough items
if that's
to
okay.
take off there. So yeah, I definitely think we might see maybe some bans at mid, maybe a ban for the jungle. Just it really kind of depends how flexible they are here. Vexana taken off the board, so we're gonna have something a little different here. I'm wondering what we're going to exchange this for, because there still are some heavy hitters out there. Arlott, Nolan were banned before. They might be let out here, and we're going to see what DA is willing to kind of give up for LEGACi with this first pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Nolan would definitely be a high value target. If it's not banned out, usually you see it work really well in the early phase to be able to do that damage and get to those objectives. And a lot of teams don't like to go up against it. The Arlott, you mentioned, such a strong pickup. The Ruby even being good. I don't really know if we'll see the Ruby ban though in this draft, but I definitely think it could be a viable option. There goes the Navaria though. This is similar to game number 1 being banned off the table. One of those strong mages still available for pickup, which means now they're gonna have to get a little creative in that mid lane. I don't really think we're gonna see a secret weapon kind of pulled out, at least with the current meta for what's left in the mid lane. And now this is really going to boil down to who can kind of lock in those marksmen first.
Trying to get stuff
maybe
done.
lock in their junglers as well. I mean, like you said, the Boxia is still really good. The Martis has been pretty flexible. The Nolan, which I would say is definitely above both of them right now with the current meta, could be picked up from either side, especially LEGACi if they're up for it. With them having first pick, I wonder if this will kind of change the dynamic for them.
Yeah, and speaking of dynamics, something I noticed from the last draft is LEGACi went with a more flexible, where is this character gonna be played as far as a position type of draft, whereas Devious Activity, a lot of their picks were just, all right, boom, Kaja, you already know where he's going, boom, Vexana, you know where she's going, but she's strong, so it doesn't matter. Maybe we might switch it up a little bit of LEGACi. They're not gonna pick these ones first that are gonna kind of where is it gonna go? No, just pick those strong picks, get them out there, and ready to deal out some damage.
Yeah, I think the safest thing here would be to go the Ruby, but if not, go the Nolan, right? You can go the Ruby just because it can be flexed if you're not really sure what to kind of do from here for the side of LEGACi, but if they want like a stronger option and something more defined, I'd definitely say
yeah. What was your question?
Go in the jungle if that gets picked up.
Is he a shark in basic?
Valid, but hey, looks like they're going to go
Why would they be crying?
on a safer route with the Ruby.
Yeah, it's a very interesting point.
I'm finally done managing.
First pick and Nolan is open because you could pick up Nolan. He can be pretty strong. He has received some nerfs to his kit, but then you're kind of leaving it open to get countered by the next 2 picks. So it's kind of like a damned like if you do, damned if you don't type of scenario situation when it comes to LEGACi. And we're gonna see. They're gonna go ahead. Devious Activity gonna go ahead and scoop that up quickly, which means we're gonna.
They're gonna get Nolan
from LEGACi.
I think they'll probably go
Arlott
because
we already saw
Arlott. To displace the Ruby.
Without that
or
they're
just gonna pick a
still
mage
were able to steamroll with just the littlest bit of momentum. With a
Vexana was already banned, so Nana
answers. Hey, there goes another maze that we've seen time and time again. The Nana did have a little
they
bit of a slight
could be trying to not have to deal with a NACT again.
I want to see how it kind of plays out over there for the side of Devious Activity. Now that is going to put a lot of magic on their side. Definitely going to possibly be a problem that LEGACi will have to deal with. Now, this would be a great time to pick up the marksman that they kind of want to go for, right? You know, they could lock in that Claude or that carry, and they have priority to decide which one they kind of favor in on. Now, I think
I really like Ruby.
would definitely be good here, especially up against that Nolan, especially up against that Nana, able to kind of
They had-
survive a little bit.
who was
better
their
than
EXP
something like
last
Carry,
time?
who's kind of
I can't even
not
remember.
as mobile and safe
Lapu?
inside of that gold lane. I mean, they could
Legacy?
even stack up and run the Kaja again, right?
For
I mean, the
who?
Kaja
What
could
team?
be a viable option.
Legacy?
It has the suppression, but no, they're gonna go ahead and lock in their jungler. Not
Like
gonna waste any
when?
time.
What
Oh, and a
season?
Theramis. Okay, so
Oh
we're
no,
gonna
it was the
support,
last game
and
that we
we're
just
gonna go in
watched.
for some frontline compositions.
Oh,
the
the
Boxy jungle, the
experience,
Theramis
period,
mid.
period.
Overall, that's looking pretty solid for Legacy.
Which is very interesting. I was almost leaning towards a Martis in the early
Ooh,
game
X
just
versus
because
Good,
with the
yeah. That's a
Mortal
good pick.
Coil, you can kind of dodge
the
a lot of
boss, yeah.
Nolan skills. You can definitely
Yeah.
dodge the Molina and the
Gonna
Molina
burn 'em
Blitz
down.
from Nana when it comes to those engagements at the Turtle. It's
I
gonna
don't
be
know
very
why he picked
interesting. I do
Faramis,
like
though.
that Boxia
Faramis,
has that
like,
stock
Faramis
magic
gets
defense,
countered
so
by Nana,
Nana's not going
and
to be
Nolan
a
can
huge problem
one
for
shot
him
him,
in
they
the
hit go
early game.
easily.
I do
I don't
feel like
think
he
it's
needs a
like a
little
pick.
bit of items to really get
little
super
weird.
tanky, but he has a great deal of
Yeah.
early game clear, which lined up against Nolan might be something that you're going to be looking
mean,
for. especially
he's
with
like
how fast
the Nolan
moves through the jungle and clears creeps.
It's kind of hard to deal with
Yeah, and I mean, right now we're going to be seeing some
Bashia if
bans
you got a
possibly
slow
jump up on
jungle,
the
but
table.
Nolan's just
And even
a lot
maybe,
quicker too.
Maybe a roam because I mean,
I feel like
we're
that's
just
why they-
Legacy, right? I mean, this could be
They
be
picked
Faramis
up
in
the
mid,
Fairness.
Ruby in the
The
XP. They
Fairness
still could
I feel
run
like is a
something
good
else
aspect,
in that
but
roam position if
again,
they really wanted to. When I'm looking at Devious
Ultimates
Activity,
could
I mean,
be
they
baited
really
out.
need to solidify a marksman here. Something to be able to burst down that Ruby and also that Boxia. Now, I'm a fan of Brody. I think Brody would be really good here, especially against a dive composition. Brody can dive in, and or actually, when he gets dived on, he can use that corrosive strike for
Yeah, I
that
saw that
stun,
coming.
pair it up
Close
with the
down.
flicker, and he's back to the tier 2
But he already
turret for
gets
safety
countered.
and could be a
The
valuable
Faramis.
option alongside the Clyde, but it did just get taken out. I mean, we kind of expected this to happen so far in the draft. There's still a Brody, there's still a carry. No, the Brody's
There no
gone.
Brody.
It will not be an option for either side.
They must have heard you. The only problem here right now for the Faramis is there is
Carry
a
the
decent
Brody.
amount of AoE
Minnow.
clear from Devious Activity. So that means if you
So
get
much
to
yapping,
the
that's why I'm
Netherrealm,
quiet,
it's gonna
bro.
Put you in position, which is just going to be like perfect.
casters are
pickings for a
yapping.
Molina Blitz.
That's
from
their
Nana,
job.
Or from
Yeah,
the,
that is their
Lasting
job.
Sanity That's going to come out from Xborg, or even Kush can come in with a fracture. It's a lot.
I mean,
of
they could
bursts
still
which
pick up
really
the
can-
Elixir.
A lot of AoE burst that can really counter that Nether Realm that comes out
Oh, yeah,
from the Faramis. So it's going to be very
good.
interesting to see. Oh, we still do have Tigreal out there as well. Didn't get banned out this time. We focused more on the marksman, Claude, and Carry taking out Brody. We really focused on the marksmans here, and I'm
What's
even
in the
wondering
left?
kind of who's left. We still got
Ixia,
Natan out there. He did get a little bit, I want to say,
Beatrix.
a little bit of a juggle. He
Maybe.
lost a little bit of damage
Oh, there
from
it
his
is.
kit, but also, I mean, his entropy now can be thrown out very quickly, which is basically just like another flicker for him. With
It looks
more
like it's
distance.
at like a
So we're gonna
6
see,
second
and
delay.
especially when he's going to be going up against a person with, oh, there he is.
Yeah, an excellent read right there. The Natan, a lot of people kind
Oh,
of sleep on him,
Nathan.
and he could
He
definitely
got
do that
nerfed,
damage
though. I
necessary,
haven't
especially
seen
with
him
all
a
these
lot.
other marksmen being off the table. You know who else
I
hasn't
seen
been
him.
picked up? The CC.
I mean,
It hasn't
he
been
did get
banned, it hasn't
nerfed.
been picked, and I mean,
I've seen
it's
him
had
played a
such
couple times.
Strong impact on the international
Is
level.
the quality
We're
bad?
gonna see it here on the NA scene. Now, necessary, especially with all these other marksmen being off
They
the
have
table.
so
You know
much
who else hasn't
magic
been
now,
picked
though.
up? The CC.
Bioshock
It hasn't been
Faramis
banned and it
and
hasn't been picked, and I
No,
mean it's had
I mean,
such
Nathan.
a
He's
strong
a strong
impact
physical.
on the international level,
Other
and I'd
than
love to see
Ruby.
it here on the NA scene. Now,
I think,
if I'm looking at Devious
my-
activity,
like
I mean, they
auto
still
went
need a roamer,
to
and
720.
there's not really too much
no.
on the table for them. You're gonna have
I
the
don't know about
Xborg
that.
running in the XP
There's the
lane.
Elixir.
I would probably
Yeah.
honestly go in for something like a Grok because there's a lot of CC that they're going to be jumping in against. I mean, if he can hug that wall, he can get some
only
knockouts. It could be a
physical is
possible problem,
Ruby.
but it's going to be a little tricky. And speaking of tricky,
I think
there
you
goes
might
the
be a little
Diggy,
bit
of a nerf, but hey, still
further
picked up
ahead
Legacy.
than I am.
Yeah, the nerf, I want to
Oh,
say,
I'm ahead of
only
you?
really kind of affects.
I think just a little bit.
on his bombs, which really only kind of affects some of those cheesy strats in the early
Let
game.
me
When
see.
they kind of burst them down, but I mean, still.
Because
Well,
you've seen the
what's your
diggy
comment?
before I did.
Has huge effects, whether it's disengaging or engaging on the enemy. But you're going to play it right.
The
because
low
as we've said before,
code
we've seen
down
time
on
and time
top,
again,
how
Diggy
much
is very
does
squishy.
that?
You're talking about a Natan, you're talking about
It's still two
there,
times speed, and I'm at 8 seconds now. 7, 6, 5.
with the
Yeah,
amount
it's
of
the
damage
same,
they
it's
can
the same.
output.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on a PDR to open up these engagements with the Ruby, right? Needing to use that group CC
Pass
as
in my way.
advantage to open
New
up
hero
these
is banned.
objectives,
They
but
cannot
speaking of
use the
objectives,
new
last pick
hero
on the board for
until
inside of Devious Activity, gonna go in for some suppression
like
with
15
that Kaja
days.
pick. We've seen it last game in MT. I mean, hey,
Man said
if you
private
didn't want to
yapping,
work,
bro.
why not do it again? Had that first double kill, able to take that first turtle and open up the early game for this side of Devious Activity. Do we
I ain't
see
doing
it a
that
second
right
time
there.
up
You're
against this
bugging.
composition?
Yeah, it's actually, I mean, maybe it's something very comfortable. I'm usually not a fan of Kaja, and that's just from my own personal bias of like trying to play
they got outdrafted
the
so
amount of
hard.
skill it takes to be able to kind of close the distance on the enemy, get in within range
They kind
for
of
those
counter
divine
themselves
judgments and pull them back to your teammate. I mean, it takes a special kind of player to be able to do that successfully. We saw T last game. I mean, started off the games with 2 kills of his own right from the get-go. So, I mean, we know he can use it to its fullest potential, and that's something that Legacy's going to have to watch out for because I mean, there are a lot of heroes here can get picked off here.
I got like 2 of the highest like hype casters. Like Wheezy's a really high level caster, and so is Private.
Who do you favor here?
Oh, see, this is gonna be a little tough.
I love this intro. What in the world?
Just because the
yappers.
That seen Legacy run with that Diggy and
somebody call him Private Yapper.
Which, I mean, I've seen it
in the
international scene, but it's just not been as promising as I would like it to be. Like I said, they're very squishy, and then not to mention, they had a hard time taking these first early game objectives when we even favored their draft in the last game. Now with them being a little bit squishier and then putting everything into
Nolan could definitely get in there and kill the Nathan real fast.
We're talking about execution, right?
Oh, they're doing the
2v1 on game number 1.
Oh, we already see a little bit of aggression coming out of Devious Activity, getting a little bit. Oh, Kush actually coming in, already starting to invade the enemy's jungle to start taking away some of that
he still got a poke, bro.
Yeah, not wasting any time, trying to take the slightest advantage. And this is what you're going to see from Devious Activity all day, right? They know we need to pressure them.
Oh, they get
them uncomfortable from the start.
They only been doing that in
our lead at Legacy, though. I mean, maybe they caught on, and maybe they'll be able to turn this back in their favor. They need this victory.
No, I don't cast in the NACT chat.
They'll lose with a 2-0 sweep.
Damn, why not?
Their debut in the regular season.
I just do a lot of management
these matchups
for the NACT.
See Jolie running the Natan. We haven't got to see the Natan too often.
I don't know.
So
I mean, they don't got a lot of casters this time around.
I want to see how it kind of works out, especially with all those massive.
They also like need me behind the scenes, so.
Half of the draft.
Because Dave really needs some.
I am a fan of the pickup.
I'll have Coach Decker.
When it comes to needing some additional CC for your team.
He was supposed to cast in Games of the Future, but didn't.
Especially when you have a single target CC roamer such as T on the Kaja.
Yeah, about 4 seconds out from this first turtle. You see Devious Activity already starting to get into position. Getting ready to kind of clear out. Oh, we're going to see Riles going in against Kush, trying to zone him out a bit, but he's getting cornered. Sandwiched in between members, catches a Molina. Molina blitz.
Riles is dead. 1 HP.
Good, well placed in the realms. Going to keep him up, but not for long. As Nana Yato puts the finishing touches.
Nice, 1 HP. And they get also then.
They're just eating them alive.
Going to be the 4th member in the opening 2 minutes to go down.
It's literally their running back exactly what happened last game.
Devious Activity, not wasting any time.
Nah, they countered themselves in draft.
Than game number 1, getting those kills. Now 4-0 lead
going all magic
in their favor.
Not even that, like
the
picks they're picking.
It's going to put a lot of pressure on Legacy. Literally. We talked about it, right? They need PDR to kind of open up these engagements.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, big full barrage from Toru hiding in that bush is going to light up the rest of Legacy.
He missed.
Oh, he missed.
He missed.
The speed bump. He catches the speed bump, but unfortunately,
he dashed too early.
Oh, he's still trying to look for an escape.
They still don't kill him? Oh, he's alive.
No, they must be hurting right now.
Oh my goodness. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit over there from T.
Need for Speed Hot Pursuit.
Man did the dash on them, hugging the wall, hitting every single angle possible to get out of there. He pulled it off. Just boils down to execution, and this is what we say time and time again. Not even when 2 members are on him and he's at 10% HP, he still somehow makes it out alive, and that's what's separating Devious Activity and Legacy so far in today's series. As we are seeing some of the items pop up on the board. Blade of Heptasis picked up from the Nolan, picked up by Kush. We talked about the Nolan being a possibility of an issue. It's been banned out a lot, but able to slip through the draft in game number 2.
Oh, 4v2
speaking of the draft, speaking of the game, early aggression from Devious Activity.
Ooh,
Damn, why didn't
very
nobody
interesting
stay in
there.
the
We did have
back?
the time journey
To surround them.
come out from
I think
Ken.
that's still dead.
Are they going to be
Yo,
able to catch it?
cameraman.
Nash isn't even able to join off screen. Kush finds a kill onto the Diggy, and Jolie goes down as well. That's
Yeah,
three
and they
members
get
of Devious,
power.
or 4 members, excuse me, of Devious Activity. I mean, there's certain points where you just need to kind of.
I mean, they're just eating so
wrap it
much
up for
gold
the
at this
tower and
point.
let it get pushed. You
Oh, wait,
saw the
Mikasa's
members
dead.
there, and that is super
Hey, good
unfortunate.
kill.
Ken gonna get
Diggy.
taken down
Alright.
again. That is a 1 and 7 in favor.
They're just able to
of Devious
escape so
Activity.
well.
Yeah, and already a 4,000 gold lead in their favor, 15K to 11K, 1 turret and 1 turtle advantage. Devious Activity, kind of a repeat in action from game number 1, able to lead the way
Riles
forward.
kind
The
of
early
using Haya.
phase,
Bro,
and
this is a
Legacy kinda
tournament.
struggling,
Haya's
finding their
not gonna work.
momentum as they jump into this match. Now, Riles did pick up a kill, maybe off to a good start
Yeah.
if he can keep that up.
Hayabusa
but,
is
the deficit
very,
so
very
huge. They need to
particular.
find some answers and find them fast. You're already seeing both teams
Wait,
in
he
a
cannot
2v2
keep up
for
with
this turtle.
Not a jungler's.
Yeah, you can see Mikasa already. Oh man, Last Insanity is out. Kush finds the kill onto the turtle, and now they're gonna go ahead and start the engage. Ken with the time journey, trying to keep his players topped up with that shield, and they are gonna be able to find an escape, thankfully.
Law.
And this is what I said about the draft, right? I'm just not really in favor for the double support unless you can execute better than the other side. And when you don't and you're squishy and they have the advantage, they're only going to be able to pick you off even more because there's nobody to really provide the front line against Devious Activity with a Nolan who can rush in and deal that damage, and a suppression from T, who already has 6 assists.
Yeah, and unfortunately for LEGACi here,
Damn, that
very
will be
great
damage.
on the rotations.
He might be able to kill him.
Toro does issue
no
out a
flick,
little
another
stun. The
one.
Molina Blitz is gonna find.
He
oh,
got
wait, was that
baited.
a
Riles
out?
goes
Oh, yeah,
in.
Riles actually
Nice.
able to find a
Good
kill
kill.
onto Toru there.
No, passive.
And that passive taken out for Yato
Riles
on
is dead,
that
though. Riles
Nana.
no-
Oh,
no
big
escape.
Divine Judgment finds Riles, and Kush gonna put the finishing touches on him.
Yeah, but he's a passive over there from Nana to stay alive.
Yeah, they weren't really
able to get to
worried
that
about
2-1 turret on the top side, recall back to safety, which
the
means they
Nana,
didn't really find
which
that
was,
well of a trade. I mean, Toru
Oh,
did
Kush is dead,
well.
Kush is
He's
dead.
still off to a good start. Jolie in
Nice
the mid lane, though,
shutdown
will
into
find
Nathan.
Kush as a response back from LEGACi.
Yeah, we were just talking about Nolan before. He just needs a little
They
bit of
just
time.
popped
get some of
up,
those
but they
items, and he can
disappeared
start
so
dishing
fast.
Out some pretty devastating
Yeah.
amounts of damage.
They popped up
Now he's
at
gonna be lined
like
up in the same
6:30.
lane as Toru,
Kills were at
on
3-9.
that marksman on that.
It popped
Ixia.
up for
See
like
if,
literally
kinda
like
maybe clean
2
something up, but he
seconds.
doesn't. The problem here is
What,
for,
like the cameras?
Natan is that he doesn't have that back tower now, and it's really the farther out he goes, the more of a target he's going to be, and you can see already up there looming around is T, waiting to try to catch that Divine Judgment.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say he was the MVP from the last game, and this game off to a good start. Highest assists overall across the entire board on this Kaja, which is the same pick he had last game, and it goes to show,
Ooh,
hey,
look at that
it'll
turtle
work in game
cam.
number 1.
Okay.
It'll work in game number 2 as a turtle does spawn back up. We're able to see both of them so far taken from Devious Activity, and it looks like the third will be the same, as there's no contest from the side of LEGACi. It's just going to extend the lead even further in their favor, now up by almost 5,000 gold. I mean, looking at the marksmen, right? Jolie needing to get those core items to be able to deal the damage output on the Natan, and it's going to take some time now for him to rev up. But on the other side, Toru, he has the CC necessary. I mean, he could just really keep everybody at bay with the CC and open up an opportunity for Kush to rush in and get a kill over there with this Nolan, which he's been doing so far with the 4-1 and 3 KDA.
Oh my God!
that's
Kush
crazy.
dives in, finds a pick.
Oh, he's
onto
dead,
Ken
though.
Immediately, Riles finds a kill on the Kush. The full barrage is out, lighting up the rest of LEGACi, but they're going to be able to find
roll for
themselves
jungle,
an
that's
escape.
worth it for LG.
I mean, a good and successful defense for LEGACi. Even though I do want to say they lost Ken in the meantime there, but I mean, you pretty much expect that from a character like Diggy.
Yeah, now the siege for the middle turret for Devious Activity will be able to contest
Devious
it.
Activity is,
Kuya Nash and
like,
Kuya Kin, the Kuya
their
brothers.
teamwork is just
definitely know they can't
crazy.
contest that one right there with the massive amount of lead that Devious Activity has built so far, and now the contest for the purple buff.
Yeah, and you're going to see, big Divine Judgment lands on the Riles. Here comes the Nether Realm and a little bit of healing coming off from Ken to kind of aid in that. They're not going to be able to get the purple buff, but here comes Mikasa, Last Insanity, deep into enemy lines, full barrage, going to finish it off. Here comes the Nether
Whoa,
Realm.
okay.
Let's move it, Hook.
What?
To reposition himself. Oh, actually, they might be
Nah,
in a
they
little bit
want
of
his
trouble there.
tree.
Toru finds a kill.
Oh, Nathan,
onto
clean up.
Yato.
Clean
Gonna
up.
have to dive backwards as Riles
Wow.
finds a kill.
Yo.
And Yato
Got deleted.
takes down a Jolie.
Yeah, now 12 to 5.
Oh
on the
my
board. Wait a
God.
second, PDR gets a
Yeah, it's
double.
over.
Takes down Kuya Kin. Now
Crazy.
okay trade, but again, somehow leads to the side of Devious Activity. Able to take that tier 2 turret,
Yeah,
opening
just
up
gonna
the
get
map
one
even
shot
more
up
in their
by
favor,
Nolan.
leaving them stripped
Yeah.
down to the
What is-
inhibitor
I don't even think
for
they could
that
build
mid
in time.
lane, and Legacy in a
He
very
probably got
hard
flashed.
situation right now.
Squisher.
Kuya Kin.
Yeah, that's the hard part
They
is
ran the
that
Diggy
they're
right,
not
we're
able
talking
to
about it, slight
fly
work on the
emblems
damage,
right
but
now.
not really much
Or
else
items. Or
changed.
emblems.
But he's been being
But
picked
at some
off
point we
very
will be able to.
fast so far in today's match. I mean, that's his 5th death of the game over there on the Diggy. Not really having the impact he was looking for. But Kush, even though he's a little bit squishy, you see him kind of get bursted down fast if he doesn't get out quick enough. But the damage is what I'm looking at. And he's able to pretty much secure a kill every time he goes in. I mean, let's go ahead and take a little bit of a look at some of the things we're seeing so far. Both teams fighting it over. This Lord possibly on the way. Actually, no, Devious Activity.
Nah, they gotta
we'll
give
go ahead
that
and
up.
pull that aggro. No contest for Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, they could even baby this up a little bit and walk it out because they can take these fights. We were talking about it. Like, I mean, Kush into some of these squishy heroes is just not the Nolan just is a huge answer when it comes to something like Diggy. He can just spam
Oh,
out
wow.
those abilities. Here's that fight we were talking about. Kind of back and forth, full barrage, and you watch the flicker back to try to get himself out of harm's way from Toru. Great positioning, but even here, Legacy starting to fight back, finding a little couple of numbers in their favor, but I mean, great positioning by Devious Activity.
Yeah, micro and macro is the game, and Devious Activity excelling on both, able to kind of push forward and take these objectives. But speaking of objectives,
Ooh, 2 with the hook.
Yeah, here comes a full
Paramus
barrage with
ulti.
another realm is activated as well.
I mean,
They're gonna burst
every
down.
utility
That's
was
a
utilized
ward,
on
but they
both
are
teams
left
right
to
there.
only high grounds at the base. Unfortunately,
literally.
not
Look at the
able to
ults, no
find
green.
an answer for this heavy offense.
The biggest
from
thing,
Devious Activity.
I think they're equal in
heavy
flickers
indeed, and
too,
they can't handle
so
the weight so
I
far.
think they'll be able to
in the
defend
last
this.
11 minutes, as you are seeing Devious Activity try and crack open their base. They're now stripped down to their inhibitor turrets. 11 minutes in, down
Let's defend it
by
that
9 kills, 6
No
turrets
TK
ahead,
lead.
1 Lord and 3 turtles. No objectives.
How we see teams like
have been
overseas
claimed
like
again
combat
for the
and
side
turn
of
this
Legacy, and
around
I think
though
it
is just
boils
like
down to the early game, right? They need to find a
defend,
way
defend,
to get into these
defend.
turtles or
Let's see.
trade for a possible turret or a kill, and they're
I think
not
everything
able to
looked
find
about
that.
the
As you are now
same.
seeing the siege,
Or
a
looked
possible opening for the base. Devious Activity on the push.
almost
Oh, Kush is just got
My
a
God.
target on to
Yeah,
Ken, and
BloodHounds
he
is in their
executing
lobby.
to perfection, and that's the biggest problem. Oh man, PDR in trouble here.
Whoa.
Is getting bursted
I don't
down
think
by
so. So
they should-
Sadie.
yeah,
Gonna
this-
find the kill. That is 3 down
Nah, it's
for
not over
Legacy
yet.
and Devious Activity. Leave Legacy
just need a
alone
little
in
bit of
their base
time
to think
to,
about their decisions.
Oh man, this should be illegal. What's going on right now for Devious Activity? I mean, this is some true Devious Activities. The base has now been opened up, and now a possible look for an ending of this series is Devious Activity putting Legacy at checkmate. How do they respond from here, right? I mean, really, it's going to boil down to Jolie getting online and getting those late game items to be able to burst down Devious Activity, but Legacy has to hold out. They need to get to about that 16 to 23 mark to even get to that point. I mean, you already seen the Feather Heaven picked up Calamity Reaper on top of that to be able to deal some damage, but he needs to get a little bit
Yo,
more.
look at that
When you're
Diggy
looking at
build.
Ixia, already has the Corrosion Scythe, already has a Demon Hunter Sword, Hunter
Not
Strike,
like that.
and also has some physical, some anti-heal built into the kit, which is going to be interesting how this plays out up against them. It's really going to work on PDR.
I mean,
running
I
on
guess
that
it's not
Ruby, and then
bad,
also
but,
Kuya and Ash trying to keep
so
the team
I mean,
alive
it's like a
around
9K
fairness.
gold
But again,
lead
I'm
now,
just not
so
really seeing
still
the
super
Diggy
rough.
have that much of an impact in today's game.
Well,
One more
he's
Lord
having
that
an
should be able
impact
to
for
run.
Devious Activity.
They're gonna have to like
Ken
control lanes and
needs
then
to
contest
respect
Lord at the same
the
time.
range of Kush on this Nolan, and that's probably the biggest problem.
What up, Kizzy?
Is that you see Ken kind of
Nah, they
wandering
can't contest.
around
They gotta
towards the
try
front
defending
ends,
them.
and Kush
Yeah.
is able to close the
Couldn't
distance,
even get
find
close
the
enough.
fracture, and then get himself out of harm's way very quickly. And I mean, and then when you don't have the Diggy there, you don't have the time journey, you don't really have it'd be able to kind of keep them up, so it's going to have a lot of issues.
You know, it's funny. I'm looking through my notes. I'm like, man, do you remember when the Diggy feed strat used to be an actual game plan to win a game? I wonder if, like, maybe he knows something we don't. I mean, hey, that used to go
God.
crazy back in the day. No, I don't think we'll
The
see that in
Diggy
this match.
feed
Devious
strat.
Activity up by a massive goal lead, now crossing that 10K threshold up to 11K. with the Luminous Lord marching down the mid lane, and now lanes will be synced for a possible
I'll be right back. I'm gonna
LEGACi
check on
on their final
BloodHounds, see if
stand. Can they hold them off,
they're
take
getting
them to
ready.
game 3, or will we see Devious Activity claim the sweep?
Yeah, a nice little force here.
That basically means this game's over.
Sides being, they actually burst that down. That's that Natan damage that he can do there. Toro's going to find a tower at the bottom. Top tower doesn't look like it's standing up for much longer. Going to be taken down quickly. It is a bare
still got
core here. Oh, almost finds another kill onto there. For Kush, and they're actually looking for minions to come maybe press their advantage here at mid. Big Divine Judgment does find PDR. Big full barrage now. Laying waste on the rest of the team. Last Insanity is going to find a Nash, and Riles with the Immortality is going to be taken down next as well. This might be
NT by LEGACi and introduced to the end.
Devious Activity stands tall in
the next
series sweep over LEGACi.
Let me check.
A great debut for their first series in the NACT Spring Season 2024 regular season. 2-0 finish. Definitely keeping their eyes on the prize. I mean, look at them, stacked with some powerhouses, some more familiar names across the competitive scene of the NACT, and able to have really a one-sided story for game number 1 and game number 2. Both of these teams fighting it out, but only one was able to kind of push forward in the series. I mean, look at the team stats, right? 23-5 and 56, 224 damage, 224,000 damage overall, and their rating hitting double digits, 10.02 GPM over that 10,000 threshold.
Yeah, those are just some stone cold killers you're looking at right there, ladies and gentlemen. And a great execution by them, really kind of finding those weaknesses from LEGACi and exploiting them to the fullest potential. A composition like that that we were talking about, very squishy in the early game. Nolan Kush able to come in there on that Nolan, close the distance under towers. Nowhere was safe for any of those members, and I mean, they executed that famously.
Yeah, and unfortunate over there for the side of LEGACi, not able to find their rhythm that they were looking for. I mean, they were the team that kind of slid in
we're
to
back.
the 8th position and didn't have the easiest time in the qualifiers. And hey, there you go, now having the easiest time in their first
I've got all the other players ready to go.
I mean, there's still multiple matches for them to be able to go. They're
hopefully
gonna have a chance to
be able to move on without no
team
delay
in the top 8 as we progress through this round robin. So hopefully kind of scale through the times. But Devious Activity, man, they're looking phenomenal.
Absolutely. Great job casting, guys. And Devious Activity for sure pulled in very strong. The confidence, the precision, the no fear gaming. They show that they know what they're doing. They know when to go in. They know exactly what they expect with every move that they take. Now for LEGACi though, 2-minute death for the first game, 2 deaths actually.
Devious can match BTK.
Something that they can improve on.
You think they can do that, Des?
Besides the experience and the maybe like
the
gaps.
Do you think Devious can match BTK?
Any mistake that they should avoid?
I would say they're pretty even right now.
In order to not let that snowball happen.
Yeah, it could go either way.
For
I think it's definitely a
50-50. When it comes into the early game, I want to say Riles, I want to say is a very kind of a standout highlight player on the team.
They might go to like a really short break.
Riles kind of charged into Kush on the Nolan, but didn't have the support of his team. Now, whether if that's a miscommunication, this is
a dress shirt.
Synergy, you all need to be on the same page. So if somebody's going in,
I did not see
the entire team
Zane
needs to be behind you. They need to be on the same page and going for that exact same
I've been so busy.
What we're going to see and what we saw happen was a lot of them getting picked off. They're going in there, they go a little bit too far, get sandwiched, and especially in the early game, once you lose that momentum, once you lose that advantage, a team like Devious Activity is going to continue to waylay on you until the end of the game.
Weezy did cut his hair.
I mean, I kind of agree with Private right there. Execution is key. I mean,
there's a MOBA Zane in the chat said I don't need a coach.
Number 2, I wouldn't say I didn't like their draft. I think it would have worked with a different team. I just think they need a little bit more synergy to pull that off, and that's where they kind of lacked. I think they need to pick a drafting style that plays in their team's strength and their favor, right? I mean, you can run the double support, but you need to be able to defend yourself on these early objectives and not let the other team snowball on you if you're going to run that method. And I don't think they're ready for that at this moment. And hopefully, as they progress through the regular season, we'll see some improvement. But yeah, that's definitely what they need to work on. Devious Activity, I think they're just a little bit quicker to those objectives, and they kind of realized that early in the game, and they exploited it.
For sure, and with synergy comes with experience, right? And for LEGACi, they do have 6
You said his linings.
We
got a lot of criticizers in the chat.
So we really get to see how they progress against each and every team, and that's a lot of practice and experience for them to build that synergy in the competitive sphere, as well as the practice obviously that's going on behind the scenes.
Got a mobile
Very
legends
excited
hat.
to
Did
see
you
how far they go
did
in
you
this
get your
regular season. And
your
I'm
M5
also
box?
excited to see who the MVP will be for this game. Now, you guys mentioned T. Ato did really well as Kush also made a lot of damage. Who do you guys think are going to be the MVP of this game?
Oh man, for me it's really hard because I want to say the first game
they got Midnight
had a lot of great highlights, especially in the early game. Second game, it's really hard to ignore the
BTK is sponsored by Avalon now.
Kush had on that Nolan, but that's the value you get out of a Nolan that's played well in the first place. He was finding the kills. There was not a moment of relaxation, especially for the Diggy on that team, because the moment he took a breath, boom, Kush in there, closer to distance, gets a
boy
fracture,
said, "I'm the
out of
coach."
harm's way. For me, I don't even know who to pick depending on which game it was.
What up, Andy?
You know, it's funny because, I mean, if you look at game number 1, I would 100% say T if it was game number 1. I mean, his Kaja was crazy. A double kill in the beginning, able to get a lot of assists. And
I like Kush did insanely well with the Nolan.
Not the easiest thing to kind of do. So I would say, I would give that one a T, but when it comes to game number 2, that one was definitely a little bit more in favor for Kush, picking up those early kills, just shining on the Nolan. But we also got to give credit to Yao too. I mean, he ran the Vexana in game number 1, right? We talked about it being possibly still meta, and he was doing a lot of damage with that Impure Rage. In game number 2,
how you doing,
the
doggo?
Nana performance was pretty impressive too. But you know what? No. You know what time it is? It's T time. And the reason I say that is because T had that hot Need for Speed Pursuit and was able to get out of that 1 HP play inside.
There will be face cams later.
That was the most impressive thing I think I've seen in the series. So I'm gonna give it to T.
I'm not quite sure if we're gonna see face cams today.
But it really depends on who our observers think that are going to make it as the MVP. But before that, Vexana being meta, that's something that I never expected to see, but it seems like even after that nerf, Vexana is still pretty meta, and the Nana pick as well. It's a very different
we got
meta
BloodHounds versus FIENDS coming up.
Right now, the mid lane is I
feel
want to say probably one
like
of the
they're
most
both about
robust
even too
when it comes to just this amount of damage that can come out.
Yo, how long
into
until next series
that can come out from that?
It should be fairly quick. I've already got all of the players ready.
And we've seen Nana, of course, as well now with the moment.
So there might be a 5-minute break, but I can check and
Molina basically acts like an explosion if it lands on somebody.
Yeah, both teams are already ready. I don't know if they'll even go to a break.
With the ultimate, the Molina Blitz. So as soon as you hit
BTK is the last match of the night, if I'm not mistaken.
You're going to be taking the full front of her entire kit because there's not going to be
got a new title.
Be able to run.
Glaze in the Ico.
An answer for that. Same thing with Vexana. Her entire kit.
GG versus NightHorde. Of course, GG is going to win.
Of her entire CC.
They've already beat NightHorde.
Eternal Guardian as well. So it's big combinations that can be strung together by the mids.
Everything's like a little bit late, so we're not really sure
get taken out is the Navaria, right? I mean,
how or what time the games will be going
that's
on.
Also a viable weapon. I mean, it provides a lot of CC. If you can get an R-lot in your composition on top of that to stack with the Demon Gaze,
like
it's
that
just
football
an insanity amount of
bro.
damage and dashes he can provide from that. And then the slow that the Navaria provides has been a problem. So I would say with current meta, there's just a lot of prioritization on the mid lane pickup within the first half of the draft, and then possibly
I have a live
as well.
feed of the games.
It has to get picked up, right? You've seen it.
The players are ready.
You've seen him stack up those kills super early.
Well, there's only one player in BloodHounds that isn't ready.
Series, right? Find the high value targets in the draft, and don't give up these targets without having a proper trade for your side.
Absolutely.
I asked them to talk less. There's never supposed to be a downtime.
The MVP is going to go to T with that insane presence he made for arguably for both games, but especially the first game, getting that
Poor guy's got a lot of
early
movement
game
speed
and getting
there.
his team that space to snowball. great performance.
I think it's a
from
little
T.
wild that they put the show in the background,
Yeah,
but
I
I like
T
it.
has all the experience in the world. Former Area 77 member, former BTK, and now on Devious Activities. And like Weezy was talking about in that last game. I mean, actually missed the little speed boost he got in the jungle, but still able to kind of take the enemy Juke City and broke
talking like crazy,
and able to
yeah.
get himself out of harm's way. I mean, it's just it was amazing to watch. Probably not for LEGACi, but I mean, he's showing that experience and a lot of that.
Yo, how do they
mechanical
become
ability
so
that he
good
has.
at that? Like, I just
Yeah, what's in the
constantly
tea, man?
fucking
Everybody's
talking.
asking, right? I mean, the man's
Like,
on
serious
fire,
question, yo.
and
No
I can't
jokes.
wait to see how he performs.
Dude.
I don't know how they do it.
Series. I mean, he, like you said, he's
It's
former
tiring.
player on some of the best teams out there for North America.
Like,
I mean,
they
we've seen
come
him
up with
compete
things to
BTK.
say on the
I
spot.
believe actually in the NACT Spring season though, he wasn't running as the
Yeah,
the
they are
roamer
definitely.
back in
It's
that
a
grand finals. He was
tiring,
the actual,
a
he was the
tiring
XP
aspect
laner,
of
right?
talking.
Yeah, he was
Like
running
in
with the XP
it,
lane for
and the
BTK.
real
So he
big thing
actually
is that
switched
like North
roles
America doesn't really
with this
have a lot to
lineup,
talk
and,
about.
That even shows you how more
So you know, like under like overseas, like I had like
course, and he
everything
was
to talk about. You
very
know, like
good
past
at
World
XP laner for
Series,
BTK,
past
but
like
this time he's coming in
you
with
know
that
like
strong role
coaches,
presence. So
you know,
very excited future to see how
player
he performs this
swaps
whole season. But
and
before
stuff
we
like
get
that.
into next game and before
Yeah,
our
that's
break, we're gonna
true.
have a little giveaway.
But
for
North
all
America, there's
our
just like
lovely fans today.
the same
Now,
people.
what is the giveaway today? We have tournament chess. So there's a link on the screen that you see
Yo,
there.
tournament
You will
chess,
have a chance
scan
to
it
one of
with
these
a magic
amazing
dust.
rewards that you see on screen. So make sure
Go
you type
crazy
that
on
code
that.
in
Wait, let me
game to
remove
redeem
My
a
chat
chance
said
to win one of
that
these
you need
permanent
to start
skins.
casting
There's only
Des.
30, so first come, first
Me?
serve. Make
Yeah.
sure you type that
I wouldn't be
right
good at that,
now.
bro.
A lot of exciting skins looking
I'm not
on the
good at.
screen. Which
I'm
one
not
do
a
you
good
guys want to
yapper.
get?
You're not a good yapper.
Oh, me? I'll go for anything with fiery in it.
I feel
let's
like-
go with
You gotta,
fiery
like-
dance.
You can have your
I'll
own
go with
style
the
to it
X
though. You
Factor.
can like you can
The X
always
Factor, I mean, it's
bring
kinda like an
like
unexpected
you're like
one,
me
so I
when
feel
me
like
and
that'd be
Trex
good.
like cast
But
together,
overall, I
like
mean, hey,
we're
all of them
we
are
know how to,
and
like,
they're free. So I mean, free is the best
adjust our
price.
like
Definitely make sure
talking
you guys
tones,
type
you know,
in
to
that
like
code
bring in like
and get those
different
skins while they're
you know
available.
things and of course like
Best skin
I think
is
that the
the
big
free
thing is
skin.
that like a lot of casters that I
For
see
sure.
nowadays
So
like
as you
try
guys are typing
like
in that
private
code,
and
we are
stuff
going to
that
take a little break, but don't go
they're-
anywhere because
they-
we're going to be back for next.
they don't know how to like
Atari
communicate
series
like
coming
their
up.
friends, right? They communicate in like their actual like casters
Like
and
their
stuff.
own parts,
Yeah.
separate. You know.
Exactly. So I think like when you're a caster, you can like overseas, like they have Mirko. Like Mirko brings like that like different type of vibe. Like he drops like memes, you know, like you can drop like you can just be funny with it, you know? You can just like talk like you're bros and enjoy yourself.
Don't you gotta like learn the name of every ability in the game? to
Yeah, most.
cast? Nah,
I did say a Trex.
I ain't reading all that. Imagine.
No, Chip's banned in the NACT. Chips is banned for 2. Yeah. As Unbeatable said, stay hydrated and God bless you.
God bless you too, my brother.
Chip jungle, huh? Ugh. The playoffs? We still got quite a while for the playoffs. Like we got like a few weeks. Let's see. This season. So April 6th is the last day.
Andy, I need game sound, bro. I can't mute the stream.
Yeah, I had to mute the stream just in case. I didn't want to get
Oh, the
demonetized.
copyright.
I don't know if they're
Forgot about
playing.
that.
I don't know if they're playing music or stuff that is.
They are playing music.
Yeah. I don't know if it's like copyright free though. I'm pretty sure like the first part of my stream's probably gonna be demonetized. Because I didn't mute it.
As long as it's under 6 hours, you can always remove it.
Yeah, exactly. I can just trim it out.
We're gonna play now. BloodHounds and Fiends.
Yeah, BloodHounds versus Fiends. Who you got?
I got Fiends. Pretty
You
good
got
team.
Fiends?
Yeah.
You think it's gonna go like 2-2-1?
2-1, yeah. I'll check.
Yeah. I haven't seen too many of BloodHounds games, but I definitely felt like Fiends were really strong. Yeah, GG hasn't lost. So GG's definitely on a win streak. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. BTK's match is at the end. Yep, they're doing something in the background right now. I think they had. I'm checking the live feed right now, seeing what we got. Seeing what we got. I don't know. They're on the referee tools, so I can't actually tell what's going on. I was hoping all the players were ready. Oh, let me make the poll. That way we can see what the chat got. Des got Fiends. I'm the league ops manager for BloodHounds, so I'm like rooting for BloodHounds so we can make some good content. Who's gonna win match 2? BH ENS.
Child, that's me right there. Hold on. Right here. I was sitting here. I'm pretty sure that's me. Right there. Yeah,
That's a
that's
boxing
literally
match?
me, bro. No, in the NACT final.
Oof.
Hard to tell.
Am I in a call
You
with
guys are
Victor?
good.
No. This is Dez.
That's my long lost cousin.
Oh snap, we're back.
Fiends versus BloodHounds. What do you guys think about
All right, let me.
these two teams?
Yeah, all the players are ready.
Well, you have on one side,
It's
you have
definitely
Fiends
starting.
who, kind of came in, very new team, took down.
Little bit
the
more yapping
great
before that, though.
Gosu in the
A little
first
bit more yapping.
qualifiers. The BloodHounds, a little bit more
a little bit.
established, made their.
I'm
first
never
appearance in
gonna
the NACT
like
last
unsee this
season
now.
and have gotten stronger and stronger each.
Just some
following
yappers.
season.
Yeah, and BloodHounds is one of those teams that have been together for a
Good
long
job,
time. You see a
though.
lot of teams that kind of form, even household names that are higher on the
That's what they
brackets
be
that you've seen in
calling you on my
NACTs.
chat.
Switch up their
I call the
rosters a lot
yapper.
more. BloodHounds remains consistent. They don't really switch up their players, and they scale
do
through the
this
times. I
ball,
mean, this
bro.
time around, we got to see them in the Stage 1 qualifiers. They remained
doing
undefeated,
work,
and they
dog.
qualified instantly within
Gotta-
the first one. So
gotta
it'll be fun to
relax.
kind of watch them fight it out. Fiends in that same category as them. They actually
we can get
were
it.
both teams that made it in the Stage 1 qualifiers. And like you said, Fiends able to take down Gosu, but some
Gosu
new
didn't
faces on
qualify?
the
You're a
scene.
little late, my
And now
boy.
we got to see
It's
do they have
it's
what it takes to
GG
fight at this
versus
caliber.
NightHorde though. So it's both sharing.
Let's first take a look at the roster for BloodHounds coming in today. Booked Roscoe, easy peasy. Ramses.
Did they like
Uga
cut
Buga,
off
and
Easy Peasy's
Sleeps.
arms?
It seems like Uga Buga is back for another season. He's been hopping
Ooga
around
booga.
teams, but every season it seems like he's made a consistent
I'm the new caster? Nah.
presence in the NACT scene. A lot of very interesting picks, but he's able to execute them very well. So what are you guys expecting from this time his entry?
I don't
into
I don't
BloodHounds?
cast in the NACT. I do a lot of
very interesting thing. I want to say, like, Boca Roscoe, most people already know, been a Twitch streamer for a very long time, kind of made his name there as well. Has some subsidiary teams as well.
There's a lot of talking in the background.
A big one.
I don't cast in the NACT. They just they got their they got their star casters, bro. I'm an international star.
Very often. So very interesting lineup from them.
I cast in bigger stages.
Who keeps it interesting. I mean, he pulled off that Hanabi in like one game, and then I was like, okay, I don't think that's gonna happen again. And then he pulled it out.
I'm joking. The NACT is big.
And it was insane.
In North America.
Now,
I do a lot
will
of
say,
international
though,
casting.
Easy Peasy's kind of who I'm keeping my eye on. He's one of those junglers who he likes to kind of prefer that Martis. We've seen.
I do a lot
like
of the league options
and
high-end management in the NACT.
Season, and hey, it may be the same story. Definitely a player to have to watch out for.
For sure. And for Fiends, a lot of new faces. Let's see what their roster is for the first day.
You serious? We all know.
Churobami, we have Protstroy, Uneven, Magic, and Thorhari. Very new faces. I think Uneven we've seen before, right? Any player that you guys want to look out for Fiends?
Well, I'm actually looking forward to see how this entire team kind of coexists here. We talked about how they made it through the first qualifiers.
He's so mad.
As
Why
much
does he
as some
look so
people might
mad?
not like to hear it, that first qualifiers, I want to say some of the better teams kind of got through in that one. And we were talking about both Fiends and BloodHounds made it through there. So everybody's kind of looking to see if Fiends has what it takes to kind of
middle guy's
with
name?
that top four, with those that high mountain in North America, especially because not a lot of them very recognizable to North America so far.
Now, I will say Uneven is keeping who I'm keeping my eye on.
What are their pronouns?
Who's been to the majority of the NACTs. He shows up in person to the grand finals. And also, he's thrown a lot of cash into the local tournaments to keep the scene going, even when the NACT is not active. And he definitely steps up to a scene that a lot of players don't even get into. So I got to give him credit there. I am just in the same boat as Private. We haven't really seen them too much in the NACT, so this is their chance to kind of paint that picture on how we kind of rate them and evaluate them up against these other top 8 competitors.
For sure. And I remember Uneven was a cosplayer at the last NACT Grand Finals, right? It's very memorable hair color that he has there. But without further ado, let's look at what our caster predictions
This daytime
are.
where Liz is,
Like
you can see the light coming through.
We're going to have a little bit more even distribution on the caster table.
Okay, look at that. A fitty, huh?
Wheezy, we
we already addressed the issue of Uneven being Raz.
Private, why do you think you picked Fiends for this game?
Well, I want to say BloodHounds have been a big favorite of mine coming into this, but in the qualifiers, they encountered a lot of hurdles and obstacles through some of their play style, which kind of, I want to say, dropped them on my rankings a little bit. And this is kind of a call out. While Fiends is kind of new, this is kind of a call out for BloodHounds to kind of bring back
straight out of
that intensity that I saw from them in the late season, last season of that play style, that synergy, that improvement that we know and love from them.
You know, it's funny. I would almost say with this, on the opposite side, I voted for BloodHounds.
That boy said people yapping longer than the
actual
match time.
They did make it into the top 8.
Dude, that's how it was in GOF, man. I was yapping for like an hour, it felt like.
But they didn't really go up against any heavy hitters like they will be today.
That's
Not against a team that's ever placed in top 8. This is going to be their first team that they face in the top 8 position.
Leave that like on blank. People are going to leave. They have to like keep them entertained by talking.
I feel like that's the hardest part about casting is like this, like the empty area that you're like talking about random stuff.
I'm excited to kind of see them fight it out, but
yeah, they are in the draft phase.
I'm gonna be honest. This whole time I haven't even been paying attention to what they're saying.
I'll definitely agree with you.
Just like on my ear.
BloodHounds have proven with more experience in the previous season. However, I do feel like this game is a game that we're most likely to see
all of the
upset
players
coming in
got
from
their
Fiends.
logos edited
And we'll see if that
onto their
happens
shirt.
with the second game of day 1, Fiends versus BloodHounds. Let's see how they do with this game.
And this is gonna be very exciting for me because we already know BloodHounds. We know who we're
Does it
watching
look
out
like
for.
Private is
why
like
does-
shimmering?
Yo, why does
Favors
Prodigy look like
Boca
Kush?
Roscoe,
What happened?
Favors his positioning. We were just talking about the
Oh, that is Kush.
Those maybe not more.
Yo, they have
mechanical
Pro
heroes,
Destroyer
but
as
that really
Kush,
kind of
the
go
way.
on the positioning and your ability to kind of
in the
to
draft
get
phase,
those,
yeah, Pro
that
Destroyer is
damage down
Kush
onto
from
people.
Devious Activity.
And this is going to be a story. This is where Fiends start to kind of tell their story. They're up against people who are recognizable, and it's time for them to start getting recognizable on their own. And I think we're going to see that in this game.
Oh God, they're saying Kush is piloting. Uh-oh, we lost sound. We lost
Damn,
Weezy's sound.
I mean, damn.
Battle between the casters on. We like to do a little behind the scenes
Step Weezy
competition for who can have the
speaking
best
facts right now.
prediction. But it'll
Yeah, I
be
heard that.
interesting indeed.
Yeah, you hear? That boy went silent.
Bands on the board. Something for the first time that we are seeing that hasn't been banned
His
yet.
volume's
That's what the
back.
people
All the regular
complaining
season
about
for
all
the
the
first
yapping.
series, the Guinevere.
What you gonna do when he goes on mute?
Not just not banned, but not seen in
Complain.
the last series at all. The teams didn't even want to pick it up at all. I'm not sure if maybe it just didn't fit in the composition, or maybe some of those range nerfs really kind of hit her hard enough to kind of drop her in the priority list for a lot of these players. But either way, on the other side, I'm on some pretty standard bans there. For Ramos, I haven't seen.
Look at that!
bans
Look at
too
that
often.
person's
Are a
name
lot
in the
more
bottom
familiar
bar. It was
with
like
there
Weedkin.
as well. All bans taken up for this first round.
Meow
We'll see what this
TV
first pick is gonna be
06.
going up for
Sayoe.
BloodHounds and what they're going to prioritize here.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I feel like we did have the first pick.
It's one
we
of
didn't
those.
see it. But if I had to guess, I would say it's the no, not the Bard, the Vexana. Yeah, I would say it's the Vexana. Oh no,
Good
it's
up,
not
good
one
up.
picked up. I wonder who BloodHounds picked right there. But
They
are
them
saying
looking
that
alright, bro. You gotta chill.
Maybe.
Barats or something like that? Because he
Nolan.
didn't make
I
the
bet you
ban
it was
list
Nolan.
here.
Maybe Nolan.
Oh, that's a
They did
possibility
pick,
as
they
well.
picked Barats.
It's the guessing game. It's here us to
They picked
test our
Barats.
analytical abilities here.
Large?
I
Let
do
me
like
see.
the pickup here, the Vexana and
I'm
the
behind.
Claude. We didn't
Put that on
really
times two.
see. Like
I'm
we
at,
said, from the first series,
2023.
Claude didn't really have as big of an impact. Not sure if that's because of some of the nerfs that came
2019,
down to a lot of the marks.
I
You said
looked
they
at-
picked Barats, though.
Yeah, I
for the
looked
most
behind the
part,
scenes.
Teams were getting kind of
Oh, 'cause he doesn't
overwhelmed
show?
on those marksmen
Yeah.
and weren't able to kind of out.
It wasn't showing there.
Now, I really want to know what this first pick is, just because the Barats was picked up second, so it might not even be the Nolan, but it can still be, because on the international level, we are seeing players pick up the Barats in the XP
What's a
lane
Mayan
to deny
hunter,
the other
Sissy?
side from
What you
picking
talking
it
about?
up, which could be BloodHounds doing that. I mean, they've
banned
been
the
known to
R-Lot.
be creative with their
Fair
drafting,
miss.
and maybe that's what they did, but we will see as we progress through this draft. Now, with the Barats on
Dog,
the
I'm
table, it's a great
working.
front line. It's able to soak in a lot of that damage. Something
Stop-
interesting that
stop
they did pick
shaking
up
my
that we
setup.
don't really typically see anymore is that Irithel
Too
to match up
big.
against that Claude in the gold lane. I mean, it's very mobile, definitely has the damage, but it's just not one of those staple marksmen that we typically see, so we'll be keeping
What do they
a close
go
eye on
for here?
Yeah, very interesting, especially because with
I'll
the
pick up the
changes that
minnow,
came
I like
down,
it.
I want to say the nerfs
I think that's
to
huge.
attack speed. I want to say, and the nerfs to attack
Boy
speed.
said,
nerfs
not gonna
to
lie,
marksman's
Boca's
health,
whiter than
and
Ico.
the buffs to their starting base
Boogie Boogie
damage.
looking a
It
little
really
different.
does favor heroes like Irithel, like Natan, like the heavy hitters like Clint and stuff like that. The heroes
My
that
boy
don't
be
really
Mew and
rely on attack speed, but rely on that just huge amounts of damage.
I'm-
that they
I'm
can
like
lay
more
down. And
European.
especially because she has a great kiting ability.
Yeah, great kiting ability indeed. And now that Minotaur is on the table, we'll proc up that Minoan Fury, which could be an issue from the side of BloodHounds. Diggy still an
Hey,
option.
dyeing your hair
They wanna
does,
take that out so that
damage
they
it,
don't
yeah.
have to worry about
What do you want, bro?
him stopping that
You guys
CC
see
from
this
setting up
dog
the team.
chat?
But honestly, on the international scene, lately I've been seeing a little bit of a pattern where teams don't even really care about the Diggy. They'll pick up the Minotaur, let the other team pick up the... Actually, teams
Dog
don't even
won't.
pick the Diggy when it's available against it on the
Nah, they
international
only
level
put in
anymore.
positive
But I wonder
comments
if
on
the
the
same thing
bottom.
will
They
correlate to the
don't put no
NAC.
hate
Let's
comments.
go, Steph
Bards will be
Weezy.
taken off the table inside of BloodHounds alongside the
I wanna see
Builder,
somebody
and that will
getting
finalize
cooked.
their bans.
I
One
wanna-
There you go. Ooga
for
Booga's
the
back.
side of Fiends to kind of solidify this. Now, the way this is
Ooga
looking so
booga.
far, it's kind of hard to say because I would ask you, Private, are you still thinking
An Italian gang leader.
Gonna be able to
You
pull
know
this
what
off,
I
but I don't
mean?
know what's sitting over there.
Yo,
for
but
Bloodhounds.
Carrasco looks like Homelander, chat. Low key.
Homelander?
I mean, we've seen it
Oh,
happen.
God.
No,
Face,
it'd be
bro.
Layla because
Looks
Sleep picked up the
exactly like
Aerithel, but I mean, hey, expect the unexpected.
I'm assuming it's with the lack
I didn't even
of
realize.
mage bans on the side of Fiends that it's a mage sitting over there on the side of Bloodhounds. Just because at this point I might try to like, ban out Boko Roscoe if he hadn't picked up something there. I do like that we're kicking out a lot of these supports too.
Savages.
Absolutely dominates with a support by his side, whether it's the Matilda that's already banned out, or whether it's that Heart Guard that they can get from the Angela that has been banned out. There are still some other ones on the table that can come out, but
how short is considered short? I think like 5'3" is really short.
Yeah, I mean they took out the Angela, they took out the Faramis, they took out the Matilda. They're limited in the support potential over there for the side of Bloodhounds. I mean, they still could pick up something like the Rafaela if they really wanted to provide some heals and keep that Baratz alive if it is running, in fact, inside of the jungle. But if it's in the XP lane, then I don't think we'll be seeing that. But what we will be seeing is expecting the unexpected, the glue picked up over there from Fiends. Not a hero we usually see that often. Actually, the only person I've seen run glue this NACT so far in the qualifiers was Fried Chicken. But he was able to pull it off, and he had some great execution. This will be my second time seeing it, but I don't really know if I would consider it meta. It's hard to kill, though. I mean, he can use the split. He has sustainability, and he can definitely harass the side of the XP lane. But it's going to boil down to execution and Fiends. A new team.
I think below 5'5" is considered short. Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting.
If you're 6'9" playing MLBB to be in the NBA.
Well, I'm guessing that's going into the XP lane. I almost want to say maybe possibly the Yuzong does well
the
against
Nana.
the glue, just because he can get his abilities onto all of those the little minions during the split ultimate of glue. And then we see the last picks. Oh, a Cho that I have not. We don't get graced with these high mechanical picks in the XP lane too often in North America. But we see that Cho being picked up there alongside the Nana for Boko Roscoe. So I was wrong. It wasn't a mage that was picked up over. It's still going to be our mystery for us.
Well, I'm wondering, though, because, I mean, if that's a Cho, that means it's in the wrong position. It's going to have the setup, which means it had to have been an XP laner. Unless Baratz is in the XP lane and it was a Nolan that walked in front of us. But that would still be kind of surprising to pick up a Nolan and then right behind that pick up a Baratz. But, I mean, other than that, I'm really curious to see what it is. Now, looking at what we have.
Someone check Boca's basement. Yo, what you saying?
We have the dragon over there from Cho. Maybe able to catch Claude out of position for that single target CC, especially when he uses that BMI. But hey, last pick of Fiends. Speak about interesting. Picks up the Fanny.
Yeah, very interesting for me, especially with a Cho on the board, which I feel like can actually have a great success against a Fanny.
Yeah,
so
I got a Fanny.
Say that Fiends are very confident in
glue
this,
as well. I want to see how they play
play
glue. It was really good in Games of the Future when played.
On the side for the Bloodhounds,
it's very particular.
You can kind of stack up against the Fiends here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the engage and disengage, right? The Minoan Fury, let's talk about this, right? Turtle pops up, Minoan Fury goes in, knocks up the entire team of Bloodhounds, possibly some Purifies.
I feel like this Cho could be a little bit of a problem for Bloodhounds.
So it might not be the easiest hero to catch. So I think it'll be okay.
Trying to cast or what?
Fanny is really what's going to be interesting. One of those heroes that we see.
I'm a manager, Cat.
It's going to be focused on not going for those initial turtles, but possibly going to the gold lane for those ganks. Maybe picking up a blade.
They don't got me casting in the NACT. I can't manage and cast at the same time.
The early phase, because that's really what the Fanny is kind of used for nowadays. But it also makes up, even when you do fall behind, the Fanny's great.
I cast overseas and
hardest heroes to keep up with.
And big.
Hey, here we go.
World stages. Multiple hundreds of thousands of people watching.
First game of this series.
I really like this intro.
First pick about to be revealed. Hey, it's the CC for Bloodhounds.
I actually like that pickup. I'm a fan of the CC. We talked about it. It didn't get picked up too often. And it's definitely a staple pickup. It's going to be a problem when you don't have anybody to keep her at base. She's great.
I manage
across the map
pro players for the NACT League.
The mobility, especially up against the Fanny.
I'm a league manager for
and I want to see
BloodHounds,
this translate into the NACT.
BTK.
Hey, here we go. Both teams fighting it out.
Ooga booga. I don't think he's gonna be able to make it. Yeah, Oogie Boogie.
Little juke shoes, but was not able to get away from Pro Destroy.
First
Great
blood.
first pickup in the opening minute.
And I do
Yeah,
Legacy as
great
well, yeah.
Early pickup, which will give him a slight
Legacy,
advantage for
Area
the early phase
77,
for the side of
BTK,
Fiends. And this is what you
and,
want to see from the Fanny, right? You're seeing some of those emblems pop up on
I was
the board.
blanking BloodHounds.
Fanny running on that lethal ignition, which is definitely interesting. Going to have some damage. Impure Rage over there from the Vexana, who did walk through the draft. We've seen how much of an impact it had in the first series of the day. But will it be the same story for game number 2? Looking at the CC running on that Brave Smite. It's going to make her very sustainable.
How you think I can wear these gold chains, chat?
Quantum Charge picked up over there from Sleeps, making him very mobile.
This is my
investment.
investments.
Unorthodox pick of the era, though. And not your staple marksman that you kind of see, but it was prior very early.
Yo,
in this
y'all
game.
heard that,
And you
right,
gotta
chat?
see how
Y'all
it kinda
heard
plays
it.
out.
Wait, let me go back.
Yeah, it's gonna be very
What
interesting
happened?
here. First turtle is up.
He
and
said
this is
the
where,
word unorthodox.
a lot of the men are made during these games
Step
to see if
Weezy.
they can kind
He
of
said
get that
unorthodox.
positioning. Pro Destroy not in a
Advanced
great position for
vocabulary.
it, but you can see Vex.
Advanced vocabulary.
I told you guys he'd
They're
be
way
saying
down,
that.
10%
I told you
left
guys.
on it, easy peasy. Oh,
Oh, boy,
nice
advanced
cleanup.
yapping.
Cats- Pro Destroy comes in.
Do you
finds
know
a
what
kill, and
unorthodox
easy
means?
peasy still
Unorthodox?
finds the turtle. Pro Destroy found
It's
the
like
kill
a
off map, I
different
believe that was,
way
on
of
Ooga Booga.
saying like different.
Not only kill his
It's just-
both
Damn,
kills
I guess
that were
that's- I
over
didn't
to
know. I
Pro
guess
Destroy
I'm
went to
stupid.
Ooga Booga.
You didn't know
We talked
that?
about him
I
being
thought that
one of
was-
those players that
no.
keeps things interesting, but he needs
It-
to
it's just
slow
a-
it down.
Unorthodox?
Cut out
Yeah,
position,
it's-
using
and
that?
that's going to find a little bit of an advantage over there for the side of Fiends. I mean, even though
Not
they
not
didn't get that
really. I
turtle,
mean, you could just say
the jungle is getting
different.
fed, which means Pro Destroy is going to be able to get those
Crazy
items nice and
word.
early to be able to gain
Unorthodox
the side. He's
is
not really worried about getting those.
unorthodox can
He
be
wants
in
to
like
kinda get on
fighting
the
as
opposing
well.
sides, but speaking
Like,
of
Just
like
listen
UFC.
to it. Unorthodox.
Yeah, Ooga Booga
That's a mouthful.
again, finding himself some trouble in this roam position, getting
That's a
nailed
crazy
down by
word.
Kahari.
I don't know.
Ooh, very brave.
Golden
Very
grills,
brave.
huh?
But here comes the
Ah,
Headhunter
GG's.
looking for a kill again and
Damn,
finds it.
killing spree for
Third
Fanny.
kill onto Ooga Booga, blazing duet out and about as Kahari gonna find that BMI, getting himself back to safety. Here come the nom noms as easy peasy.
Magic.
Doesn't
The
kill
nom
him.
noms.
The magic is gonna be enough to take
Pro
him down.
Destroy.
Here comes Pro Destroy.
I know,
kills
Looking
Danny.
for the
Oh my
kill.
God.
He's
It's
gonna
fine,
find it onto Sleeps. That is 0-4 in favor
see.
of Fiends.
Yeah, and you know, this is really happening because Ooga Booga is being caught out of position, right? I mean, he's going a little too far. And now Pro Destroy having 4 kills within the last 3 minutes. Of
Dude,
the
I told
game.
you that this Cho
Leaving
was
this
gonna be
marksman
a
by
weird
himself,
one.
Sleeps will find his first death, which will put him behind.
Bro
in the
said
goal
nom
lane, giving
noms. He did
Kahari
say nom
a
noms.
great advantage. You know,
I watch
Well,
UFC.
people
Yeah, I
just
do
kind of
watch
did it.
UFC.
the
Yeah.
highest, but in terms of the early aggression,
Okay.
leaning inside of Fiend's favor.
Nice.
There we go.
Ooh,
That's what I want to see.
Trying to pin
Oh,
back,
now
trying to-
somebody's
trying to
dying.
kill. Oh no, they're gonna get caught here. We do see a lot of damage come out with the eternal.
I'm not even-
I'm not even-
I got one more chain.
Is that gonna be enough to
I
get
recently
out of
just
harm's
picked up
way?
the
Easy
longer
peasy,
gold chain.
fending off this ultimate from Vexana,
After
and
getting
I'm
paid
surprised
from,
no
you know,
kills came out of that
casting and
one.
GOF.
Pro Destroy
You know what I
just
mean?
trying that red tree to get these
Wow, that's
kills
so
right now.
Yo, Tab,
Using
it's because
everything
when
he
you
has at
search
his
up my
disposal
name,
and doing a
a
great
black
job
lady
so far.
singer shows
But
up.
BloodHounds, maybe
had
to pick
to.
up another turtle. This is really what's going to kind of keep them in this game. Is if they can at least trade for these neutral objectives. It
Yo,
may
My
Crystal,
bad,
I'm not
boss.
even gonna try to
Hey.
pronounce that,
need
bro.
to
Know
kind
what
of
it
find out
is?
who's leading control
paying
of this
gold?
match. Ramses with
Hey,
the CC.
it's
talked
Russia.
about
They
it very
pay-
hard
they
to
pay in
try to
anything.
keep at bay, able to harass the entire team. Pro Destroy rushes in, able to get the turtle.
Oh, he does find a way of the dragon on.
Finally
to
goes in,
uneven.
kills
Is that
Ooga
gonna be
Booga for the
enough?
fourth time.
Ooga Booga gets taken down again by Pro
Goddamn.
Destroy.
Where's
And I
our
wanna say,
share?
5-0.
I mean, questionable kick out there to try to get into the XP laner, putting himself in the harm's
The boy said,
way
"Take me to
again."
Hawaii.
Not just that, another kill for Pro Destroy.
I mean,
Volcano passive.
5 kills
It
that
might
he's
be
gotten has
dead.
all been Ooga
Ooh,
Booga so far, but in the mid lane,
he
Your
just
mama.
Yeah, I think
No
Pro
Just
mess
took
Destroy
it.
pretty
power.
much just knew there's nothing he was going to be able to do to get out of their
Sleeps.
sleeps.
Damn.
Hey,
Finds
yo.
himself
This
the
man is
bad
smurfing
end of a
on them.
cutthroat from Pro Destroy on the
Dude,
Fanny.
Pro Destroy is
he's
just...
having a flawless game on the Fanny so far. We talked about
I
him
told
building
you
that
this
Blade of
team was
Hephaestus
good.
as his first item.
They're
and that's all
definitely
you
cooking,
need
Cat.
to
Ooga
take off.
Booga with the. Alright.
Yeah, and then
I
down
mean, worth it, worth it.
finding a kill onto Ooga Booga
He
right
pushing
now.
10
who
though.
is having
I don't
a
like
rough
that.
go at this game right now. At the bottom lane, Kahari finds himself the second tower for
You gotta
Fiends.
pull out the
Yeah,
Hanabi
Fiends
or
having
the
a great
damage pool
debut.
for
The team that slid out of nowhere took down one of the
Best
powerhouse
Fanny
names
in
such
NA.
as Gosu. And now going up against the top 8 contender, the
Alright, bro.
BloodHounds in doing
Chill.
it with a fancy fashion. As you are seeing the pressure in the mid lane.
Oh, kind of getting cut off though. Oh, he made it out.
With that healing from the Minotaur sleeps, getting helped out by Boca Roscoe in the back. Uga Booga fending off, holding the line. Surprisingly, does not take a death there. Oh, easy peasy, gets taken out by Uneven. Followed by Ramses finding a kill. And Uga Booga down. We are at 3.
I feel like what BloodHounds needed here was not a Cho and more of a support. Like they needed a Raph, or they needed something that gave them speed and heal and sustainability.
I believe that was a Demon Hunter sword picked up from Kohari. So he will be able to deal with some damage, especially up against Easy Peasy on this Barats, able to kind of soak down his high HP pool. And now Fiends, they weren't able to get the very first turtle of the game, but now they have 2 in their favor, which means they are leading on the turtle objectives over against BloodHounds and up by 1 turret, and also leading the way by 7 kills so far and almost 3,000 gold. Off to a great start, but Pro Destroy, if anybody's MVP, it's got to be him so far. 7-0-1 KDA.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job. Oh,
like surprisingly, the goalie is not that big.
Pop up for his troubles there. We're about to be done with our first row of towers for the side of BloodHounds, and unfortunately not able to kind of find the momentum.
I think it's because like Fiends is really focusing on like kills, and BloodHounds was they've been able to clean up more of the jungle.
Yes,
dude, that Fanny speed is just.
Pro Destroy, even very confident. We were talking about his ability. Oh, easy peasy.
That was it.
Detna's welcome to get himself away. So using it defensively instead of actually able to kind of scoop up an enemy and point them into his tower. And in a bad way right now is a BloodHound.
Imagine Aiko and Angela and Dez on Fanny.
Rhythm so far. Uga Booga off to a rough start.
On Fanny, nah.
On this show, and maybe the Honda was what he needed to pick up for this game. But you are going to go ahead and see them now pushed into the tier 2 turret for the mid lane. But a
Uga Booga with the conceal.
Yeah, conceal play comes
Ooh, the flicker.
His piece is really low. He might be dead, or he lives on HP.
GG's.
Ooh,
caught him in the tower though.
Shot that onto Fanny. Goes to
yeah.
Finishing touches. Kohari onto the back line, spitting out the damage with that blazing duet, and that's going to be 1 down for the BloodHounds and 1 down for the Fiends.
1-for-1 trade, but not the same story on the scoreboard as you're seeing Fiends getting pretty much everything that they came for. Up by 2,000 gold and now has control of the Lord Pit. May be able to take this objective.
Did BTK play already? No,
trying to find some answers, but being bursted down with the swiftness on this Cho.
Yeah, that was a good ult.
Fiends initiates. You are
the way of the dragon to connect it, it just caught him in the tower.
BloodHounds needs to find a way to kind of
I felt like what they really needed to do was like punish that blue. Like they just haven't been able to do anything in the jungle. BloodHounds has
they lost early
try to contest it, but you gotta respect the damage. You gotta respect the how ahead that they.
Chat, maybe Uga Booga is playing like that because Chow is bugged.
So it's not
how
like
has
completely
it
unfeasible for them to be able to take this. It's just the composition.
Oh, he hasn't dashed
from Uga Booga that we need to watch.
Oh, I did see Cho bug last night. Like when he kicked, like he didn't follow up on the second kick. Yeah.
On the magic, uneven coming, spreading from the backside.
That's happened to me several times.
An easy Lord. Uga Booga in trouble.
So I don't understand if that's the reason, because that's unplayable.
Down by Pro Destroy, putting some respect onto that name.
His kick far, yeah, but how many times? Like all kicks.
Not able to get away. Uneven. We'll find him, but Kohari.
Ooh, Kohari going in.
Shut him down though.
I don't think that's worth it. He gave him a shutdown.
Man, a lot of
shutdowns.
Falling for the side of BloodHounds. 1 for the side of
pretty decent. Because I mean, look, the gold league's still only 2K.
Yeah, they're playing like
kills we've seen so far.
Yeah.
For the NACT regular season, 17-7, 10 kill lead. At that, as you are seeing some
any other team with 17 kills would have like 10K, 12K gold up now.
Corrosion side. And up against him on the other side in the gold lane, you are going to see the Haas class picked up from the Irithel for that sustainability.
Nice.
More attack speed from the Swift Boots and some crit from the Berserker.
Any team in Asia, like with that early game lead, they would have been 10K ahead by now.
We're not seeing the same story
easily.
for the roamers as you are seeing Ooga Booga just
You just gotta figure out how, like,
initiate
in team comps, you really gotta know who's not really necessary, because like if you're just five stacking and absolutely destroying people, there's always someone in your team that's wasting time with just being there as well. Like they could be pushing a lane, they could be pushing a tower, they could be securing neutral objectives in the jungle, you know?
Oh man, locked on to Ramses here. Is trying to yo-yo away. Pro Destroy actually puts a good amount of damage, especially with some of those auto attacks with how fast that they can hit.
Oh, you got Seaholder.
Pro Destroy.
Oh yeah,
the back of the tower, so he's gonna have to go home for a bit.
BloodHounds does have a bit of late game, but so does FIENDS though.
To KDA, I mean that's not somebody you're going to be able to burst down. I think Pro Destroy just needs to focus on finding sleeps.
If BloodHounds can steal a Lord, I think it'd be huge. Or if they can get like a pick, like if there was someone right there with Ooga Booga, they could have took out
now needs to play for the late game. They need
the Vexana. Oh, conceal play. They know Pro's there. They know he's there. Big play. Big play.
And they're going to be able to find a way of the dragon and burst him down.
They got to take advantage of
just
that.
Talked about it, right?
They need to go get a Lord now.
For the Fanny. As long as
not like that. We'll get almost
it's
dead.
almost a guaranteed setup for a kill.
Yeah,
hey,
true.
May be a way for them to turn this around.
Nah, they can't lower.
Yeah, that was just such quick reaction. I'm not even sure. Maybe
I don't think it can
even
go
into that bush, but that was just so fast for them to all be able to get the way of the dragon and then burst him down within a second. So great read there by BloodHounds, showing signs of life here at the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, we know they're a team that has a lot of synergy, and honestly, if anybody could turn it around, it's them.
It's late.
We've seen them in this position several times, and being able to push through and play to the late game. They know how to do the micro and macro dance, even though they didn't win
Vexana's
the
the problem.
Can't count them out just yet. FIENDS, newer on the scene with this massive advantage, they should be able to close this out. But time and time again with newer teams, sometimes we see this happen, right? They just have a massive advantage in the early game, but when it comes to the late game and ending it, that's where they struggle. But is this the story for FIENDS?
Yeah, we're about to find out too, because like, the goal lead is not insurmountable for FIENDS right now. So there's still a lot of room for BloodHounds to be able to kind of come back. Kotori comes in with the BMI. They're doing such a great job of zoning out the rest of the fight to make sure they can't close the distance. Here comes Easy
Conceal, hold on.
Looking for an opportunity, looking
nice, if he's getting bursted. Oh. He is not going to be able to get it. That was so bad. Irrita wasn't even there.
Down go 2, 3.
Oh, God.
Just back.
Blue's good. He's dead. He's dead. No. What?
It is not Boca Roscoe alone in the base to tell the story of his comrades.
Yeah, now Sleeps and Boca Roscoe by themselves, not able to contest on that Lord with the massive gold lead from FIENDS, and now opening up the base for a game.
Now, if one of them dies, it might be over.
Yeah, you can see Pro Destroy comes in there, still finds the kill.
Nah, GG's.
Yeah, no worries, GG's.
GG's.
Team wipe and first game
FIENDS. Looking real strong.
Flawless execution. FIENDS with a 14-minute finish over against BloodHounds. Their first competitor that's been in the top 8, and a great debut from them so far. Pro Destroy. Pro FIENDS should be what he changes his name to. Is he should have the MVP in the bag after his performance, able to burst down Ooga Booga very easily and create the early game pressure needed for that fast finish. Team stats on the board: KDA 22, 8, and 40. Damage over 200,000. Rating 8.63 and 9,000 GPM.
Yeah, and we can take a look here at the full stats there. I mean, super unfortunate for BloodHounds here, who just, probably underestimating the Fanny, but I mean, we really had nothing to go on, and that's kind of the value you get.
Someone said that was Kid Bomba with green hair.
Nobody really knows what to expect from you. Nobody really knows that, like, maybe we should ban the Fanny, maybe we should ban the Nolan because this dude's
our chats be wild.
Nah, the chat be wild. That's why I don't even be reading it. I just look at it. I can't say that out loud.
Is a name that should be ringing out there as a warning for the rest of NA, especially when it comes to a pick like a Fanny.
Oh God.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's like the safest bet. When you're going up against a team and you know nothing about them, you got to ban that Fanny. Especially if you don't have an answer for it, you got to ban the Fanny. But I wouldn't even say they didn't have an answer for it. I mean, the show was an answer for it.
Yeah.
We saw a little bit of light in that long, dark tunnel.
Someone said, "Wise T there."
It was a little too late on being able to
no,
pull that
Patrick,
out.
the new hero is banned for a while.
Early finish. Now,
Not allowed.
Looking at BloodHounds, I do not see them letting them pick up the Fanny again unless they have more answers on their table. But honestly, I don't think they will let them pick it up again because that was just way too one-sided for not only my liking, but for their liking as well. I mean, we all want to see us go to a best of 3. That's my favorite, when both sides can fight it out to the final match of the day, and that's what I'm hoping for. But BloodHounds, they got to bring their A game. No, they got to bring their S tier game after that performance, because you are looking at Fiends. Not too much data on them, able to take down Gosu, and now able to shut down a top 8 team with a one-sided story. You know, do we see a possible dark horse in the making to be able to climb up there and compete against some of the top teams?
Well, I talked a little bit earlier about why my pick went to the Fiends for a prediction, and that's partially because of how Fiends, they were that unknown, but also because BloodHounds during that first qualifier showed a little hiccup, showed a little bit of weaknesses in their armor when it came to a little
Fiends
bit of
looking good though.
And some of the
I got an interview with Fiends that I still have to edit and get put out.
While it's good on paper against the Fanny, and other issues that he comes
like a little bit of like background information from the interview I did with them is that like they're all just like a bunch of friends. They used to be called like a bunch of them came from aggregate ones
on the enemy team to kind of take down that,
so
to help out with
they're
that
just like a bunch of friends on a
enough,
team, and they're actually performing really well.
Show isn't really meta. Anybody right now, I want to say, who has to dive into the fray, that has to dive in very quickly, is going to have a lot of issues. There's got to be a plan for the amount of CC that the enemy's going to be able to dish out.
Yeah, and definitely going to be something they have to look into for this match. Do you ban the Fanny, or do you let it rain terror again?
Do you ban the Fanny?
I definitely wouldn't let that walk. But as you are seeing some of the bans on the table, a little bit more textbook.
They run it back though. I don't know.
The Joy and the Mathilda.
Schedule the day. You can see it in the description of the stream.
The hands of Fiends would be a valuable target.
Next is GG versus NightHorde.
Should be the prio for the side of Fiends.
And BTK versus Area77 for the last match of the day.
In the medal pool right now. I mean, especially him being
they got their faces right.
Player in the past. I mean, he's definitely one of those core players that the side of
yeah, they weren't able to fix
with that trio core synergy to make the aggressive plays in the early phase. And if you can disrupt them by taking
they had to fix Pro Destroy.
Early game.
I don't think they're going to be able to fix Uneven yet.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's very interesting to see where we go from here. Still got some very interesting picks open. Do we take that out, and do we still give them the Nolan option as well? I mean, both of them were open last draft, I want to say, but I want to say possibly Pro Destroy a little bit better on the Fanny, so decided to pick that up. I'm actually kind of afraid to see if that's his skill on a Fanny, what he can do with heroes or assassins that don't require as much mechanical prowess.
What up, Inferno? Oh, goddamn.
Kind of skill level below that, I want to say Nolan's actually
what up?
What you would need to be able to have as far as mechanical abilities, rather than on the other side of being a Fanny.
Now, I wonder if they're going to pick up the Navaria. This is the first time that we haven't seen it actually banned out, and it's great for the utility that it provides. Able to fight in the back line, able to snipe, deal massive damage, provide the Astro Echo to provide slow to the entire team and increase the damage output from your team as you do engage in these neutral engagements. But do they go in for that? Do you go in for the Vexana? Do you go in for the Navaria? I mean, both of these, some strong pickups for either side.
Dropping the Red Bulls in the chat. Yeah, I already had a 20 ounce. There's no way I'll be able to drink another one of these.
Decide to go in for that Navaria.
I'll literally drink pre-workout instead of another Red Bull.
Or do they flip the script and go with something differently entirely?
I'm wondering what we have on the side of BloodHounds.
I mean,
do we have a Nolan player? Is Easy Peasy is not a
BloodHounds reverse sweep.
Comes to jungling, very mechanically gifted a player. We've seen him on the lane.
Drink water. I got water right here.
He had last
I'll drink some for you.
Well, so he's still got some great mechanical pickups for himself, and maybe something that could be able to kind of punish the side of Fiends here. I mean, we've talked about it. Vexana is so strong right now, so you're gonna need to have something that can possibly burst through that amount of frighten and CC and stuns that she has.
Oh, but they're going to go in for Alpha here. Now, I've seen only really one player from when I was kind of keeping track on in the stage 1 and 2 qualifiers.
Uneven's photo's not going to be fixed.
That was Moba Zane.
Not at least right now.
Jungle. I haven't really seen too many junglers pull it out. but I do know it is effective.
Alpha
right?
that early is kind of crazy.
He's sustainable. He has a little bit of range damage.
That is true.
Which could work in his favor.
Because you could just roll an X-Borg and be able to counter the Alpha.
To walk into Fiend's hands,
a lot
a
of
team
counters.
that was very aggressive in
true.
the early phase, and that's what Nolan kind of shines at. Stack that up with the Navaria, or no, Vexana, and that's a recipe.
I had to pick between the two. It would definitely be a Red Bull.
About this when it comes to drafting, you have to make sure what you pick up is worth what you're letting go. And speaking of letting things go, there goes the carry. No, they're gonna go in for the suppression. Kaja on the table.
Very interesting here too as well.
Mama Mialba, huh?
Have with an alpha. Well,
this would be GG after this.
In contention when he's facing a very tanky jungler on the other side, because there is that true damage that you get from alpha. Otherwise,
I don't think I'll even get to the BTK match. There's gonna be a midnight.
Certain assassins.
Oh dang!
Junglers that we see.
Yeah, it's gonna be late.
Nah, like at this rate, yeah.
That we've seen Kaja so much already in the first 2 series, and I mean, we didn't really see him much at all in the qualifiers.
The BTK is going to be pretty late.
He's making a comeback here.
Yeah, definitely making a comeback, and you're going to see that Valentina slotted against him, which means they will have suppression.
This dog
on their
trying
side
to
as well for BloodHounds. Fanny, we're talking about it, right? Do you ban it out, especially after game number 1? And it looks like that is the game plan for the side of BloodHounds, trying to limit the jungler capability from Fiends. Nolan still on the table, still walking, could be picked up for
you can
the side of Fiends. I don't expect that Alpha to go anywhere else. It should be the jungler for BloodHounds.
I think you can do exclamation point.
We are going to go ahead and see the R-Lot taken off the table. Now, we are not seeing
standings tournament? There's some type of command. Stella, where's Stella at?
On the side of BloodHounds, especially stacked
What's
up
the command, chat? Someone in the chat knows.
Suppression, and you want somebody with some additional group CC. Yes, the Alpha has it, but the Ruby would solidify it, and I think it would be an excellent pickup. But it could work out for the side of
it's exclamation point bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we saw actually some of those.
But it might not be updated to like the correct bracket.
Come out from Fiends in the last game, and very considerate. Want to see what we're going to be picking up here. Tigreal and Minotaur taking off from Fiends. They're going to take out that huge amount of CC that we've been seeing in that tank position. So there's not going to be much to kind of have as a front line for BloodHounds. I'm definitely interested to see what these next 2 picks are going to bring out from them.
I'm picking Ruby. If it was me, I'm 100% picking Ruby here because it will benefit Fiends a lot. But whoa!
You can view the bracket there.
The Hylos pickup. This will be fun to see, right? That Glorious Pathway being able to provide that additional mobility for
Sorry,
your team.
I don't speak Russian.
Not traditional. And I feel like it's a little risky from the side of BloodHounds, but I have seen them run a Hylos in the past in previous tournaments for them. I would say it's something they're a little bit uncomfortable on, but I wouldn't really consider it meta. But they're definitely keeping
they're both Sherry.
Yeah, it's a very interesting pick for me, just because Hylos has the Glorious Pathway, has a lot of healing on his side and tanking ability, but what he doesn't really have a lot of is CC. He can get one person down.
See, I can always count on Stella.
Against a lot of damage that can be output by Fiends, and you're talking about a very
front
of the line type of hero that's going to Glorious Pathway, run directly into your team, and potentially run into an Eternal Guardian, a Frighten, a Divine Judgment that can kind of take you off of the board. But in answer to that, we do see Pro Destroy is going to be picking up the Fredrin. So I want to say, dare I say, a calmer pick when it comes to the jungler. Not one that is as flashy as a Fanny or a Nolan.
What's the catch here? The catch is Oogie Boogie. They always
Ooga Booga.
Hylos. He's a good front line, but he has the Kaji for the suppression, and the Vexana and the carry who are really going to be in the back line. So he's going to put a lot on his belt to be able to rush into these turtles and these neutral engagements to get that retribution off. And that's where the Yuzong will kind of shine. That's where the Alpha will be able to get the setup. That's where Valentina can use that Divine Judgment.
That's unorthodox.
But again, that
very unorthodox.
Very.
It's good on being in the early game, forcing that retribution out over there from Pro Destroy on that Fredrin on his neutral objectives, or on his orange and purple buff. In the reality, trying to delay him on farming, and that's what I think is a game plan from Ooga Booga. But again, this is Ooga Booga. We saw the chill. We saw him be early aggressive, and he was
unorthodox is crazy.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find out here as Fiends and BloodHounds clash for the second time here, hoping to be able to take this to a game 3.
Yeah, that's right. Will we be able to see a game number 3?
Okay, Boogie might be
second
there.
series of the day. Already seen that harassment.
Nah,
from
he's
good,
he's
Booga.
good.
We just talked about it.
Ooh. Is low.
Super deep into enemy lines is going to be able
Wow,
to
the
get
Vexana
away.
didn't even follow that up.
I got a little scared, a little
Wow.
bit of PTSD from
Yeah,
that
it was a
last
little too
game
late.
where him
Yeah.
on the show took like an early 3 deaths, but able to find himself an escape.
Yeah, and it's going to be a problem, right? He's using that ring of punishment. He's trying to get that harassment.
Interesting.
Early retribution from Pro Destroy, but he's just not really.
I wrote it down,
escaping
chat.
These engagements, and if he
I wrote it down.
finds some
We're
early
gonna.
deaths into the hands of Fiends, it's gonna
If
be a
we
similar
interview
story,
Ooga
game number one,
Booga,
where
I'm gonna
they're
be
able to
like,
snowball
yo,
off
bro,
of him
what's the
alone.
Hylos pick,
We are
man?
seeing some of the emblems pop up on the board. I mean, the Hylos is definitely going to be keeping things interesting. Running very tanky. Hopefully, he will be able to sustain
But is the
himself.
Hylos
But he even
good?
picked up
Like,
that
yeah,
CC,
it
has that
counters
brave
the enemy
smite,
team
and be able to
comp,
get some of
but
that
does
skill
it
retail alongside
synergize with the
Kahari.
picks that
Ran the same
Bloodhounds
thing on the
have,
bot
you know?
side.
You know what I
Kahari
mean?
Off to a little bit of a rough engagement.
Like, I feel like that's
Yeah,
what
Kahari
North
is gonna
America,
have to
like,
expend
lacks
that
on, is they
if I
don't
can have it
understand,
for
like, the
later, but a good
synergy
read by
between
him
certain
there.
heroes.
Unfortunate for
And they
Bloodhounds
only
who,
build upon
had to
counters, and
get
that
Magic actually into the back
always
line,
trying to
slow down
counter
sleeps,
doesn't
not really
always
able to
work.
find nothing. Nope, not able
That's
to find
true.
it on the sleeps, and Ooga Booga there to kind of throw himself at Pro Destroy to kind of give them to split up their focus.
So it was a good look, right? I mean,
I think that comp would have been good if they had like an Angela
But
midlane.
again, Pro Destroy
Because Angela
Oh,
could
was
combo
able to
a
kind
lot of
of
them.
get his purple buff.
True.
But now look at the orange buff. Look at
That would have
Ooga.
been
This is where the highlight starts to
crazy.
shine, but can he
But
pull
look
it
at him,
off?
look at him.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
interesting here that
Damn.
Pro Destroy and the rest of Fiends weren't really in a position to even contest the turtle here.
Ah,
Decided to go
he's
instead.
dead, though.
Oh, actually,
He's
Ooga Booga
dead,
might be in
yeah.
a little bit of trouble here. Boca Roscoe
Oh,
coming
oh,
for some
no.
gonna go ahead
He's a
and
thick
help
boy.
facilitate that escape.
Okay, and that's what you're supposed to use.
I
the
should-
highlight for.
I should
That's
show
the mission
Dez my
accomplished
American
over there.
Sniper
Credit to
Bia.
Ooga Booga on delaying the rotation from
We had
Pro
to do
Destroy,
an
forcing him
NACT,
on that orange buff, not able
test.
to make it to that turtle, and,
And,
he's gonna need
uh,
his team, right? Pro Destroy needs some assistance over there from Magic.
And I sniped the crap out of Nami.
to stop Ooga Booga from harassing.
She
him. So
thought
he
she was
can
getting
keep
away
up
on a
in the
CC, and I,
jungle
like,
with easy peasy.
blew her away.
Yeah,
Dave,
and, right
BTK's
now,
first pick.
Good positioning on the side of Bloodhounds. Going to see if they can find a stun onto Kahari. They do find a glorious pathway. Is out diving
Ooh,
deep
wait,
into
Hylos
the
is
tower.
working. Hold on.
Gets a fear
Never
for
mind.
his
Hylos
is
taken down
dead.
by Turibami, and that's going to be a
Ooh, is it
Blue
Blue
do-
to Monoko?
Oh my god, the damage though!
No way, Kaja lives.
Oh
my- they lost that, they lost
About to meet his doom as
Damn.
well.
A
Yo.
rough trade over there from the
Vexana got
Bloodhounds.
3 kills
Fiends
now.
able to kind of prevail still, 3-1, leading the way, and also just really off to a good start. Even though they were not able to get that first turtle, it didn't really affect them. that much. They're
Vexana's
still
just
leading
too
terms
strong
of
in the mid
gold
lane, man.
with that kill lead. Now Ooga Booga,
Yeah.
he was off to a good start. It's definitely looking better than the Cho game, but he still has to be careful on getting picked off.
Yo, why he
in the early
say that?
phases. He did find that
Looking
death
better
on
than the
bot side.
Chogan. That's
Kahari
toxic.
trying to put some
Oof.
pressure onto Sleeps in the rotation from Ooga Booga to kind of protect him. But look at the focus, right? Magic. He has the suppression. He has the divine
I mean,
judgment.
it's still
This is where the color starts
viable.
to
I mean,
shine,
they
right?
like they
Especially up against somebody
again,
like
they're still they're not at a
Claude,
gold
who has
deficit,
the
even
ability to
though
get back
like
to
they're
safety, but
behind
with the
by
suppression
2
on the
kills.
table,
Like they
he has to
still
kind of
know how to
watch his
hold their
position.
own.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
That's
for
You know what I
the
mean?
side of Bloodhounds right now, Turtle is back.
So like
up,
even
and
though
there's
he's
a
like
lot of
died
focus
once, but
on the
I mean he's
bottom
he's
lane
applied
to
a
see if
lot
they're
of pressure
able
and
to kinda
slowed
get
down
into a
Fiends
position.
more than they
Nice
did
little,
last time.
amount of damage there coming out from Fiends.
That's why the
Turibami
gold lead's not like
zoned
2K
up.
now.
Oh, easy
It's
peasy,
it's like
actually.
equal.
Retry?
Bloodhounds. Pro
Oh.
Destroy comes in and like a thief in the night, a retry steals the turtle.
A thief in the
With
night.
Bloodhounds. Black Dragon is out trying to
Nah, he
create
has to
some
go, he has
distance
to go.
between the Fiends and Bloodhounds, but man, that has to be frustrating.
Alpha just got war
Yeah,
axe.
and that's going to even out the turtles for both sides, and we'll put Fiends in control of this game so far. 500 goal lead, nothing too far from reach for the Bloodhounds.
Oh,
Speaking about reaching,
they got him.
Yeah,
Oh.
Kahari a little deep into that glorious pathway is
They
out.
got him.
Kahari is not long for this world. Magic next on the chopping dots, trying to stay
Marco.
near the
Oh,
tower.
there we go.
Oh, wait.
Vexana?
Vexana.
Yeah, she's dead.
Shut down. Oh, Ooga Boogie got Ooga Boogie double kill.
Ooga Boogie. Ooga Boogie taking the game back.
For the safety of his tower, he's going to take a whole fear.
Nah, they can't
Ooh,
kill
he
him.
finally just gets the safety.
Yeah,
Yeah, but like,
Roscoe hunting
yeah,
BloodHounds.
they gotta find like
a great turnaround
plays though. Like now they need to take towers.
On the bot side, the rotation.
Oh, this was the play last time. That's not even the play that they just did.
In the game, we talked about him needing to have better placement compared to
Ooh, there we go.
Oh,
that's great.
With that other death down there,
yeah.
Sitting there in the midst of
Kahari
to protect that bottom tower. Boca Roscoe goes in, tries to put a little bit more damage, just narrowly out of reach.
Hylos is synergizing with Claude a little bit more than I was suspecting. Oh my god!
Solo kill.
Unfortunate receiver of that alpha charge, and
you said once he got that blood axe, dude, it was GG's.
Right now, they're starting to show a little bit more signs of life, much more slower paced game here for the BloodHounds, and a little bit more even for them.
Yeah, corrosion scythe picked up over there from Sleep.
He needs to take his blue.
Ice over there from Yuzong. A little bit of that anti-heal in effect to stop the healing from the side of Fiends as they fight in these 5v5 engagements. BloodHounds didn't take the last turtle, but they're able to claim one so far and may be able to claim this one to have even more of an advantage.
Turtle for BloodHounds, Uga
territory. Glorious pathway has been activated. They're down onto Kahari.
Carry really low.
Oh, there it is.
They're going to be able to take him down. Big pop-up lands onto Magic. You can see Uga Booga. They're chasing down Protostroy.
Oh, nice hold.
Divine Judgment from Boca Roscoe is going to be able to find the snatch up on the Protostroy. 5 to 7.
Ooh, they're going to clean uneven up now too.
Comes in a bad way. Is this really the fight you
Even dead.
Cleaning the turret up.
Not going to be enough to save him.
Good plays.
Yeah, and
invade on the red, take that. That'd be huge.
Now in total control of this game. If Uga
Sir Bossy looking good out there. That was a great Petri.
Game number 2, as he is being sought after and destroyed from the side of BloodHounds very smoothly. Able to
yeah, they did clean up top. Yeah, they're looking.
That is a carry.
They're looking polished now.
Those core items like that Demon Hunter sword needs to be able to deal some massive damage to the high HP pool, especially up against Uga Booga and Ramses.
Can't ever count Uga Booga out, man, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's not even getting hurt.
And is a little behind in the economy now, which means it's going to take even longer for Kahari to hit the power spike he needs to turn this back around.
We call him Oogie Boogie.
Yeah, right now working on an endless battle, it seems. But when it comes to a lot of these clashes, all you really need, even as tanky as a carry can be, it's not much that you can compete with.
But attack speed boost, he doesn't actually have that production
out there. And Uga Booga doing a great job of throwing out those glorious pathways and searching for Kahari.
Oh,
damn. Damage. Ramses.
That was a good play by Fiends.
From the back.
They're trying to slow him down, keep him at bay. Ooh, there we go. Clear, easy.
Oh, Frederick.
Pro.
1 HP.
Nah, they can't. For the rest of BloodHounds, they are going to go ahead and disengage.
Oh.
I talked a little bit too soon. Boca Roscoe with the
Uga. And the burn. The burn.
We talked about it, right? Boca Roscoe, one of those mages who shines and is like the spine of the book for the side of BloodHounds. When he gets online, they profit.
We just got shut down.
Boca Roscoe doing a great
easy
job.
Uga Booga got that wasn't. It was easy peasy.
Ultimates and be able to use it successfully against.
Oh, they're gonna try to do this lower.
Fiends in a good position are starting.
They're in a position for it. They got 13.
Trying to take this a little bit of a test from Ramses.
Yeah, could force him.
I don't think he'll be able to pull it off. A Black Dragon.
Oh, that was a good knock-up. If he would have hit the Petri with it. Bro, Destroyer's dead. Oh, he being my back.
Looking for the retribution, looking for an opportunity on the backside.
This guy got it.
Oh, CC.
Pro destroy.
So low.
Uga Booga gets taken down by Kahari.
You see, that was a rough. Ooh, wait a second. Sleeps in uneven.
Oh, no. Oh. They want it, but they don't want to be too greedy.
With that conceal play.
I didn't hear that.
Some of that damage.
That sounds crazy.
The escape.
So that was a rough play over there from Uga Booga, right? He went in for the kills. He was by himself. Easy Peasy was back at the base, and the Lord was almost down to that retribution mark to be able to be claimed from Pro Destroy. But instead of him going into the Lord, he wanted to go in and try and get a kill, and he was picked off. I don't know if it was honestly possibly would have been better to just try to take that Lord right there. I mean, even if he misplayed that retribution, he could have got.
I just think he pulled out the black dragon way too early right here.
Ramses,
Like,
man,
he should have did it when his team was closer.
Try and contest. The idea was there, but the execution.
Like, because the Lord still had so much health left.
And now, with the Lord in his hands, and maybe Pro destroys, turning things around, finds easy peasy.
Yeah, and you can see Kahari starting to light up these towers.
Uga's all by himself.
He's trying to get away. Glorious pathway is out. It's going to be enough to
He's
save
healing so much.
It's a thick boy.
Boy, that boy is.
Ooh.
Wait.
Okay. Clean him up. Take out Pro. Oh, but they're going to pay for it. They didn't get carry. Look at the damage from Kahari.
Kahari is getting comfortable now. He's starting to rack up these kills. And it's becoming a problem for the BloodHounds as they're not able to find their way to it.
Kill on Magic.
Sleeps finds a kill.
Another kill for
Magic there. Yeah, and that's you can see from that last replay that they had the right idea in mind, but the positioning of Pro Destroy hides in the bush, and it's just like the entire team forgot that
they just make many micro mistakes that really cost them the game.
Look at Kahari. Look how comfortable he is. He's just frontlining. With the carry, no worry indeed. He knows he has Churubami. It's a 2v3. They do have the numbers, but hey, and even joining the party to even out the score. Trying to contest on that purple buff. Not able to get it, though. Easy peasy forced to use the retribution.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually, I mean, Kahari has me clenching a little bit. I'm a little scared for how confident he is on this carry.
Clenching, bro?
That's not a tank, that's still a marksman. And
what is it talking about?
A little bit of CC to bring you down to a
I have no idea.
you're swooping with that alpha charge and burst you down. So, I mean, I'm doing a great job right now.
What's he clinching?
Kind of juggling that around. You can see Uga coming in.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, no.
Too late. Too late. Yeah.
Oh, carry.
Oh, the wind of nature.
Oh, Sir Bossy. Nice, too tanky, bro.
Down to the wire, easy peasy now, trying to get away.
Yeah,
what was sleeves?
Defensively to get himself out of harm's
Boca.
way. Boca Roscoe in a bad way.
Oh, the speedy light wheels.
The entirety of Fiends to put the finishing touches on.
Do they?
Oh,
they're gonna go Lord. What? They're gonna push?
Oh,
they're trying to end
deficit for this KD.
I don't think so.
And
I think they're just taking towers.
Honestly, the idea is there, especially.
I actually don't know what they're doing.
He's just time and time again.
We're just like zoning.
To Kahari with the petrify to burst him down. Kahari able to find that distance with the flicker to make up for it and survive.
Oh, Kahari in the front lines.
Putting in work. It might be that though.
Oh,
damn, the big Sana.
Oh,
close. Nah, his Olga cancel.
And Black Dragon is out. Sleeps gets taken uneven, and Kahari
what is Boca doing? He's like trying to walk in to clean him up.
He said no more deaths for me in the second half of this game.
Yeah, and if we kind of just break that down on what we've seen, right? I just feel like it's Ramses that's becoming the vulnerability for the BloodHounds right now, right? He's always trying to find a way to get to the back line. Even in that fight right there in the 5v5, he used the Black Dragon, and he was hovering around for a decent amount of time. I mean, he flew into Churubami, Pro Destroy, and uneven before even finding Kohari. And I think he just needs to know where the marksman is before he uses the Black Dragon. He needs to know where that target is before engaging, because when he doesn't, he allows Kahari to use the speedy light wheels and burst down majority of the team of BloodHounds on those engagements, and this is where they're starting to snowball. And then by the time Ramses does close the distance, his members are down, and the speedy light wheels is too much for him to handle by himself.
Well, the problem is that it's almost like, a little bit of an engagement.
Oh, wait. 2v4. They win this.
On the Kohari, gets a little bit too far. Here comes the
my
charge.
God, Kohari.
You wouldn't do this on 1v2. He says find more members. You're gonna need an army.
Uneven coming from the back.
Oh, he dead.
Oh, he got him. Okay.
Uneven coming from the back.
Uneven comes in to try to help
and Pro Destroy
on the side onto Uga Booga. Here comes Churubami from the side, putting on the damage.
Is it
Black Dragon
from the side? Here comes a Black Dragon.
Let's go, Sir
Churro. Is he gonna be able to find an escape?
Are they gonna be able to kill him? Winter trench.
First kill. Nice.
Nice.
Churubami. I mean, that was all good plays and they got picks, but I mean, I don't think they're gonna be able to do too much with it. They're gonna be back before the next Lord.
Who can perform better in the team fights? Who can rotate across the map, pick the lanes, and provide that pressure? But easy peasy.
Hoon just started a brawl match. That boy can get DQ'd.
Retribution in the later this game goes. The longer the respawn timers are, he needs to kind of watch out. But you are seeing BloodHounds start to rotate across the map, trying to gain their composure and their control. Now, I will say though, Kohari, the man is a menace. He's like one Infinity Stone away from snapping his fingers and shutting down BloodHounds.
Chess match?
One down for the side of BloodHounds. Still a good amount of time, a whole minute until this next Lord
Get out of there.
back up for both
lay down.
Yeah, and with him being down, it may be costly.
Yeah, Ooga Booga lays down that glorious pathway. He's gonna scoot himself to safety. Oh man, they're still chasing. They don't want to give this up, and that's gonna be enough. Kohari finds the kill there, sitting.
Bro, they're fighting for no reason.
After we were wondering if he was gonna be the feeder of this game at the beginning of the match. 8 kills right now, and definitely helping to carry the momentum for his team.
Yeah, and Fiends, if they want to, they possibly can close this out. I mean, they have the numbers, but no, Bokarosco will get there in time, but they may still try and contest. Now, I will say...
yeah, they knew 19 seconds.
I'm disappointed with Bokarosco right there, right? I mean, he's running this
They could possibly burn down the
front
Lord.
Line and the first to be taken out when there's no reason
the kills are crazy.
to be given vision
Almost
as the
40
mage.
kills
I mean,
in
you need
this
to
match.
let your roamers, right? You need to give that
to
either Ooga Booga or let Ramses use the Black Dragon at the very least, but as the mage...
They can't show items right now. Items aren't populating correctly.
I mean, this is a numbers game now. This is the late game, and the team that has a slice advantage will be able to push through.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Ooga Booga's
they gotta give that. They gotta give that. If they lose Lord and fight here, it's over.
BloodHounds popped. It was a smart play.
They still got 2 towers.
And you didn't have an answer for anybody else to run in there because Ooga Booga wasn't alive at that point. So
that seemed like a miscommunication. Oh, they're gonna engage. This could be a good clean.
Oh my god!
They ran into a brick wall right there.
On the ground, and you can see
Chernoby's being hunted down by Ooga Booga. Oh, this could be
another winter.
Yo, the Lord's pushing.
Yo, they actually won that.
But decides not to go, not to continue it.
A miscalculation from Fiends. Thought they had the advantage with the concealed play, but
another 6 minutes and a wipe like that, it'd be over.
The BloodHounds, and now 3 members are down. They have the numbers.
They might go.
They're trying to end.
They might go mid.
You are looking at easy peasy Ooga Booga and Sleep stacked up, but the defensive is
I
there.
mean, 2 minutes? Nah, it's possible.
On the contest.
Fredrin still has red.
They're in a hard situation though.
Yeah,
like
they're gonna have minutes
may
in
be able
2
to
seconds.
fight another fight. I wouldn't say they can't close it out yet, right?
Yeah, no.
But Fiends, they cannot afford.
I would just clean up their jungle at this point, you know, take the red buffs, like.
I want to say as this game
letting them get that red buff a little rough.
They should have. Too late.
On this carry,
yeah, no.
We can't
like they knew they weren't gonna be able to take that tower, and they just
into the game. You need
that moment they took. Look, now carry got the red buff. Not ideal.
Hope to get 1 kill and think that that's gonna keep your team up, especially when you're going up against somebody like Sleep.
These guys are moving as like a single. Ooh, they missed the conceal play on the carry.
Easy peasy.
Wait, he fucked up his ult. Oh.
Is out.
No, it's a 3v5. It's a 3v5.
Oh god.
Doesn't the PC live?
And on the backside,
nice.
Ooga Booga pays for it. Immortality out, but he's not going to be getting away anytime soon.
But again, this is what we're talking about, right? I mean,
that's all right. That's all right. Ooga Booga can come back before the Lord.
As soon as they spot you out with the conceal play, you're finito. You're done. If you're not going to get taken out, you're forcing Ooga Booga in an awkward situation where he has to try.
I feel like everybody will have ults by then, though.
But he will fall. But it's still going to be a little bit of a stalemate. I mean, they can't push yet. They're playing the safe game, right? They're trying to wait for this Lord to spawn in, which will give Ooga Booga a little bit of time to respawn. But again, separation may be their downfall. BloodHounds needs to play it a little bit tighter. They get
it's more like RG. Alright, chill out, coaches.
Too much for my liking right now.
Oh
my god.
We just talked about this. Why are we
He
frontlining
won't be able to learn.
as the mage? It's just a very hard thing to pull off, especially when there's a Kaja on the other side of the table. Imagine. I mean, this man has a fishing rod, right? And he's just catching members 1 by 1 on the side of BloodHounds every single time. He's up to 20 assists on this Kaja, double digits now. if you are going to see the Lord spawn in, and BloodHounds may need to contest this. I don't
Bro,
know if they can hold
like
off
the gold has been like
against
this the
Luminous
whole
Lord at
match.
the 20-minute mark.
Yeah. It's been like
unfortunately,
literally
there's just
even.
Really not much they're going to be able to do here, especially with Roscoe down. You're going to be a member behind.
This just comes down to like knowing when to not get caught off when a Lord's like coming up, you know?
The only problem is what, as we've been seeing, especially when it comes to these team fights, they're not.
Nah, yeah, that Kaja's
I don't
been
even know
back
if
in
they
good
can win a
place.
team fight because I don't think I've seen a team fight from them
doing?
in a while
Pretty good.
because of the fact that they keep getting
Stop picking on the cat.
When
Go
a
lay
was
down.
just picked up from Boca Roscoe, he's trying to have a second chance before this engagement pops off. We're seeing a couple of immortalities picked up. Ramses does have one, so he will be able to kind of sustain himself. 2 immortalities from Fredrin and Cece, though, over there from Fiends, Uneven, and Pro Destroy. But right now, with the Luminous Lord marching through the mid lane, Fiends trying to find a way to close out the series with a 2-0 sweep.
The waves are
BloodHounds
sank.
making a possible final stand.
Kaja conceal.
Oh, Magic finds another divine judgment.
Oh, I don't know about that, bro.
Using that alpha
Oh, but
charge to
Ooga
get
Booga
himself
clearing out
out.
the
Oh,
back.
the
Black
base.
Dragon on the backside. They're trying to burst down the
Oh, they
tower.
can push
You
this
see it
base.
about half health. Big Eternal Guardian lands as Kahari finds all
Lord,
the
blazing
tower.
door.
Yo!
It's over.
Oh, nah.
It's over.
It's over,
That
yeah.
was on
Easy
his
peasy is
own.
down as well. This could be it. This might be a wrap for the BloodHounds. Magic is chasing him
Yeah.
down.
It's
and
Dez,
that's gonna be a
not Cardi.
clean sweep by the Fiends.
A clean sweep.
I
and
thought
a
it was gonna be
hard-fought battle
2-1.
for game number
I
2.
I thought so too.
Again, the team with some new faces on the scene, able to disrupt a top 8 contender from the previous NACT with a fancy finish. And look, they even put up Raz Uneven over there twice. Look how well he was so
He's up there twice.
Hey, I guess he's not uneven anymore. He's even.
As we take a look at these stats here, I mean,
Wait, I didn't
honestly,
even see that,
it
bro.
was a back and forth game
My boy got
until the
cloned.
very last moment.
He
I want
got
to say the goal was
cloned.
actually very even as well. You can see here the gold per minute. Only
Yo, why
a
y'all calling him
1K
blue, bro?
difference.
Bar.
Well, that's not gold per minute. That's I think that's oh, gold per minute for the entire team. So yeah, that makes it probably a little bit more sense. But yeah, I mean, unfortunate for the BloodHounds when it comes to the execution. They have a little bit of problems when it comes to those rotations, and like you said, some of that bush checking or having the wrong types of characters out there checking some of these bushes and getting themselves caught.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really what it boiled down to, the micro and the macro. Able to be a little bit better for the side of Fiends. Boca Roscoe kind of picked off.
Send some of the pro
way
players
earlier
there.
than needed,
They're being
especially in this
login
late game
info.
objectives, and just kind of has to relax a little bit, being the mage. And I think Fiends, they kind of sniffed that out. They're like, hey, if they want to keep taking this fight one-on-one, if they want to keep running out solo, we're just going to do conceal plays and scout them out, right? They're doing a little bit of recon, and it just worked in their favor on these late game objectives and clashes. So Fiends will push through 2-0 sweep up against the BloodHounds. Second series of the day. Both series of the days being 2-0 sweep so far. Fiends, I mean, this is pretty big, right? Taking down BloodHounds, we were wondering, was it a fluke for them to take down Gosu and make it into the top 8? Everybody was kind of thinking about their synergy and seeing if they have what it takes. And I will definitely give them my stamp of approval after that performance.
I definitely agree. I mean, we were discussing this with Trex before the games. He said he had a hunch that it's going to be Fiends' game. They're going to make it on the top, and I think
Where's Xena? I don't know where Xena's at. That's actually a good question.
Homework. Fiends was incredible.
Dang, people thought BloodHounds was going to do it. 62% of my chat thought BloodHounds.
Second game, it seems like it wasn't able to connect, and we saw the high-lows again on Ooga Booga this season. I mean, we saw high-lows last season. It didn't really connect, and it seems like coming back to this season.
Dude, Liz's hair is
sure
so
about
fluffy.
What do you guys think?
I like the
Honestly,
fluffy.
The game, with the Hylos in mind, the game was a lot closer than I thought it would be with the Hylos pick out there.
She's got a lot
I
of...
expected it to do a lot worse, especially when you
lot
saw
of
a lot
fluff.
of those engagements. Hylos would come in, Black Dragon
I
behind
feel
him,
yapping
and
right now.
unfortunately, Hylos would
I'm
have
yapping.
a wall of CC from the enemy team, while unfortunately, you would see the Black
Talking
Dragon
about fluff, bro. What
deep
am I
into
hearing?
enemy lines, getting bursted down with no help from the team because they were all backed up with Hylos getting put down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I think I think Hylos worked like better than we expected. I mean, in the early game, he was providing.
At the next game, I don't have to take notes because
delaying them from being able to take the neutral objective turtles, and it did work.
we can criticize. It's GG versus
zone,
NightHorde,
which was making the deficit happen. Right, he was trying to rush in. I feel like he was just wasn't really looking at where Kahari was. He was just not able to find the carry in time. And by the time he got to the carry and dropped down, he couldn't connect with the Petrify, and carry would just flicker back, and then everybody would just close in on him and take him out and kind of provide the lead that they snowballed on to be able to keep them in that game. But then I wouldn't even say that it was really a snowball, because it came down to a wire. It was a late game. It was like the longest game I believe we've had so far, and the closest one for that final match. But it just boiled down to the micro and macro. I feel like the reason why they lost in game 2 wouldn't even be Ramses, wouldn't even be the Hylos pick. I honestly think it was just the solo positioning with your backline heroes getting picked off to give them the numbers to win those clashes and close it out.
And speaking of the pickoffs, Magic on that Kaja is really something. A lot of assists coming in, very accurate execution, and it seems like
he said this bot gave me a 1.
Consistently well both games. They performed very consistent. There wasn't much mistake, and they were able to come back in the late game. So
let me change the poll here.
I mean, first game Fanny did incredible. So if you were to pick someone as the MVP, who would it be?
Man, honestly, I
really
have
hard
to say,
questions.
yeah, well, it's just the second game. I want to say the whole team kind of came together, so there really wasn't a huge standout player. I want to say
I heard they were subbing Dez in. Best player caught a cold.
I don't think I can quite. It can quite topple the impact
don't tell him.
That Pro Destroyer had on the Fanny in the first game. Just basically, I want to say, almost overshadowed everything else for me.
Yeah, if we're just going off game 1, 100% Pro Destroy. I mean, the dude was crazy on the Fanny. I mean, that was like the best Fanny gameplay I've seen in a while, and it forced them to ban it out in the second series. So 100%. If they're banning that Fanny, then even they think he's the MVP if they're banning it out in the second match. But game number 2, I'm right there with Private. I think it was just a mixture across the board of them all just synergizing really well to close it out. And I think it was just the mistakes from BloodHounds on why they lost. It wasn't really a one-sided thing where one player dominated and made the MVP. I think
what can you do with 1,600 flex coins? You can gamble.
Yeah, we talk a lot about synergy in this tournament. It seems like
Inferno asked if Dez needs the Michael Jackson transformation. What the fuck does that even mean?
Don't know what tricks they're gonna put out of the pockets, but for BloodHounds, it seems like the new roster needs a little bit more practice to get that.
Are you trying to say he needs to turn white?
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is
someone put
the
a muzzle on this boy Inferno.
I've been a long-time fan of the BloodHounds.
He's yapping too hard.
The top 8 of NACT, and I've watched them grow. I do want to say though, this season I've talked about it. Teams are hungrier and they are trying a lot harder, and maybe have.
Bruce, you just saw DA's LEGACi's match. Wonder why he was going tank.
At this point in the game, I do know that it does take them a little bit of time to kind of ramp up, and that's
I don't know.
Predictions went the way it
I think it's hard for a lot of people have been saying Riles have been just a little bit rusty.
BloodHounds in favor of Fiends. They just need to kind of get to that point of synergy a little bit quicker and cover up a few of those mistakes that we saw today.
Yeah, you're talking about predictions, man. I saw the first prediction wrong. Man, it's okay though. We'll get it back. But yeah, I mean, Fiends is looking promising. Honestly, I'm not really too disappointed. I love seeing new teams step up to the occasion. It just shows that our region is growing, and that's what we all want to see, right? Competition is lifting.
Next time Inferno goes to Dez's chat, he's banned.
If they don't step their game up, I mean, you've seen it right there. For BloodHounds, I think they just need to work on their trio core synergy. I think that's really what it is. You're either seeing Boca Roscoe caught out of position.
Dude, Steph Weezy's so damn blue.
I mean, that's the tank in the
That's such a baby blue.
Right, being taken down. If they can just tighten up their trio core synergy, I think it'll be fine. I would also say Ramses maybe just finding a little bit better way to get to the objectives when he selects a hero like Yuzong or something.
Kind of get blinded by the lights.
All the simp in my chat.
We said this is a team that competes all the
time. You got Simps in your chat?
Gameplay. I have no doubt that as we progress through the season, they will improve.
They were only simping over Nicolette.
Yeah, and with Weezy and my prediction on the line, great job.
Now I got Sims.
And the
we don't do that here, yo. We like men.
Pro Destroy for his first game stats. 12.3.3
Oh god.
KDA, 3 deaths only, did incredible on that Fanny early game kill and got banned second game, which hopefully we're gonna see more of that Fanny and more of what he can pull out of his pocket.
Yeah, that is the steely-eyed gaze of a monster right there. The first game on the
steely-eyed gaze of a monster.
Just how much of an impact
you say simp? I know it's like
and then in the
it's like a simp
game,
recall or a roll call.
Much more laid-back approach to his position. The Fredrin isn't really known for like these highlight plays where he goes in and gets all these sneaky kills. He's there. He serves his purpose, and Pro Destroyer served his purpose in that second game as well.
I think we can all agree, at least for.
I wonder if I'm gonna get demonetized by this background music.
Right? I mean, without too much data on them, the possibilities are endless, and that's what makes
You're
it so
right,
throughout the season.
they don't have
and,
ads
hey,
in the
not to see as they
nah.
season, can they do it again? I mean, that's the first top 8 team that they've actually shut down, and they didn't just shut them down. That was a very impressive.
And I've never heard this music before, so.
And I know a lot of pro
I mean, if it is, I'm cooked because my stream is longer than 6 hours.
That just
oh damn!
The hero flexibility that
mine's at 3.
And, hey,
I think it might go.
For sure, and Fanny is one.
Nah,
hero
so far it's
that
been 2 zeros.
If you can really maximize your skill, that's something that is very hard to counter. It's very hard to counter a good Fanny, and I just love to see it pop off on the map. Now, 2 games, 2 series down
Pro Destroyer.
the road.
I think Pro Destroyer was in
performance,
aggregate ones, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was named something else.
Half of today, we're gonna have our main course with GG versus NightHorde and then BTK versus Area 77. Definitely don't go anywhere. Looking forward to it. Get a drink, grab a snack, and we'll see you back for the second half of today's series.
Or he's just never made it to the top 8. Then we got a break.
Yo, child, let's play Minecraft.
Let's play Minecraft. 5-minute Minecraft match.
Minecraft Pocket Edition.
Gladiators versus NightHorde. Yeah, you gotta give the casters some breaks, man. You can't just let the casters yap all day. They'd die. Where's my dog at, bro?
Yo, Hillary, shut up, boy. I ain't playing cock.
Oh god.
Clash of Clans, yo.
Atlas, did you fart, bro? Goddamn big ass dog. Come on, get out of here. You gotta go to the bathroom. I wanna take my dog out real fast, chat. Let's go. Let's go outside. Oh.
Yeah, why can't I join, bro? Bro, what are you talking about? I don't even play this dumbass game, and when I want to, I can't. Custom game with viewers, bro. It's not that long. So NACT starts. Chill out, guys. All right, bro. Small focus. Play some hogs. Are my hogs ready? Where they at? No hogs? Oh my god, bro.
Oh, all right, I'm back. I throw on another chain for you guys. So like the same length though. So it kind of like covers it up. I look like a pharaoh now. "30 seconds. Yeah, see? Why is my mouse so slow? Oh. Yeah. I'm not, this is the one with diamonds. I'm not a fan of it. It's too silvery for me. It like locks itself.
Type
But
shit.
given that the
Welcome to
top
Mobile
of
Legends.
today, we didn't really see much
They
contest.
drafted?
It was clean sweeps. I kind of
Or
doubt
yapping?
how much we're gonna see from the
They're
second
yapping.
half of the day.
Then why y'all
off
hold
camera
on.
is that it's been a night full
Yeah,
of
yo, ¿qué es lo que tú
sweeps,
dices? Que yo no voy a mostrar
and it
atrás.
might
Si
continue,
no,
but
Patrick,
there
is there a way that
we'll see how well NACTHorde has
is there a way someone
improved,
could
especially in this first
move
series
the
against
I
a
think
team
it's the
like,
other
GG,
observer
who's been at
computer.
the
It's like
top
still
of
on
North America for
the victory
quite some
screen.
time now.
Not
Yeah, I
playing
mean,
that hell.
if we're looking at the next two teams, Gaimin Gladiators has been proven to be one of those teams that are the hardest to take down in NACT.
I think it's the observer. I think they went AFK.
They have the best record in the regular season, and maybe this time it'll.
I think we
change
just
as
you
teams
hit
are
quit on
improving.
it and
If
then
any
it'll
team
go
has a
back into
chance
the
and a
lobby,
shot to take them down
or
outside of
it
BTK,
might just
though,
pick up
it may
and
actually
take
be the
over. I'm
NACTHorde.
not quite
They,
sure when the game
have
starts.
One of the best records from the qualifiers.
Yeah.
They in the first qualifiers they lost and got knocked down to the lower bracket. And they climbed from the very beginning
it's
of the
taking
lower
a second.
bracket all the way to the finish to claim their spot in the first open qualifiers.
Yeah, we're
and
good
have
now.
the third best record, so they're sitting in that third
Yeah,
spot.
what
They
is
only
this?
lost
Yeah, that's perfect.
to the BloodThristyKings and Gaimin Gladiators inside of the top 16. So this may be a chance for them to turn it around. I know
I think you might be on an even more delayed one than I am.
And it's going to be intense. It could be,
What?
we've seen all 2-0 sweeps, but again, I'm just hoping to see it go to a game 3.
I would hope so too. It is a redemption match for the NACTHorde, but first let's take a look at Gaimin Gladiators full roster coming in day 1. Now we have Hoon on the mid lane, best player, Jungle, Shark, Zia, and
Hoon's got an Ico hat.
Chicken. I'm looking forward to see how Chicken performs back in a competitive scene in his preferred as a side laner. He's doing so well in the previous seasons, and I'm very excited to see how he does in this new synergy.
Yes, well, I don't even know if I want to say arguably, but definitely one of the top XP laners here in North America, and that's been going on for a few years. And one of the members of the original BTK that dominated M3. A big and a good pickup by Gaimin Gladiators here.
Yapping and glazing at the same time. That's crazy.
Yapping and glazing
performs with this team to see how their synergy is coming in. We saw a little taste of it in the qualifiers, but here we're gonna have it.
Got a private hat now.
Yeah, Chicken was one of the only XP laners to keep things interesting, at least for me. In the qualifiers up until this point, he was literally running almost every single hero in the XP lane, just showcasing his talent in his hero pool, and he's ready to take it into the competitive scene again for North America, and he has a strong team to fight alongside, and there are gonna be some heavy hitters. You know, NIGHTHorde, this is gonna be their hardest challenge yet. Not too many teams are even close to Gaimin Gladiators, at least so far, when it comes to the early game objectives and being able to give them a chance to be uncomfortable. But hey, we'll see how this goes. If anybody can do it, NIGHTHorde sitting in that third position right behind BTK, they definitely have a chance.
Definitely have a chance. They will. Let's see their roster coming in today. Now, first up, we have
we got a Saoi hat now.
Sayuri in the mid lane, I suppose. Oh My Foe, Sleepy, Momoy, and R. Wow.
The simping begins.
Of familiar faces coming in for the NIGHTHorde.
Yo,
Sure,
I don't mean this in a bad way, but she kind of looks AI
generated. They're
generated.
super strong. They've been consistently good for every season so far.
Some people just don't have like good cameras.
The other picture looked fine, but this one
while
looks
this
AI
might
generated.
be a brand new roster for the NIGHTHorde, a lot of these players have, I want to say, a lot of history in North America. Are bringing up, especially when it comes to.
Yo, Oh My Foe is cheesing hard, bro. I like it.
A lot of big names when it comes to North America coming together on one team and had a very successful
got a Liz hat now
to reach this point.
I'm joking.
You know, looking at the roster, I've just got one question to really ask. Is Sleepy going to be able to keep up with Fried Chicken in the XP lane? I mean, he's known to kind of be very mobile, very hard to keep in place, and he opens up the objectives in the early game by rotating and
casters
the lane and being that harassment to the minions, being able to proxy the lanes and create that opportunity. Not too many players have found a way to disrupt that from happening.
Very
if NIGHTHorde wants a chance to kind of take advantage of the early game, that's where we're going to have to start, right? Focus on Chicken in the XP lane and either find something that's just as mobile or something that can kind of keep him in his tracks without rotating you.
That's going to be a hard road to climb up. But for Chad, I know Chad is probably going crazy with seeing Sayuri on that screen over there, but I'm so happy that this season we get so much more representation from the best mages in NA, and a lot of them are girl power, so definitely very excited to see that. So let's see.
He looks 16. Tongue emoji. Yeah, you're getting banned, bro. What the fuck?
Oh God.
Wow. Mods, why you're not touching him? Yeah, just read that. Yeah.
This season seems like he
you guys
wants
agree
a piece of that prediction.
Fucking
He no longer is showing full support to the underdogs.
Motherfucker says she looks 16. Tongue emoji, bro. Get the fuck out of my chat.
And I think he's already done better than at least me and Wheezy so far.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about
zoom in on your way. Why would I do that?
That's mainly because he is the new member.
So much yapping. I feel like that's gonna be a trend now.
Is prospectively the best.
The yapping trend
in North America.
You started.
So I know Breezy brought it up a little bit when it comes to the matchup with Flat Chicken, but we also have to discuss that matchup in the marksman lane against Zia.
We're gonna see it in all the chats.
Incredible.
International.
I want to say one of the best players in North America, as he's been to the live.
When I went to Endo,
live stage,
I ended up like all the casters kept saying "Did."
Has been there so many times. I mean, it's just a roster
Validate.
full of gladiators.
Full of gladiators for sure, and the gladiators
international yapping.
So casters, take it away.
I'm dead.
I'm so excited about this because I do want to see, like I said, I'm hyped to see
some interesting music like played when this came in.
The top of North America again, but like I said, it's a brand new roster.
Man, we're
from
getting into it
NIGHTHORDE
already.
who had such
Yeah,
success
we're getting
in
into
the
it.
qualifiers. If they can duplicate that and maybe even just get a single game off of Gaimin Gladiators, it would be a huge win for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Oh,
gonna be
yeah,
a
they got
major
Boca
statement. If
on
they
there.
can take down Gaimin Gladiators. A
Yeah.
lot of teams are going to be keeping
They got
eyes on
Boca?
them.
That team looks
As,
crazy,
they're
bro.
potentially, usually, well, not usually, always slotted in that grand finalist position for every single
That lineup
NACT.
is crazy.
I mean, they got that trio.
That
synergy
lineup
that
is
kinda stays the
crazy.
same no matter all the
Is
name
that Sir
changes, to all the
Bossy?
different managers that they've had. You
Fucking,
usually see Hoon, Shark, and
Ooga
Best Player
Booga.
as that
Boca.
trio synergy, right? With a couple new additions here and there. We've seen them play with Milo. We've seen them play with
Production's getting it
as
fixed,
well.
Chad. Let them cook,
Such
dude.
as
They're trying to
like
build
Basic.
dream
Now,
teams around here.
Inside of this
This guy said
composition,
Sayori was
is
Homelander all
the
along.
deciding factor
Oh.
to chicken into the mix, right? It's definitely going to be a dynamic that they haven't had before. And a lot
Bruh.
of things have played
Shapeshift
out.
into
We are
it.
seeing the bands on the table. I already see Private's face, man. What's going on?
Oh
Just
God.
leave open Matilda
Oh,
for
good.
Shark
We know what that
because, I mean,
means.
that has been one of the biggest we'll see if we're gonna take that off the table. But I mean, Shark plays a disgusting Matilda when it comes to especially with his mechanical ability on there. Claude has not had, I want to say, the greatest opening here for us, so I'm very surprised to see him as
Claude
a
I like-
pick, but I mean, if
I like the
anybody can
production.
shine
I just
and
feel
be a
like
highlight
again they're
reel,
just
it's gonna
getting
be
everything
Z.
ironed out. It's day one. Day one's always
We're gonna see our
crazy.
first
You
win
just
of
gotta
the
let them
game today.
cook.
Nah, the
TheNightHorde, they are
actual
gonna
team
slot
of
that
it
up
looks
alongside
cool.
the Faramis,
Oh
which means
yeah,
they have
like
the
everything.
sustainability and
Like
they have engaged in
there's
distance
just
moves.
like
That's one of the
a
things I
couple
like about
mess
the
ups that do
right?
happen, but
She can
again,
rush
the
in,
overall
possibly steal
production looks
retribution, and
insane.
get back out to safety with little to no penalty.
What's Stella
And
say?
then,
What's
hey, when
Stella
things don't work
say?
out in your favor, there's a Faramis
What's
right
she
at the back
say?
door with that nether realm to keep you and the team alive. There is still Valentina on the table. Could be a pickup from the side of Gaimin Gladiators if they do want to keep their team alive. And also, we got to talk about the matchup when you have a Faramis on one side of the table and you have the Claude on the other, right? They kind of undo each other. You use the nether realm, the Claude goes in, and he pretty much bursts everybody down if they're grouped together.
Nah.
But on the other side, if Claude goes in and
What
uses the
the-
Blazing Duet first, and then you use the nether realm, you keep your team alive. So it's going to be down to who kind of baits out that ultimate as we are jumping into this game.
Yeah, and a big pickups by them. You were talking a little bit
BTK's
about
match
the
is next.
strength of the Ruby. I know
Oh,
when it comes to
hell
a lot of the
no.
stats, Ruby can be
Hot.
one of the highest picked, but one of the lowest win rates for a lot of teams because it takes a special kind of mechanical ability, a special kind of understanding to really be that highlight and mechanically gifted hero player for a hero like
What
Ruby.
did I
So
miss? Not much.
if anybody can do that, it's going to be chicken here
FIENDS,
as well. We
BTK,
did match that
like
up with a
and now
carry
we're on
on the
this
other
one.
side, especially R.
Yeah, you're definitely back in time. First match is GG versus NIGHTHORDE.
But it's going to go a little bit more, I want to say, into the mid, into the late game, so we might be looking for something a little bit early on the side of NIGHTHORDES.
It's a little chilly. in
Yeah, and I do
here.
like that Hoon picked this Lilia, especially up against Faramis. It
Gwen is
works
not
out
that
really
strong
well,
anymore.
It actually
She's
kinda
still
counteracts
missed.
it.
It's just a
Something that we
little
see on the
nerf
international
range.
scene to go
But you
up
can still
against it.
flicker
You know, you have
seconds
black
still.
shoes, you can get
Still
back out
makes
to
us
safety.
up.
You can use the power of Gwen to
Engage.
pretty much burst everybody down, especially
Are we talking about Gwen?
in the early game. And then, I mean, even
Yeah.
if he runs something like a
Yeah.
Purify, he
'Cause
really
they
doesn't
nerf
have
her
to
range a
worry
little
about the Guinevere jumping on him using that Violet Requiem because he can go back to safety and
He was
pretty much get all
definitely
that
pretty
HP
strong.
back. So I think it's a very safe option.
They're acting like
Now
Carlos
we
is
are gonna have to
Kyrie
look at
binding on the
where both of
junglers.
these sides go from here. Both marksmen on the table. It will be a Claude up against a carry.
banned one
Skippable
mage.
marksman pickups that have been meta for a while now on all international scenes. And I think we're so far off to a good direct both
No
sides. I am
us?
very
Carlos?
curious how the Guinevere is going to work, though. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of teams pick it up. Even when it's not banned, it hasn't been picked. And hey, is it still a meta
Yep,
pickup
yep,
or
yep,
not?
yep.
For me, the interesting thing here
Yeah,
is
I'll
that we
just
picked
shut
up
up.
Faramis after the Claude pickup. As some people might not know, Claude actually is not exactly a counter for Faramis, but his ability, especially with the Blazing Duet, to put damage onto like an entire
I was a little bit behind.
area
I sped it up a bit.
will mean that nether realm might have the opposite effect. As soon as the
It's
nether
the
realm
best
goes out, you have
yapper
a
in
blazing
that
duet.
nether.
It's going to burst them down, and it's going to keep them in the same position as they
I got
revive
private,
back
bro,
up
on
and
top.
might.
The giveaway, I do
sitting
giveaways
ducks
every
for
month
that
on
game. So it's
the
gonna be very
30th,
interesting
the
to see how this
30th or the
play out.
31st.
Hey, man,
Oh,
huge
you're
shout
right,
out to the
Joe. I'm
production
like
team.
right
Whoever,
now,
just
as we
drops
speak,
these
I'm
beats
actually
for the
feeding
draft, man,
GG
keep it
information
going because it's
about the
building up
match.
that hype.
If you
I'm
didn't know.
feeling it as these teams are drafting. You are going to go ahead and see that Fredrin picked up for the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Damn.
It's going to provide even more frontline presence stacked up with that Ruby. They are going to have to watch out for the carry, though. The carry loves those heroes who are up close and personal. But carry's going to have to watch out as well, as they have a good dive composition, to be honest with you. I mean, the Ruby's good. They could run it.
Nah. BTK versus A77's match 4.
XP. I mean, if anybody can pull that off, it's definitely fried chicken. And they're very versatile with what they have in their draft so far. Lapu Lapu will be picked up from the side of the NightHorde. I'm also a fan of Lapu Lapu. I think he pretty much works in any composition, right? He's like a jack of all trades inside of the XP lane. He has stability, has the range damage with the Justice Blades.
Best player no ass on the fridge, we lost.
He has the stun and anti-immunity to CC inside of the Raging Slash.
Best player on the fridge.
Yeah, my only problem is
I mean, it could be Fredrin XP.
I want to say stun from him. You've got some pretty mobile heroes.
They could swap that. That is true.
With that BMI, is going to be able to kind of traverse the map.
Yeah, but what would he go?
Be able to get away
I don't
from
think
him
there's
when he
anything
does
open
dive
for him.
into the
Vasha would be the only thing.
Go ahead and pick up this
Yeah.
Kai. That means, and this has been like one of the age-old, I want to say, counters or verses.
Yo,
when it
I
comes
have
to a
not
Fredrin.
seen
You're
Lancelot
hoping
in
that
so
you can
long,
get that
bro.
heavy
It's all
spin,
so hard.
pin
And like in
Fredrin against the
tournaments.
wall to where he can't use his abilities,
Can't even
can't use his
think of
retribution.
it as a
Meanwhile,
pick
you're
now.
open to use your retribution and get the turtle.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something we have to watch
The
out
last
for.
pick
Will
is
the Akai
so
be able to pin
long.
somebody on the wall, or will the CC be too much for him to handle?
Oh, we're
As
just
you are
going
gonna
right
be seeing
into the
both
game.
Oh, they
somebody
didn't
out in the
show
third
it. Let's
series
see.
of the day.
It
Good
was.
game one. Gaimin Gladiators taking on.
Oh,
the
no, it
NightHorde.
was
We're gonna
jungle.
Find out if the NightHorde has what it takes to avenge
Did
the
they pick for
qualifiers.
XP?
A
Oh,
loss to
CC,
Gaimin
okay.
Gladiators.
How about
Yeah, see, I
That's
mean,
right. It's
that's
a little bit
good.
of that redemption
CC
match
is a
where
solid
we
pick.
saw Gaimin Gladiators be able to shut down the NightHorde in the battle of top 16 into top 8. And now, hey, they have a second chance to flip the narrative and take down one of the strongest teams North America has to offer. Already seeing some great early game pressure inside of the mid lane. We talked about the top side, though. Fried Chicken.
Is
Will be
Lippy
running that
Silica
CC, one of
chat?
those heroes that are very hard to keep up with. We said he was one of those heroes that loves the mobility. He loves to be able to
That's
rotate
some other
around and
guy.
create the opportunity. And CC is perfect hero.
Shark
to be able
on
to pull that
Ruby,
off.
though.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to a lot of these angles that they can.
Did he just
attack from.
retry?
Ooh, who got that Litho Wanderer? Looks.
He
alike
did.
as
Carlos-
they went over to Gaimin
Oh,
Gladiators.
wait, that
And
last
Oh,
hit?
Hoon got
Oh,
it.
my foe with a.
Oh, yeah,
Hoon got
it, 'cause
a
Carlos
Gresham
Richards
in there,
is
but not
small
able
Yeah,
cam.
to.
he
snatch
retrieved the
Yeah, that
small
was
cam.
Hoon
I
was
seen
able
that.
to
I was like,
take
what
that
the fuck?
away from the NightHorde, special migration in.
That's GG
Some
to
early
taking
damage
bigger.
from
And their
both
teams
sides,
don't really
trying to
like
get ready
that
for this
anymore.
first turtle. We are looking at the bot side, though. Fredrin, 2v1 situation, or need to be careful. I mean, we talked about running this carry. He does not have a
Will
purify,
you make it
so
to
if he gets
BTK
caught with any
again? Probably
CC,
not, bro.
it's going to be a
That's
rough
too late.
time.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing too is he's got the
Yeah, I can.
flicker instead of a lot of carries like to use the vengeance. I think are I want to say expecting the dives onto him, so he's gonna want those escapes on board for him.
Yeah, turtle spawning in the next 10 seconds as you are seeing both teams fight out. A lot of sustainability for Gaimin Gladiators. They have Brace Might from Fried Chicken. Oh my
Fried
goodness.
chicken.
Yeah, you see Fly Chicken goes down there,
Damn.
but they do
Sleepy
trade
fell,
the
though,
power
too.
kill on a too sleepy.
Ooh.
Saoui in a little bit of trouble here. Hoon chasing them
A little
down.
aggressive.
First turtle gonna get pulled over. Best player pulling it.
So
Oh,
if
we
they
don't
had
have
like the
exact-
cameras,
nice
they
heavy
would
spin.
put them
Was
at the
that
bottom
actually
left
a
and
heavy
right,
spin out
right?
there on the shark?
Yeah,
Does
like
that mean, no, heavy
the
spin is
actual
out,
cameras.
coming
Yep,
in
yep,
there.
yep.
Best player still
Yeah.
able to get
There's
the
only 3
retribution.
people that
First
get
turtle going over to
that
Gaimin
get put up, so I'm
Gladiators.
guessing
We'll
they'll
give them
just
the
end up
slight
like
advantage.
rotating
Yeah,
them.
Interesting how that first engagement played out.
Yo,
on the
that
top
must
side,
have been
right?
so
Both
complicated
mages got
for
a
the
kill out of
teams
that.
because most of
Hoon
them
and
don't want to
also,
do that.
Sayori, both
Yeah.
of them
Do
taking
that.
down the opposing
Yeah.
XP laner, which would be really an even trade when you think about it, because the Lilia is going to shine and profit a little bit more because she's going to be able to deal that
I
damage.
know they was arguing
Even
on
better
how
in
to
the early
put there.
phases. She
Nobody
has the
wanted that.
impure rage. She's ready to kind of burst down anybody that tries to rush in, especially the frontline composition that we are seeing from
Sharp
the NightHorde.
poking.
Oh my foe, he did that heavy. He had the heavy spin, right idea, wrong place. I feel like he should have been a little bit closer to that turtle to try and get that objective in his favor.
Yeah, but that also comes down to the teammates'
what
positioning
builds?
too. Are they in a good position to support him, or is he just going to be blindly heavy spinning
Retro?
into a whole
Ooh.
bunch of damage, like we see here? Oh my!
Wait,
God,
Aka has no ult.
onto right now
Oh,
is
they
going to be able to
can't.
get away. Big
Oh,
pop-up
nice.
lands onto best player.
Nice hook by
Ooh,
Shark.
Momoy.
No
Use
flick
that
on
flicker away
Gwen.
from best player,
Whoa.
and the appraiser's wrath
I know
drops
flicker
Sayori
from
very
nice,
low,
nice.
but no deaths just yet.
Yeah, no deaths just yet. But on the top side, Chicken not being able to be as mobile as he was looking forward to with CC. You are looking at Sleepy kind of keeping him at bay. Some impressive performance so far, but the lane has been proxied on the bottom side. And Gaimin Gladiators working on stripping down some of this gold.
Yeah, a great job by Shark and Hoons. They're putting a great amount of pressure so that Best Player and Zia can go ahead and get all the gold plating off of this bottom tower.
Yeah, and this is going to put Zia at a major advantage up against R. Wait a second, though. There goes the stun. Now, I'm Offended actually came out right there from Shark, which means he won't have the initial setup he's looking for. We'll have to wait a little bit. But Demon Hunter Sword, we talked about getting that gold plating, has been picked up from Zia. And now dealing some damage on the R.
Yeah, R actually took the full force of that amazing dude.
It goes be a
Got
chest
choked down
first,
to on the third
I
health
thought most
there,
people
and
went
is gonna have to
for
go back to base, especially right
this
when
item
this
for
turtle
corrosion
comes
on
up.
Claude
You see
first.
Best Player going ahead, dragging it over to his side. Fried Chicken doing a great
Maybe
job
because
of
they're tanky,
zoning
I don't
out
know.
Sleepy up at the top. At the bottom, Momoy, it does seem like they're kind of distracted, have different ideas
Yeah,
in
it's a
mind for
free
what they should
turtle.
be doing. 10% Sleepy
Nice.
comes in, but it's
I don't
not
know
gonna
why
stop
Lapo
Best
went
Player,
in
and
there,
that
bro.
might actually cost
Oh.
Sleepy a little bit of a job there, as Hoon with the black shoes successfully baits him, and Sleepy gets taken down.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, the synergy from NightHorde
Have
is
you
just
seen the
not
new
there when it
items?
comes
I
to
did.
engaging on these neutral objectives. Gaimin Gladiators,
I don't know if we'll be able to fly
able to
items.
box them out proficiently and take it with little to no contest, and now an invasion on the purple buff.
Yeah, Best Player doing a good job. It does look like he wasn't able to get that purple
Ooh,
buff,
that's a
but I mean,
four-man
this is
gang
just the
for
show
our-
of force now. They're in the
Ooh,
jungle.
flickers
They're letting
out.
us know
The
that
flicker.
You guys can't stop us, and even doing a great job
Good tower,
of
though.
zoning them out
Yeah.
to get this tower.
see.
And at the top,
Archive force
synergizing
to
a
all.
tower take there. Oh, my phone with the heavy
Carlos
spin
good
might be in a
top.
little bit of a
Okay.
bad
Oh.
way here. Here comes a nice
Damn,
little
that
nether
burst.
realm. Is that going to be, or not a nether realm, is
Oh,
that going to be
damn.
enough for
Zia.
them?
Toe neck really low,
Yeah,
flickers
Zia
out.
Momoy on the backside here.
Nah, they got it back.
The rest
They
of
can't.
Gaimin Gladiators going to disengage from there. It was another realm, but still
Mid,
not
mid,
enough
mid,
to
mid.
save Oh My Foe. At the middle,
Nice,
Sleepy
nice
in
cancel.
trouble, gets taken out by Best Player there.
Dude,
Coming
look at
all
how,
angles
like,
onto the NightHorde.
they always force
They're
the
all
enemy
over the
team
place
out
right
of
now.
towers,
Behind the
and then they just
NightHorde
take the towers.
With a fast gameplay and momentum that they're not able to keep up with. You're now looking at a 4,000 gold lead, only 5 minutes
It's
in.
just
Demon
like
Hunter
their
Sword was
mid lane
picked up by
cannot get
Claude
buffed.
already.
Lily have like
to
cleared
soak
so much
into
faster
Oh
than
My
Fernandez, so
Foe,
they rotate a lot
Sleepy, and
faster.
Momoy
And they have the
off to a
number
great
advantage.
start, and the NightHorde yet to claim any objectives in their
It's a
favor.
good
Lost
comp.
all 3 of their tier 1 turrets and also 2 turtles. This is a major early game pressure from Gaimin Gladiators, who's just been proven to show
Damn,
they're
that
able to take
damage.
it to the next level that a lot of teams can't keep up with.
Yeah, and it's just the intensity of this offense is just so crazy to look at, because you see here, they don't just take a tower, they take the entire row. Big heavy spin lands onto Best Player, pop-up lands on the Shark, but look at the damage coming out. Best Player finds a kill onto Momoy. Sayori
Sleepy
tried with
going
another
in,
row, but it's not
1v10.
going to be enough. Down comes the appraiser.
1v10.
That was good, but oh,
Momoy
nice.
gets taken down by Best Player, and Zia finds a kill onto Sayori. It's just Oh My Foe at the mid
You
tower.
see, like this is what I mean.
I
like
think it's just hilarious.
they have, like,
This
7
player, he
kills,
gets
like
set up on the
Fiend
wall with
has,
the
but
heavy
look at their
spin.
goal lead.
You're looking at R just
way
chucking him
bigger.
down
It's like
with the,
6K
the
by now.
speedy light wheels.
Yeah,
and
it's
not
it's
really
like
doing
almost
any damage to
1,000
him. He
gold a
just, like,
minute.
took
I
all
guess
of
what
those
they
hits,
do.
baited out all of that utility,
so
and then
they gotta
Gaimin
know how to,
Gladiators
like,
came in
take
with the
advantage
counterplay and also claimed that
of
turtle,
every kill they
now
get.
leading by 7,000 gold. Just within the past 2 minutes, they've increased it by another 3,000. You're looking at Best Player up
Silly
3
cat
kills,
feeling
highest
silly. He
kills
kinda
of
feeling,
the
chat.
game so far, and it's like they're looking to take more.
Well, and that's the problem when it comes to this tanky carry builds. You only have the belt right now. They don't even have endless battle right now, so they're not going to be doing too much damage to be able to kind of compete, especially with Best Player starting to get real ahead on this Fredrin. And that's going to be a problem, because the slower you're able to burst Fredrin down, the more damage he's going to be able to output to you through that Appraiser's Wrath.
Yeah, and they're trying to play for a very sustainable composition. I mean, they have 3 Brave Smites on their side, but
Chip
Oh My Foe,
Chip is banned.
Yeah, Oh My Foe with a heavy spin there,
Oh, yes,
but
okay,
Chicken
one
wisely
HP.
using that purifying
Toad
out of there.
not
Best Player finds a kill onto Momoy, and every single time that the NightHorde thinks that they have found an opening, it just gets turned around on them, as the rest of Gaimin
Free
Gladiators
mid
are
tower,
right there
free
to
blue.
go ahead, put on the damage, and take a kill off of NightHorde.
Yeah, it's looking like Gaimin Gladiators is trying to find a way to close this out early before that 12-minute mark, and they may be able to pull it off. On
You
the
guys
pace
see
that
what
they're
they're
running
doing,
so
chat?
far,
Like
as the tier 2
Carlos is
turret
not
will
even
fall,
clearing his own
and they're
side of the
stripped down, so
jungle.
they're
It's just
inhibitors
on their side.
for the NightHorde at the
To, like,
8-minute
double
30-second
the-
mark. Right now,
the advantage.
Gaimin Gladiators checking everything off the list. The
And not let them
NightHorde
free
forced
farm.
into a situation where they have to play for the late game. They can't afford to take this fight into
It's
the
just to
jungle.
keep
They will not
applying that
win. It's
pressure.
almost a 10,000 gold deficit. Not the fight you want to take. They need to
Load
play
better be
passive,
up.
wait for Gaimin Gladiators to hopefully make a
The
mistake.
probably
Chip can't
gonna
be
give
used for
lean
15
on.
days.
Yeah,
So far,
like
they have
look,
not
like
been
by
able to find
now
that
it's like
opportunity.
a 10K lead basically.
Yeah, it's oh my
What I'm
god.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
There is
fighting.
another realm out trying to save them. It's not going to be able to keep them topped up as the blazing duet is
Good
into the
pin.
backline. Momoy very
Damn,
low. Big
Shark
pop
dead.
up on the Shark. Is that going to be enough? Shark goes
Tower?
down, and down
Nah,
goes
tower should
Omifo
pop.
as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a
Jungle
1-for-1
for a
trade,
roam,
but
that's
again,
worth it.
Gaimin Gladiators still an advantage. It's not really going to affect them that much. They have pressure. They can take this Lord with no contest. They can stay inside of their jungle, try and starve out the NightHorde from rushing out, but looks like they're not. They want them to take this fight into the Lord pit. Do they take the bait?
I mean, tournament is very
I
different
mean,
from
I don't know
Spring,
what
bro.
you
That's
can
the
do
thing.
here at this point.
Look
You're
at
at
Chicken
Because
just
zone
taking
is- Yeah,
everybody.
1v4, bro.
for Gaimin Gladiators.
You
Best
can't
player
do
to go ahead and pick that
nothing
up.
to
Flying
him.
Chicken fending off the
That's
whole
actually
of the
good. He went
NightHorde
Purify
by
here.
himself.
Helping
Does
him
get
a
the
lot.
rest of the group to help out, and NightHorde is going to turn tail.
I mean, that's what happens when you got a 10K gold
Literally the
lead.
definition
Zone
of
them
one-man
out,
army from Fried Chicken. They're
reset.
only
Now you
needing
got
that,
full HP.
war
You're ready
axe
to push for
to
the
be able to
Lord.
do it. He does have some sustainability. He's
Top
building up some
lane,
defense on
pretty
top of
much
that. But when it comes
probably
to the damage
synced.
dealers, right? You're looking at Zia picking up the Demon Hunter Sword, the Golden Staff, the Malefic Roar, and
We're
the
waiting on the
Corrosion
Lord,
Sight.
to be
4
honest.
core items. Carry not able to keep up with him right now. Has that Thunder Belt, has a little bit of damage as well, but not enough, especially with that 11K
One
deficit
BTK
and the
playing
Lord
after
marching
this
on the top
series
side. And
against
I
A77.
think Gaimin Gladiators is looking to close this out. I mean, they are in position to be able to do it. It's going to be a tight window, but with that gold advantage,
Dragon
with the
War-
lanes being synced,
Who's Dragon
they're
Warrior?
known to be able to
Sleepy?
pull this off.
Yeah,
Lapu
all
Lapu.
lanes. You can see this.
Look at that. Look at just how well their lanes are synced.
Lord's gonna be up at the top.
God.
Big lands on the
Oh,
heavy spin.
what
Is
a
he gonna be able to get away? It does look like he is gonna be able to get away at the top, though. Lord putting the pressure on
got
to
that
that
handheld.
top high ground as R clears out the minions from the bottom.
alright.
They are gonna probably be able to take care
They're
of
about
this
to
Lord.
push.
But every single time before, I've talked about
Oh,
this
Shark.
might be
Shark
the end of
concealed.
it.
He's on the.
Gaimin Gladiators
Look at
looking
look.
to
He
try to
dodged
go
the
in for kill.
crap out of
Sleepy
that,
deep
bro.
into the back lines. There is a nether
Ooh,
realm to
didn't
keep
pull
the
the
team
I'm
up.
offended.
R,
There it is. There it is. Blazing
Oh my
duet.
God.
Oh
damage though?
my
God.
Yo.
And that is going
We're
to be
glazing
4
right now, but
down
it's
for
true,
the
bro.
side
That's
of the
crazy.
NightHorde. Gaimin
It's
Gladiators
over.
actually might be able to close this out. It's
Dude,
just
that was
necessity
such
only.
a great
Per
synergy
hour
right
to try
there.
to defend this, and that is going to be a dominating performance
Instantly
and
ready to
victory
follow
for
up.
Gaimin
You
Gladiators.
literally could see it. Like you could see that the shark and then Zia follow up was just insane.
Their opening debut for the regular season, Gaimin Gladiators living up to the name.
Why everybody
not
got such big
disappointing.
big
Very
off
fast
forearms,
finish,
man?
13-3, 41 KDA, 189,000 damage over there. Their rating 9.67.
Hold on,
Honestly,
let me-
I'm surprised about the rating.
Is that their old pictures
because that was the
with
fastest
edited
finish.
shirts?
GPM is going to be sitting at 8,000, but that doesn't even
looks
paint the
like
full
it.
story of what we've seen.
I was trying to
today
join the
with that
lineup.
Flawless execution.
Yeah, very unfortunate for the NightHorde because this is just like there's just so many answers, and whether it's draft, whether it's comps, and then the execution of Gaimin Gladiators here, able to kind of force their way through that early game, especially before Carry was able to even actually dish out a lot of damage. They had answers. I want to say the execution was on par for the NightHorde. They found opportunities. The only problem is they were so far behind so early that even the opportunities that they got were turned around by Gaimin Gladiators, and a very dominating victory for them.
And this just shows you how strong Gaimin Gladiators is, because NightHorde is not your average team. They're sitting in that number 3 position above a lot of these teams who are on the table, at least for the top 16 into the top 8. That may change as we kind of go through the round robin for the regular season. But to be able to shut them down with that fast of a game shows you they're not playing around, right? They're taking this seriously and they're executing flawlessly on these objectives. And this is where they start to shine over a lot of teams, at least on the NA scene, is they just can't find a way to keep up with them in the early game. And the international level, I wouldn't say it's the same story. I feel like those teams are kind of on par or a little bit better than them. But when it comes to the NA scene, man, a little bit. But in the NA scene, you start seeing teams, that's what the difference is, right? Even if you have a good draft against them, they're just, people can't keep up with their rotations. They can't keep up with the first neutral objective, the turrets, the rotations is what gets them that micro and macro every single time within that first 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to be like an analysis for the NightHorde because it's like we want to know where we can do better, where we made mistakes, and where we can kind of match up against the Gaimin Gladiators. And it's like, where do we start? Be it from like every mistake is always capitalized on by Gaimin Gladiators, and even when it comes to those rotations, you saw a great ability by Gaimin Gladiators to zone out the enemy when it came to either objectives for the towers, getting gold plating, or even when it came to the turtle and lord fights. They executed everything textbook that you needed to do, that you want to do against an enemy team, and to the point that, like I was talking about before, you get, when they get their hands on you, the hold gets tighter and tighter and tighter until you're suffocating
that was
in your base at like the
Gaimin, yeah. That was Gaimin Gladiators.
It boils down to them just having that international experience. I mean, they've fought against some of the best teams in the world. They've learned a lot that other teams haven't really had the opportunity to have because they can't take them down. And it just goes to show that they're getting better and better. Now, in order for them to stop them, they got to find a way to disrupt their synergy early. I think that's really
what is
all it
Private
is. If you
even
can
saying?
find a way to get to those objectives first, or at least get a trade-off to even out the early phase, that will be a good start. But I gotta ask you a question. Out of everything,
the hole gets tighter and tighter.
Do you even have somebody that you can give the MVP?
He did not. He said that shit.
He been saying that. He been saying that on purpose at this point.
He said.
He was talking about clenching earlier.
Oh god. And then he was like.
Gladiators a lot of the
it was
times
what last time he was saying it was like.
One of them.
Oh,
someone was clinching.
Like, I remember he was talking about. Yo, who is Gaimin Gladiators gonna sharpen their sword with?
Executes their position and what they're supposed to be doing.
Like, what is he talking about?
Honestly, I can't even pick one out of them. Do you have one?
I don't know. I mean, I'm right there with you. It was just such a fast game. They were winning everything across the board. I will say, though, it was impressive with Hoon at the very end. He was running that Lilia. He went to the side of that inhibitor turret, and nobody on NightHorde even tried to go for him. They just let him just start bursting them down with the glue.
Yo, G, where's the fear guy? Trex?
You literally just see Hoon
I think
standing
Trex
there.
is
Didn't even need to use the black shoes. He's just making it rain on
working
them with the gloom, and they were so focused on defending the mid lane and not paying
might go live for the BTK game.
To the right of them, which had a heavy impact on how fast they fell over there.
Calm down, Cash.
Game number 1 , but
Ocean
overall, I
in
think
here.
it's that similarity to what we've seen in a couple of the series. Today,
Ocean over here making an ocean.
Overall, collectively good and an MVP as a team as a whole, not the individual.
It's interesting here. I mean, what do you do as the NightHorde after that game to kind of like shape up and like it's like, where do we start from here? I mean,
it's all looking good now,
teams, right? I'm sure it's kind of expected. They know they're going up against basically the very top of North America. So you basically just have to take those licks, come back with something and try to execute.
You heard that, bro? Like he said, you have to take those licks,
execution
come
is
back
key.
with
That's what's going to make the difference inside of this game.
Why does he talk like that, Chuck?
Up against Gaimin Gladiators,
I don't
did
know.
not be able to push through.
He's a sussy potato.
They are now at a possible sweep if they're not careful, which will be our third
crazy.
sweep of the day. I want to see it go to game 3. Honestly, being on the desk, I want to see a team that can give Gaimin Gladiators a challenge. Like, we always want to see North America grow, but I know whoever wins the NACT Spring season,
Yeah, we got all the
I
pictures
just want them to
fixed.
be able to represent us on the international level and perform. And that's what I'm excited to see as all these teams are fighting it out. But looking at the draft so far, this is what we call textbook, right? I mean, nothing too out of the ordinary that stands out. Mathilda.
Somebody asked how
Still on the
old
table.
Private
Do we
is.
see it?
Do you know?
I mean, it wasn't picked up last time.
How old? I think
It actually got
I think
banned
he's like
out by,
38.
Gaimin Gladiators during the second half, which was very interesting to me because I want to say they have the strongest Matilda player in my opinion. Then they ban it out again here, and this is a very interesting thing for me. As strong as a shark is, it's interesting
I don't know.
me that they ban out the Matilda, obviously because they have different plans that they want to go with, and Matilda just not falling into it, but they still do have the respect on that. Rome.
Speaking of respect, we've seen time and time again the Ruby not being banned out, and a lot
Picking
of
up
teams
the
kind of
Ruby.
not really worrying about prioritizing it for the first pickup. This is going to be the first time that we see a team take it up for first pick, at least so far for the regular season.
You got the
NACT
Bluesy fade.
is going to go ahead and take that, which means they have group CC, but they allow the trade-off to
The
be
Vexana.
the Glad and the Vexana. How you feel about that trade, Private?
Man, it's for me, like I said, Ruby is one of those double-edged swords. She has a lot of play and she has great potential, but it takes a very special person to play her very, very well. And especially when it comes up against some of these teams that can throw
who's
out a lot
this
of that
MOBA
CC.
Zane in the chat? Why does he look like
I
an
do
old
the
Indian?
Nana pick out there. I don't know if this is the first time we're going to see the Nana versus Vexana. With
dead.
the recent nerfs to Vexana's kit, I almost put her kind of like even to the type of CC and control that Nana has.
Damn,
out
so
there. And
Ruby's that good
sticking
now? People are
with
prioritizing
that
her a lot.
Guinevere pickup.
Well, at the very beginning
work
in the
out the
like
first time,
qualifiers,
hey,
man, people
maybe
were
the
using
second time
Ruby,
will
and
be the
every
charm.
time they were failing
Nana
with
and
her. I
Vexana
think
will be an interesting
just a lot of
combination to
people
fight
didn't
against each
know
other. Both of
like
them
how to
very
properly
strong
build
mages.
Ruby until like
Yeah,
after
it
they
works
seen him
better
in.
on
to pick
wall.
up something before the
Yeah.
second start of the draft. Do they go in for something like a
100%.
Minotaur? I mean, it's available. There's not really much
That's
to
old
stop
man
the
Zane?
theory, and it hasn't
That's
been banned out yet.
crazy.
I think it would definitely be a strong pickup, but do they have the no? The Nolan has been taken off the table. So honestly, I think the Minotaur would be pretty solid here for Gaimin Gladiators, but they're a team that is very three-dimensional when it comes to drafting, right? They can
you
keep the
lost
team on
your
their toes. They can keep
That's
things interesting.
Milo
And, they're
feeding.
going to go ahead and solidify their jungle. They're going to go ahead and pick up this Fredrin.
They're just running it back.
Time, had no problem. We've seen
They're running it
a best
back.
player pinned on a wall by a heavy spin and a carry just raining down with Speedy Light,
Another
and it didn't
fridge
even
pit.
phase this man. So hey, why not pick it up again?
Yeah,
Best
well, that
players
kinda
turning
comes
into
in
MOBA
because
Zane.
Carrie has that issue in the early game where if you're playing her as a tank role, a lot of her first items are going to be those defensive items instead of the actual ones they're going to help out with.
I
the
missed when he
damage.
used to
And
play, like,
Gaimin Gladiators
Ling
read that
and-
to a T perfectly. Made sure that
Blame the game.
when they did get pinned up against
Blame the game, yeah.
kind of close the distance
True.
very quickly and give the support.
The utility
that best player
jungles
needed
are
to make
just-
sure that
I'm
he
so tired
survived
of
through
them,
there.
you know?
Looking through these first,
It's
and
boring,
I'm gonna
bro.
go ahead and
It
take
is,
off
it is.
forward anyway. CC
Yeah.
on the side of NightHorde taking off.
It's all about
Like
how
we were
long
talking
you
about
can stay
earlier as well,
alive and
Minotaur, the
securing
big CC
objectives.
roamer tank.
Yeah,
I feel like
that.
the
I remember
jungle
the
needs
days
a
when it was
rework.
like, yo,
For
like
Gaimin Gladiators.
Ling versus Lancelot
Yeah,
and
I'm looking
stuff
at
like
this
that.
draft
But
so
like,
far.
there's a
there's
lot
still a
of
couple of
like
marksmen on the table. The Brody
variants in the
would
fight.
be pretty
but
solid here, especially
Nowadays, it's
to
just mixtures.
have the survivability in your lane. You know,
Just
Gaimin
walking
Gladiators
around,
is going to
taking
rotate down
buffs,
there and
that's
gank
it.
that side lane. They stampede through the early objectives, and they may want to go with a marksman that has survivability. The Natan is an option. We got to see him picked up earlier today. Not your most favored marksman, but it can work in their favor if they pull it off right. But I don't know if they will, because there's so much. I mean, you have the Guinevere and the Nana already, so I would probably just say the Brody would be a good pickup for the side of the NightHorde. They are going to go ahead and take down this Exborg, though. Don't want to allow that true
Why not
damage to
save
step
it?
onto the table. And they're trying to limit Fried Chicken, who, like you said, arguably is one of the top XP laners in North America and has one of the highest hero pools. He did.
He's still glazing,
I'd
child.
say
You
we
guys
came to
hear?
him up against Sleepy. and
Type on the
Jimmy.
right.
Every
Okay.
time he says
Yeah.
fried chicken, he has to
Just don't type on the left. The left is just a sword.
Job at keeping him
A
at
little
bay,
bit.
but once Gaimin Gladiators started climbing through those objectives, that's when you started seeing Fried Chicken have the advantage to be able to burst him down, to be able to out-rotate him, because the deficit was just too much to handle. So I think we both can agree it's really going to boil down to who can control the early game if NightHorde even wants to have a chance to win this game.
Well, it was really
No one
interesting 'cause
chat,
in
no
the
one.
early game, Chicken actually took a death
Pack?
up in his
Interesting.
XP
Picked up the
lane
pack.
early to NightHorde because
not
of their
bad, that's not
rotations.
bad.
The only problem is, like you said, once that steamroller gets going for Gaimin Gladiators, no lane is safe, no jungle is safe for them, and they just control it so well. Here they're going to pick up Paquito. I do like he has had some recent changes to him with the most recent patch. He's got a lot more damage for his abilities, so that's going to be a very big shock, especially if he can kind of get around, maneuver around the
Jinx.
Molinas from Nana, or even close the distance on a Guinevere.
Yeah, the Paquito can be a problem. I think they also extended
Well, the
his,
Paquito would be
his
able to
range
interrupt
on
the
his
Ruby
skills as well, which could be a possible problem. Now, we're looking at a strong frontline composition and some great CC for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. On the side of NightHorde, they have some good CC as well, and they're going to get
Oh, they're gonna go Ruby
as they
Roam
pick up
now.
that Yuzong,
That's good.
which means this is going to be a Guinevere in the jungle this time around. This won't be that Roam Guinevere. It's going to be Yuzong inside the XP lane.
Yo, I
going
think
up
he's
against, the Paquito.
100% gonna go cool for a
You know,
chat.
I feel like with the Paquito and the Yuzong, I feel like the Paquito can get
I
the
think
job
it's
done,
time.
and maybe even with
He
the,
could go Kufra or
recent
he
buff
could
take
to
Real.
him, it's going to give him a little bit
Or
of a slight
Grub.
advantage.
Or
the
Grok,
Yuzong,
yeah. I
want him
mean,
to
if
go
he can proc
Kufra.
that Shaw Essence, he'll be able to kind of out-survive, and this may just be a battle of who can get those mutual objectives first. But both of them bring some big things to the table. The Paquito has the mobility. He can get to the back lane and or back lines and burst them down. But so this is Yuzong with the Black Dragon, and there's not really anything
in a
to
VC
stop
with
Yuzong
Dez.
once he drops down. Looks like he's gonna try and
Oh,
focus in on
Matilda
him,
was
try and get
open
that
the whole
Vexana
time.
and
Oh,
open
wait,
it
No,
up.
no, no.
Are you
it
blind, bro?
He said, "Are you
my
blind?"
son's talking.
Shark gonna
My
show
chat.
it
Oh, he
off.
went
That's gonna be a pickup
chow.
for him.
Oh, hell
Definitely
no.
gonna be looking to
Yeah, he's
isolate
trolling now.
outs,
He's
either
feeling
R
himself.
Or oh my
Yeah,
phone.
he's
Sayori-
trolling.
Sayori might be a different
Nah, he's
story.
not
You
trolling.
definitely don't
Trust.
Kind
He's
of
not
jump
trolling.
into a Molina on your front. Very interesting. I
He
haven't
might
seen
have been
Shark
back
on
then.
Well, I mean,
Well, he
might have been back then.
I've
He's
seen
got
it on the
he.
international stage.
he's
He
gotten
pulled out
better.
the show a few
True.
times.
I mean, he did it in the
Too often
international
here in
stage,
North
so
America in
His
the,
Joy Botch level now.
NACT.
He's
But
Joy
I'm
Botch
glad
level?
to see it, especially
Okay,
where somebody
alright.
who's as mechanically gifted as Shark is. R, on the other hand, here, I'm very interested because we were talking about it before. A lot of the marksman changes that came out kind of put a nerf onto the attack speed and help out a lot of those marksmen
Clint.
with a lot more
He
base
said,
damage
GG, we
than they had
lost.
before. Clint, one of those that really
Infection
gave us that
Junior.
base damage and that burst that he can put out.
Now, there's a lot of physical damage for the side.
I
of
love
Gaimin
this, like,
Gladiators. They only
intro
have
into the
Vexana for
Land of
magic
Dawn.
damage. Will Gaimin Gladiators be able to shut down the NightHorde as we are jumping into the Land of Dawn?
Yeah, it's going to be game 2 looking for the NightHorde. If they can have the possibility of taking this to a game 3 against arguably the best of North America.
That's right. I mean, they've been competing
I
on the
hope that
international
bug
level
doesn't
all
happen
of
to them, and he can actually kick.
2023. The only team that's had
Oh,
a
yeah, the
chance
bug.
to really give them a hard time was the BloodThristyKings, and that was back in the NACT Spring season when we got to see that.
Ooh,
Now, some early aggression
ooh,
already.
wait.
The fast rotation by them and the
That's
cleanup
crazy. Look at that
was
gang,
perfect
chat.
there. Surprise to
Look at that
Sleepy,
gang.
and that's a kill in the opening
First
30
blooded.
seconds of the game.
That's crazy.
That's the fastest kill that we've had in the regular season so far. And Sleepy,
I don't even
now needing to
blame
kinda
you,
watch
son.
out
They
for
gank
that.
him,
It
like,
just
so
shows you,
fast.
Gaimin Gladiators, they try and keep a team on their toes, expect the unexpected when you're
Crazy.
going up against them. As you are seeing some of the emblems pop up, you are going to see Brace Smite picked up from Moe and Sleepy. Both of them
Oh,
have
come? My
sustainability, have that healing effect in their favor, which is going to work with Gaimin Gladiator, though, because they just need to build anti-heal, and they're going to counter both heroes on the side
Oh,
of
look,
the
we got
NightHorde when you
emblems.
stack up like that.
Oh, the emblems
But like you said, for
disappeared.
the side of Gaimin
Ah,
Gladiator,
that's
oh my
why.
goodness.
For like 1 second.
Oh, maybe just
Damn,
a
no
little bit of
passive
a
Nana,
mistime.
no-
I'm not
no
sure if
Purify
that's
before
a praise
turn.
Rich!
actually
Oh,
hit Sayori, or if it was too early before she transformed out of the Molina state. But man, just the engagements here, how quickly they're rotating as 3 to kind of jump on a Momoe. Actually sees it coming, is trying to get in there against Shark, goes in for the pop-up. Oh, I wonder if he actually got that. They're going to go ahead, latch on the Shark. Fried Chicken comes in onto Momoe, and the 4 members of Gaimin Gladiators going to go ahead and focus on this first hurdle.
Oh, Four has no retry.
Trying
What
for
did he
the
retry?
aggro. You are seeing a little bit of a contest, though.
I don't know.
Shark
They
has
can
latched
contest
onto
that, that's
Omaifo.
great.
He's not going to give him any room to breathe,
Nice.
which is going to allow best
Oh,
player. Here
Shark is
comes
dead, though.
the Violent
No?
Requiem
Flicker?
onto
Oh.
Shark. Sleepy finds the finishing touches
Ooh,
in
best
there,
player.
latches onto
Sleepy
the-
petrified.
Wrath comes
Oh, and I'm
down
Mawasane.
with the combination of Hoon. That's going to be all she wrote for
Oh,
Momoe.
hell no. Yo, Fly.
You
Oh,
are
nice
looking at-
shoot.
Oh my gosh, Hoon with the double kill.
Oh.
Will find Sleepy
Oh,
Chicken,
he
though.
breaking ankles. Oh,
Oh my
He's
God.
breaking
Oh, look,
ankles.
his midway chicken gets out of that
Almost.
scot-free. Oh my foe, and Sayori gonna
Big
find the
bump,
kill
yep.
there as well.
That's right, 3-2 on the scoreboard. Oh, here we go. My foe rushes in.
Yeah, and Shark are gonna find the
Damn.
finishing.
They're
touch.
just doing 'em
Man,
dirty.
Shark on this toe right now is a menace. Ooh,
I
big
didn't even
Molina
see that.
first. Gonna
Oh,
try to get
that
a
was such a
wound,
good-
providing the support.
Yo.
Frightened onto Momoy.
Yo.
Be able to negate a little bit of CC and then using the separation from the G Kundo, that 3-part movement with that knockup to be able to disengage. Not the easiest thing to pull off, but showing his mastery over here on this Cho. 4-2 so far for Gaimin Gladiators. Able to take the first turtle, which means they have the early game advantage, and this is what they need. You just give them an inch and they'll take a mile. You have to be careful from the NightHorde. Right now, Hoon picking up 2 kills, highest kills on the board so far overall. And that is going to be very crucial, especially since he's the only magic damage for Gaimin Gladiators. With that Vexana, it's going to hit even harder, stacked up with the lethal ignition.
Oh, he does.
He might have. Nah.
Oh shit.
R just a little too slow.
Look at the damage coming out from Hoon. Drops them all to
You're Zong. He could. He baiting him.
You can see, oh my
nah, you don't want it.
Jungle minion after jungle
they got.
They're already up by 1,200 gold for the side of Gaimin Gladiators and climbing. Sharp.
I don't know about that one,
taking a little bit of hits down to about half HP. Not even phased. Very comfortable on this Cho. Very mobile and can get to anywhere at a moment's notice. You are seeing the turtle aggro be pulled by best player and Zia. Momoy may join the party alongside Sayori, but I don't think they'll be able to get there in time. The turtle will go to the Gaimin Gladiators to give him even more of an advantage in terms of gold and XP. His best player will go ahead and claim that.
Dude, they're just so aggressive. Oh, he missed the taunt. He missed the taunt.
Nah, he purified that thing.
Yeah, he got out.
Is it going to be enough? He does get away, and best player just in the front lines. Yeah,
look at this zonage, bro. Look at that. Yo. Oh.
Player.
Best player, a little greedy.
Nah, yeah, too much.
Oh, they're going to get home, too. They got home. Yeah, but look at mid. Mid's getting absolutely eradicated.
And the rest of the NightHorde trying to push at the
bottom. They lost mid for that.
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
that's huge.
I'd say that's worth it.
I would say it's worth it too.
And like Zia got most of the tower shield too.
It's funny because
he got a lot of the gold, so.
Pin, but mostly the mobility
now
that provides.
I mean, I don't think they go in all out, bro.
Pretty much kind of get out of there with ease, like you just seen right there. And that's not anything that he just took. He took the mid turret. That's the most important turret in the early game, which means now they have an advantage to be able to.
I haven't even been looking at it. Has it been up there?
Find a trade-off, a response back. As Gaimin Gladiators, even though they're even in kills, they still have the major advantage for the early phase.
Yeah.
Yeah, and right now, Gaimin Gladiators have been able to get objectives uncontested. They're doing a great job of zoning them out. I want to say NightHorde not completely out of this. 2K gold lead right now for Gaimin Gladiators. Ooh, is going to be able to get that? Does not look. Oh, my foe would give the world for a purple buff right now. He's been getting starved out of his jungle a lot right now.
Yeah, you're looking at best player up by 1 level.
Area 77.
As well, as both teams having some spicy engagements. Gaimin Gladiators definitely outscaling the NightHorde in the early phase. Now up by 2,000 gold. Best player may be caught out of position. No, they don't even go in for him, even though they have the numbers. They're not going to execute. They're going to allow him to walk back out to safety, and now he will pull the aggro for this turtle.
Yeah, you can see that little bit of a conceal play comes out, latching onto Hoon, but nobody else in a great position.
Shark's in a good position.
Shark over there is Sleepy.
Well, they saw him
through the front, looking to put some damage on. The rest of Gaimin Gladiators are trying to surround him. That's going to be all she wrote for Sleepy, but did get a kill in his name for the NightHorde. Now we're continuing on with this. Oh, my foe deep and onto Zia. Is going to be able to get their best player. Fried chicken finds the finishing touches onto Oh My Foe as the rest of Gaimin Gladiators doing a great job of zoning out the NightHorde. 5-6 and another turtle over to Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators able to win that trade, but I gotta give credit over there to Sleepy. I mean, he had the right idea.
Why is NightHorde's jungle so scared?
Back line, shut down Hoon, but I feel like he overcommitted. Right? They were not in a position to really take that fight.
It's rough.
And even though he took down Hoon, it didn't really phase
like
Gaimin.
When you're
oh my god!
A little bit more patient, but a flicker playing.
Sleepy caught sleeping in his tower with a beautiful conceal into a flicker and Way of the Dragon by Shark. Sayori, oh my gosh, taking a lot of damage from that Eternal Guardian, is not going to be able to stop the push at bottom.
Looking like me, chat.
Shark is a cheat code.
Well, leaving them with their inhibitor on the bottom side. Gaimin Gladiators still able to get these objectives with fluidity up against the NightHorde, down by 6,000 gold now, 4 turrets, 3 turtles, not able to take any objectives on the map. I mean, look at the towers. No turrets have taken any damage this entire game for Gaimin Gladiators, all over the place.
The towers is still healthy for
off the
NightHorde.
list. Best player will be able to claim that tier 2 on the top side, leaving only the tier 2 for the mid. And this is what happens when you take that mid turret
That's toxic,
super early in this
Why you
game.
doing that?
Fried Chicken realized that he was able to take that objective, and this gives him a massive boost when it comes to invading
It is true.
into the jungle for the NightHorde. Golden Staff is just picked up from Z. We'll have those enhanced basic attacks as he goes in with these blazing duets to be even more of a threat to the NightHorde that they have to watch out for. And this is kind of putting them in a situation similar to game number 1, where they let them take advantage of the early game and they were not able to find a way to turn it back around. You got to look at a way of possibly getting a setup, getting an opportunity from a possible mistake from Gaimin Gladiators when they are
Dave over here
aggressive.
glazing.
They do like to take that fight sometimes when it's not necessary. But here comes the concealed play.
you
Do they find the
know what I
opportunity?
mean?
No, you are going to see Gaimin Gladiators disengage. Lord has spawned in, and they have full control of the Lord pit.
Yeah, about a 7K gold lead for Gaimin Gladiators. There's not going to be much to contend here. I almost want to say early in the game when they took those 2 deaths, it was almost seemed like it was part of the plan because it lured all of the NightHorde to the bottom and it allowed a Chicken to be able to get that mid tower. And ever since they got that mid tower, it has been all Gaimin Gladiators forcing their way. Spatial migration lands on the shark. Oh my folk.
Oh, falls down, falls down.
Get back and
Nice.
taken down by Fly Chicken with that big Paquito damage.
Chicken stuffing concretes and Paquito's gloves right there. The way he's dealing that damage, able to take down Oh My Foe, finding his 3rd death of the game, having a really hard time getting online with this Guinevere, who we haven't really traditionally seen picked up when it's not banned out. And so far, it hasn't had the most promising win rate, but away the dragon.
Damn,
Yeah,
nice
way of the
kick.
dragons. The way Shark plays this with that flicker into the way of the dragon has been surprising.
Oh, that nano.
That's
Nah, but they have no damage.
And the regen,
R
he's
is
gonna be taken
tickling
out by
them.
Fly Chicken again. And
Kill?
Fly's been on fire
Zia.
so far.
Zia got taken down.
Onto Zia. That's going to be a kill in their name, but still 2 down for the NightHorde as R's trying to chase down Shark.
Needs to watch out for Chicken, though. He wants him to overextend. But I think we got to change the name.
Fiends
I don't
did
think we
beat
say the way of the
BloodHounds,
dragon
Trax,
anymore. We say
yep.
the way of the shark. With the way he's performing with these flicker plates, it's very impressive on
Thunderbolt.
getting these initial single target CC setups.
Nice
as you are
gold lane
seeing
you got, Hoon.
8,700 gold over there from Zia, Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff, and the Corrosion Scythe. On the opposite side of the table in this battle, Blade of Heptases
On
and
it.
a Thunderbelt over there from this Clint. Both of them having 3 core items, but about a 1,700 gold lead over there from Zia. 6 turrets in favor for Gaimin Gladiators so
Dude,
far.
BTK is
Full
already
control of
ahead,
this
man. This
game,
is crazy.
But a concealed play, NightHorde trying to turn this around.
What the heck?
Yeah, Dragon is out. I'm not sure who got that purple buff, but the fight is not over. Big pop-ups land.
Just
Special
that.
migration. Momoy finds
Yo,
a
they're
kill
throwing,
onto
they're
Zia,
throwing.
and Best
Sleepy
Player is down as well. Sleepy running for his life. Sleepy trying to make them eat his
Chicken
stuff.
got him, right?
If he can get out
Nah, he
of this,
doesn't.
and he does get back
Kinda
to the
throwing.
side of the NightHorde. The first, I want to say,
Highest squad Richard and Zia.
engagement that did
I mean, it's
result in
packed,
something
bro.
negative for the Gaimin
It's
Gladiators.
packed.
I feel like I can feel the sweat from here.
And
for
he has
Sleepy, the
6
way he
kills.
was
I didn't even
running away
realize.
From Fried Chicken right there, man. He was close to closing that distance and securing that kill. Even though they're not up by too many kills, the objectives is where they are shining. Again, a lot of insurance for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, have not lost a single turret so far and have now forced the NightHorde down to their inhibitor turrets. Zia, picking up his 4th core item, is going to go ahead and have this Malefic Roar to be able to deal into the physical defense from the side of NightHorde as we are getting later into this game, almost to that 40,000 gold threshold.
BTK and
up
Area
by
77
about
are all in
5,000
DC.
gold. Not a single objective for the
Chicken's
NightHorde
waiting
this
to
entire
push
game.
this.
A similar
I
story
think
it's
to
just
game
slow push.
number
That's
1.
I'll go
leave the
VC
last
check
We see
after
game.
this.
Gaimin Gladiators kind of close it out super early, but this game's going a little bit longer. They may not be able to close it out just as fast, but it may be
Best
another early
retribution
finish,
one.
as you are going to see the Luminous Lord spawn in.
Yeah, he
The
left it
aggro
to
already
slow
being pulled,
push.
but
That's
NightHorde
smart.
trying to zone in onto Shark,
Let's
not
see.
able to keep up with the mobility on
So
this
they
show,
cannot
and that's what he
clear right
provides,
away.
right? He's very mobile, hard to catch, and easy. No, I wouldn't say easy, but he easily gets that flick with the way the dragon, or now the way the shark, to be able to make the difference Gaimin Gladiators is looking for.
Yeah, and Fly Chicken, they're I want to say Gaimin Gladiators doing a great job of knowing
Go
what
do your
they need to
job.
do when it comes to the execution here, getting a lot of these kills put on to FlyChicken, who's sitting at 6-1-3 right now. I think the last time we looked at the items, he was about almost 3K above his other XP laner there for Sleepy. So he's just doing such a great job. Yeah, you can see here 7 to 9, almost 10K for FlyChicken. We were talking about how well he might be synergizing with Gaimin Gladiators, but I think we have our answer here.
Yeah, Fried Chicken having a really solid game on this Paquito.
Nice. The waves are almost
performing
synced
really
perfectly.
well. But we talked about it earlier. Like when his team gets all of these objectives, he's gonna scale.
Starting to look
Works in
good.
his favor so much, especially in the early game, to have that major advantage. And now the base has been opened up. Gaimin Gladiators.
I feel like they should have
looking
let
for
Lord
some more
push
real
by
estate on the
himself. That
map.
tower was already
Do they
gone.
go in for the additional
He
inhibitors?
focused
Looks
the
like
other
they
two
are going to
lanes.
go ahead and clear some of these minions. Will they punish the
Let's see, though.
NACT or will they push back?
Oh, you can see Shark
Oh, God.
gets caught out by Momoy. Now they're going to go ahead and put the finishing touches on the minions at
Momoy.
mid and just the top tower to defend.
It's
now.
looking-
a
it's
decent
looking
defense
rough.
by the
Nah, they
NightHorde. I
cannot
do want to say
push that.
Gaimin Gladiators not overstepping their welcome here. They just
They'll probably
kind
do
of
one more
barely get
Lord.
the Lord, get a bottom tower.
They could bait him out though,
really pressing
personally,
to,
and
something
take one of them
fancy.
down. But
Yeah, able to clear that those minions in the mid lane.
I'm gonna go
kinda helped them
VC check
with that
Area
defensive
77 and
stance, but
BTK.
Shark
So I'll be right back.
again,
It's-
showcasing
the
his
stream's
mastery on
all
the
you,
show,
Des.
Not worried about wrestling into the format team.
doubt it.
Oh my God. Shark is just
Shark
a
goes in,
maniac
completely
right
blows
now.
his
Onto
back
this
out.
turn,
Zia
Lazy
goes
Wave
back.
dives deep onto
Sleepy
the enemy
petrifies
lines.
onto
Oh, my
whom?
foe has his
Comes from the
immortality
back.
activated while
Sleepy
Shark puts the
dies.
finishing touches on to Sleepy.
Foe
And
is
that's gonna
really
be
low
one
here.
down for the NightHorde.
1-4-0.
I think Shark is
Can
officially
they
earned
push?
his black belt.
Who is
Over there
Gaimin
on this show
Gladiators?
so far,
Gonna
the way he's
sharpen their
rotating around
sword
and creating
with.
that opportunity. That double G code
They
was
are
disgusting, and now going
Holding
in for
it
another
in.
setup.
They're clenching right now.
Yeah, just
Chicken,
right
1
now,
HP,
he's
gets
basically
out. I gotta shut the
unstoppable.
fuck
They're
up,
so
bro.
far ahead, about 8K ahead right now, and they're not able to find an answer for
Can't
Shark,
do
who's
none of
able
this
to go
casting
in,
shit,
close
bro.
the distance with those flicker Way of the Dragons as well. It's just, it's him and the Chicken right now are basically
I
running.
know what's going on
over
right
the
now.
NightHorde.
Lord about to be up.
Yeah, they're having
Unorthodox
the time of their
play
life right now.
from Silica.
Great execution.
Yes,
You're
indeed.
going to see 11K over there from Zia, though. Talking about the marksman for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Just picked up that Wind of Nature as his 5th item. Will be able to negate the physical damage.
should be a
And
free
if you look
lower.
at Clint, he doesn't have a Wind of Nature, which means when it comes to the 1v1 engagement, you are going to be able to see Zia outlast him if he is not careful. Gaimin Gladiators, time and time
Look
again,
how Shark
finding their way to
recalling
these
it.
objectives, forcing the NightHorde in a position where they can't even contest because the deficit is just so major. Hoon is going to pick up
The
that one
Night
Trenchian,
Names.
going to have a little bit of that survivability at his disposal for this next engagement, and I believe they may try and actually close this one out with this Lord. I mean, it is a Luminous Lord at the 16-minute mark, and they only
Actually,
have 2
you're wrong.
inhibitors to go through.
According to my
They're gonna focus
calculations,
on trying to sink these lanes. The NightHorde, possibly off to their final stand. They need to find a way to shut this down and turn it back
Movement
around,
speed of the-
as this is match point. If Gaimin Gladiators is able to close out this game, they will push on through this series with a 2-0
Let's go, let's go. Gaming Goblins.
Yeah, and at this point, you're basically waiting for a team like Gaimin Gladiators to make a mistake, and they've shown that they don't really make too many of those. You can see Shark kind of baiting out, playing around.
Yo,
with
hit that
Soaring
hole.
here. Top
Alright, bro.
down
That
to
tower was
about
gone.
1/10 of health.
They're a little
as
scared.
the
Understandable.
Lord
They got a
pushing
Ruby.
down through the bottom. You can see it's still kind of forcing
Nah,
its way
don't
there.
clear mid.
Flight, Chicken
Alright,
and
bro.
the rest
A little
of
too
Gaimin
fast.
Gladiators spread
I mean,
out,
maybe they
waiting
can
for this
still get
next
it.
wave to come in.
Shark,
There's
Shark,
wave
conceal.
crashes in. Here comes Shark
Flicker,
with
kick,
another flicker
use them,
play into a Way
gets
of the
his
Dragon.
back
That's
blown
gonna be
out,
able to
fall
find
goes
the
into
facial
3
migration. Up,
people.
but down
They'll come on
goes
upon his
Sleepy.
best
Oh,
player,
comes the
throws his
Appraiser,
hammer
the
down.
Wrath, and R actually finds
Oh
a kill
my
onto
God.
Zia. It is 2 down for the
Ooh.
NightHorde. I'm not sure if they're
Ooh,
going to be able
drops
to
a
defend
nuke.
this. Chicken goes in with that
Chicken.
damage and takes
R gets
down
touched.
R.
Chicken's
This
dead.
might be all she wrote for Gaimin
Base is 1 HP.
Gladiators.
Shark
The
is
rest of them
hitting
trying to
that with his
surround, putting the
life.
damage onto
Hit
the
that hoe.
core. They're not done
One
with
more.
the kills just yet, and
GG's.
that's going to be it. A clean sweep for NA's #1
Clean
team
sweep.
currently, Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, there you have
Gaming
it. Living up
Golfs.
to the name yet again. 2 matches in a row for their debut for the regular season in NACT Spring 2024. Great performance. Honestly, with Chicken on the roster, they are looking very strong. That Paquito was hitting heavy, and NACT not able to find answers for it, especially with the early game advantage opened up from Shark with that great performance on the show over there, looking like Yahweh with the way he was rotating across the map. We are looking at the team stats now on the board. NACT not able to really claim any of the objectives in that entire game, what we call a one-sided story. And I mean, hey, it's Gaimin Gladiators. They're one of the hardest teams to take down. I think if the NACT wants to have a chance, when they do face them again, if they do face them again, they're going to have to work on that early rotation, the early game to disrupt them. Gaimin Gladiators, I didn't see at any moment them not have full control of that game.
Gaimin Gladiators going to sharpen their soul.
And even when it felt like the NACT would get the upper hand, when there was a point at the bottom lane where NACT got 2 kills on Gaimin Gladiators in the early game, it felt like it was just a ruse to give Chicken enough time to take the mid to open up the jungle of the NACT. Very dominating performance here for Gaimin Gladiators.
And so far, that means we've had all sweeps in the regular season.
Yeah, from PH, from Korea.
You know, I want to see something go to a game number 3. Hopefully, the last series of the day takes us to a game number 3. But I feel like those are the fastest matches we have had so far.
Actually, you're wrong.
I mean, all clean sweeps, but the last sweep is not what we haven't expected.
Female speaking, I gotta mute it.
The previous seasons have made a consistent W for every game pretty much in the season.
It's not sexist, chat. I just have a girlfriend.
Another story.
I
They're
had to
also
mute that
constantly
shit.
improving. So
I'm not being
obviously,
sexist.
if you want to make it to
Cancel
the
him.
international
Yo,
scene,
nah,
you first
chill,
have
chill,
to defeat the undefeated Gaimin Gladiators. So definitely amazing performance. You guys talked a lot about Shark, right? So for Gaimin Gladiators, they have a lot of strong members, and you can argue that all of the team members are the best at
Let me know when it's over, yo.
In the region. But if there's one person that everybody can agree on is the dominating person for the role, it would be Shark.
Guys,
you can't really find a better
I'm not gonna
in the
cringe.
region
I'm not gonna
Shark.
cringe
So
myself.
I would definitely
I'm not
agree
doing
with you guys that
Why would I
Shark
listen to you out of all people?
incredible, and he is the best roamer right now.
Why would I listen to you?
Yeah, I mean, one of the best roamers that last game,
My
kind of
focus
showing
is weird,
a little bit of a show off for some of his mechanical ability. I do want to say that
sounds
last
like
game,
the
though,
Joker, bro. That was my female impression. What are you talking about? What the fuck was that? Now you're hating. You are hating right now.
His lane, and then that last game on the Paquito lined up perfectly with that burst of damage there. I want to say these last few games, nothing against Zia on the marksman, but I want to say
my boy,
I think the nerfs on
Private Dancer is talking. I want to hear to his sweet voice. And I have to zoom in on his face. Hold on.
Kind of allowing
so I can edge properly.
Kind of outshine. And Chicken on the Paquito was a prime example of that.
I can now edge.
Yeah, I think Chicken had a great performance. It's credit definitely to the rotations in the early phase from Gaimin Gladiators as a whole to create that opportunity. I would say
he looks so huggable, bro.
It's just kind of seen. I mean,
I just want to hug him, bro.
I
want to meet Private Dancer.
Are able to keep him in his lane until those objectives are taken.
And maybe give him a little kiss,
a little bit of an advantage, Chicken just takes off, man. The man is full sprinting toward finding some type of opening, and he always finds it.
I don't know, Chad.
So
you guys might think I'm tweaking, but I don't know. He looks adorable, man.
MVP. I would probably say Shark, though. Even though Chicken got a lot of kills, I just feel like if I just had to speak,
he looks adorable.
Excellent gameplay and how I was impressed.
Do you think he gives out beer samples? Maybe, bro.
Double set G-Condos.
With that strawberry hair growth foil?
Off, in my opinion.
Maybe.
So I would give the
Why he looking at me like that? He trying to raise you up, my boy.
Chicken would come a close second.
Zoom in into his eyes. I'm almost
right.
finished. Nah, you gotta go, bro.
Repeatedly given the spotlight to
There's
Shark
limits.
during game, and
Shark
deserved
MVP.
it with that MVP. Shark really showed that even though Cho is
I'm
not
back.
the meta right
Damn,
now,
I'm back.
Like himself,
I was so close to edging.
And he
Oh, I had to get both teams ready there, so
and his decision making always.
both of the teams are
always creating that space for his
got
jungler
that BTK area 77.
Advantage. So great job to Shark, showing that he's consistently doing great, and obviously, like as mentioned, Chicken did very well as well. I mean, we expected nothing less from Chicken. He is a talented player.
He's unorthodox.
Both micro and
why is everybody glazing Chicken today? I don't understand.
In some very interesting places in the map.
Even the female is
always
glazing him.
seems to walk in there. So great job to Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, excellent job. And then Shark there. There's a
Where'd
reason
my dog
he's been
go?
involved in.
I heard Dez was casting. I seen it. He was like,
North America, and him showing it there.
What
That
happened?
experience and
I heard
that
you casting.
ability that he has on
Yeah, I
even
was
the
casting a little bit.
non-meta heroes of North America.
I always say like Shark.
Oh.
What separates him from majority of the roamers in
Is
North
Shark
America
be
is
it?
his ability
His.
to know exactly where to go. There's not ever a time
Oh.
where Shark's just like, I don't know where I need to go. There's just no uncertainty when he's playing. Even when he goes up against BTK, he's constantly harassing Mobazane in the jungle, denying
A
him
dog
from rotating and
kidnapped
getting
me.
those blue buffs, orange, anything. Even just regular creeps in the jungle, like that man is on him. And it just goes to show that like he does not waste an opportunity. He realizes every little thing matters, and well-deserved MVP, and I can't wait to see him compete as we progress forward in the regular season.
He knows exactly what he's doing, and he knows exactly how to execute it. So for sure,
I might
we're gonna
actually
be
have to
looking
go
forward
talk to
see
BTK real
him
fast.
perform and see Gaimin Gladiators perform. But coming up last, we'll have our finale entrance coming in from BTK. I know fans are looking forward to see BTK back with their new
Oh
roster.
my god,
so
bro! Here we
definitely
go. As soon
looking
as
forward to
they
the last
as soon as they
and
show
most
Nicolette, bro,
anticipated
start
match
muting
of the
niggas.
day.
Start.
Start muting
A
them.
great surprise to all the fans watching.
Anybody that
With
says
until now,
something, mute
another
'em.
giveaway coming.
My boy
at
Dez,
the
he got the
door.
whip.
Let's see, drum roll, please. We
Boy,
have
no-
a giveaway
no
code
simping
on
in this
screen, so
bitch.
make sure you put that
Yo,
for
Chess,
hero
can your
skin for the
codes, get your
Time
codes, get your
Wielder.
little
Very
chest
exciting
with that
hero
magic
skin,
dust.
limited quantity
ahead.
as
Oh, hold on, chat.
well. So
I
there's
gotta
a
go,
lot
I gotta
of
go.
there, so make sure you
I gotta
pull
go
out
be
your
somewhere
phones
real quick.
right now and type that code in to be the winner for that skin. Very, very exciting tournament chess. I want one of those skins right now. I know the Tan is a very fun hero to play. I wish I had more experience playing
Yo,
that
Aiko, we can
hero.
hear you.
But for you guys, make sure you get that skin right now.
Vale.
Yeah, and
And
the Tan's
last
actually
match
not-
of the day.
Oh yeah, go
Yes,
ahead.
you go, Private.
I was just gonna say like Natan's actually not a bad hero right now in the meta. So getting a skin for him to fancy up yourself in that marksman lane, not too shabby.
Let me say one thing. There actually a correction to that scene. There's not 30 skins. There's only 29 because I just got one. So y'all better hurry up.
Well, Weezy beat you guys at the game, so make sure you beat Weezy next time. Now, last match of the day, very excited. So everybody, make sure you
I'm
get
so
a little
excited.
rest and come
Yes,
back in
girl.
just 5 minutes, because we are gonna be back
Yes.
with our
I'm
last.
so
round
excited.
of the night.
I'll be back, child. I'll be back.
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next?
His look gets instantly shot down by the blazing duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todok as most of the depth.
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang buhay! The backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. Gaimin trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just
Alright, child. We're back to it. Yo, child, what we doing? It's gonna be a little. I mean, the wait is not that long.
All right, we're back. We're back, chat. Sorry, I had to go whip out the whip.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They said, whoa, whoa.
Talking about whip it out. Hell no.
Had to get some control down in the chat.
Looking like private right now.
Talking like private. Woo! I was joking. I had to go stop something. I was on camera. You would have seen what. Come on now.
John, bueno, pues ustedes van a jugar ese torneo con Lionel el asesino, bro, porque yo no voy para allá.
Just doing my job.
You almost messed up there.
The clock.
Now the
G has
players.
pink G, banda guy.
I can't wait to see your portals in action.
Looks like Red Team's
Bottom.
trying to catch Chip alone up top, but he just calmly dropped his portal and
I haven't even seen.
flip this fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
We're echoing on you, Dave.
Cyclops is
Yeah.
taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue.
My hands weren't visible. Calm down.
Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlot's just in time for the
Test,
bottom
test,
line
test.
get one
It was only when
special.
we're talking at the same time you're trying to talk.
Look before you enter enemy portals.
Try to talk with me. Test, 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 test,
Me?
test. I think we're good.
Uh-oh, Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a big CC. Sheesh, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out.
Is Chip a good hero? I don't know. I actually haven't played him.
He flickers to the high ground. Portals up. Surprise! Portal gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal!
You gotta. Oh god. All right, chat. Everybody, like and share the stream.
Welcome to All-Star 2024. Hey, superstars.
Chip is strong. How? How many diamonds did you have? How many did you have?
All right,
Hey.
guys, get your popcorn, get your Pop-Tarts ready because our last two teams are gonna pop off tonight. BTK versus Area 77. Long time no see, new rosters for BTK, but a lot is going to happen today.
Yeah, BTK basically new roster. Who dis?
They didn't start
very
it.
Successful in the qualifiers as well, and going up against a team Area 77.
I feel like the
who
casters
made
need
it
to
all the way
hype
the semifinals
hype
last
this up
season.
more.
Yeah, Area 77 placed 4th in the NACT fall season. Actually has.
I can understand they're a little tired, but I need to
under
hear
their belt
hype.
too, which will give them a slight advantage on having that experience, definitely against other teams. BTK though, similar story to Gaimin Gladiators, one of those heavy hitters that a lot of teams are unable to shake the resolve. Now, will this be?
That's
a
what I
similar
was
story
saying.
to see
I was like, it's so
NACT
fluffy.
against Gaimin Gladiators, or will we be able to finally see a series that can go to the third game? That's what I'm hoping for. I'm trying to manifest it into reality, but nonetheless, we all know we have some great matches ahead of us.
And we have hopes for that for sure.
They need some caffeine.
With that being said, let's take a look at the first roster of that series.
You see the size of this thing?
Ooh, Nicolette
Oh.
looking fresh. I know the chat is going crazy ever since.
Uh-oh,
the
here it is.
reveal, as
Here it
I'm now
is.
Oh my
900
God. Yo,
comments
get
on
ready.
YouTube. So definitely,
Mods.
everybody is anticipating for this
Who?
matchup. We have Cold World,
I'm scouting right
Robazane,
now.
Mielo, and Basic. All
Listen,
of
I got
these
2 gold chains
players
on right now.
have made a name for themselves in the region. Although it's
Nicolette
they're all
Caps
new on
muted.
BTK, but we had the GOAT
It is with an
Mielo
H.
with his favorite jungler Mobazane for this
Oh my
season.
God,
so
Nicolette
a lot
muted.
to look out for.
Yeah, a new roster.
Wolf,
My
Wolf
autocorrect
muted.
always
Nice.
does that.
In
Block.
North America. Each and every single one of these players, stars in
Smash,
their own
block.
rights, stage experience, world experience. Nicolette has
Was
been
that fabricated?
one of the,
Oh, that's Nicolette,
one
chat.
of the top 3 teams.
What the
every
fuck,
single
that's
time
Nicolette.
he has competed in
I'ma promote
North
you to be in
America
the mod
and
now.
arguably one of the best
Nice.
mages that we have.
And our second female mage in the top 8. I mean, Sayori is a female mage. as
Smash?
well, over there from
Question mark?
TheNightHorde.
Block.
Just a little bit of fun fact over there. But you mentioned some familiar names over there. Not a synergized team that we've seen fight every single.
That
NACT
is true,
team. We've
Mexican
seen them
boy.
spread out across the board between multiple teams. Even
Mexican
Cold World.
boy.
I mean, he played on The Simpsons, which our very first ever offline performance, we did get to see them in person. So he also has offline experience, which can give him an advantage. Milo, international experience as well, and an interesting character to see play it out. I think he has a high hero pool. He's definitely not afraid to take that fight in the XP lane, and he's one that's really hard to keep up with. So it's going to be a challenge, and I can't wait to see them perform.
And I know everybody can't wait to see if BTK makes it to the final, and we'll have the live performance to see Nicolette. But for this series, let's take a look
Zayn
at
versus whom?
77's roster. I know a lot of familiar faces as well. We saw
got
Beauty,
ISO up in
Tarzan,
here.
Reshi,
My boy
all
ISO.
in the offline event. The only person that we probably haven't seen here offline is
ISO was not a
Cutie.
cutie, nope.
For Area 77, they're also very
Mark Cute is
cultured,
mugging
experienced
everybody.
players. Tarzan has
That
also
boy
been
Mark
in
Cutie
a
definitely be
lot of
mugging
series, a lot of
Damn,
different
your
teams
Reshi
as
gained
well.
some
This
weight,
time they're
bruh.
coming in strong.
Your
as
Reshi?
Area 77, a lot to look out for.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, not just that.
That boy
but
looking
especially with
hoggable.
adding your Reshi to it, it's a great
Say
XP.
hoggable?
It has a lot of
Yeah.
experience, especially when it comes to the live
Oh my poll.
stage,
Thanks
and
chat.
world stage
Thanks,
as well.
thanks. I'm getting the poll. I'm getting
You know
the
what's
poll.
interesting about this is seeing
looking
Mark
out.
Cutie. He's now going to be in the lane. We actually got to see him as a
Let's
marksman
hype
for
this.
the majority of
Let's
his
hype this match
competitive,
up, chat. Make sure to
stance in the
like and
NACT
share the
team. So seeing
stream.
him swap roles.
Share it to
oftentimes,
all your
I mean,
WhatsApps,
this kind of
your
really happens a lot when
Discords,
team swap roles are
everybody.
not as effective. But
Post it on your Instagram stories. I wanna see my name everywhere.
ISO, I mean, it looks like he took that spot. That is ISO that used to be on BTK in the NACT spring season, right? He did compete with them in the spring season as well. Was it? spring
Also,
season?
make sure
Yeah,
to
it
go
was spring
watch
season.
the official page
so-
too.
Looks like Mark Cutie will be in the mid lane. That is going to be interesting to see. I definitely agree with you, Reshi. He's an excellent pickup. He has that international experience. He competed in Latam.
You know there's gonna
as
be a
well,
good
so
match.
He has some high IQ drafting, which could be a secret weapon to disrupting BTK.
For sure, and let's see what our casters feel.
Your
about
girlfriend's
this
watching too?
matchup. I
Sheesh.
feel like a lot.
Let's go.
Oh, Yue coming
With the
in
whole
with
family.
Area
Put me on the big
77.
screen.
He's a believer for this
Okay.
lineup, but everybody else did.
The Yureshi
I
curse,
do
or not
feel like
Yureshi,
BTK
Yue.
have an edge over A77 just because each individual player for BTK is very dominating in their role, one of the best for
Throw
that
me on the
lane.
family
So,
television.
For sure, Area
My dog's
77
watching. Let's
has
go.
a lot of strong players,
take
but
it.
how well would they executed as well is the question here.
Yeah, I mean, arguably for BTK, I mean, every single time that they competed, they have come in to at least the top 2 in North America. So it's very hard to go against them, regardless of who is on the roster.
Should I get the
As long as
turtle?
Zayn
Oh, you got
is
a
there,
turtle?
I mean, there's
That's
always
awesome.
that top 2 potential
I like
for
turtles.
BTK. And now that he's got other members,
I
with
really
that
like how
shared
like the casters
experience,
get
that it's
put
not just
into
him
their
alone,
predictions instead
with
of
that
like.
experience. I think we're going to be seeing some great things from them.
I feel like that
We have
that is
seen BTK
really
get
cool.
upset before, though, especially the last
What?
NACT fall when they lost.
Like
to,
how the
Avalon.
casters like are
Last
now
minute,
in their
I remember
photo.
that in the grand
Before
finals.
they
So,
would
I
just
mean,
like
there's
show
always that upset
photos.
potential.
And
that
they would
can
like the
possibly
casters would be
happen, and I
talking in
think
the
that
back.
would actually possibly be an upset, even though Area 77, like we said, they were a top 14 from last year, so it wouldn't be the biggest upset. I mean, if anybody has a chance, they're definitely higher on that totem pole to be able to do it. But like I said, one of the things I'm rooting for is seeing teams get a little bit closer to shutting down the heavy contenders, right? The left hand and the right hand, Gaimin Gladiators and BTK, as we want to see North America as a region overall scaling through the times. And hopefully with today's match, we have a little bit of a closer game and a series, for the love of God, that goes to a best of 3.
I mean, Private forgot all about that biggest upset last season in the grand finals that just deleted from his books. And it was also, the jungler was also Tarzan. So this will be a very interesting matchup. I do think there's a possibility of it going to 3 matches. So let's just see if they can play it out as we expect. So,
All 3
ladies and
matches,
gentlemen,
huh?
last night, that series of the night, BTK versus Area 77. Who will win? Let's
I think
find
we're
out.
actually going faster than what the
All right,
time
ladies and gentlemen, this is
the time
probably one of the
was.
more anticipated matches of the night.
But they
For
were
a lot of viewers,
anticipated
big
to
fans
be
in North America. Big,
9.
big
Oh,
fan
we're
base
about on
for
time.
BTK here to see if they can kind of continue that domination and maybe even set some new kind of standards.
Alrighty.
for the team here as they go against the semifinalists of last
Hey.
season.
Yeah, definitely
Everything's
a team that
looking
gets a lot of
litty.
love and attention on the NA scene. But Area 77, I mean, hey, they've got a little bit of a fan base of their own, and I can't see where they go. Honestly, Mark Cutie, when he was a marksman, he was like one of my favorite in NACT. The way he's able to be aggressive and disengage it's very good, but I don't know how it's going to play out inside of the mid lane, so we're going to have to kind of pay some close attention to him as he is performing as that mage for the side of Area 77, and it will be up against Nicolette, who's been gaining a lot of attention on the NA scene as well. Both of these mages.
The players'
step into
backgrounds
the
are
scene
gold when they're
ready
banning
to
and when they're
perform.
picking.
We are going to go ahead and see some of the bans on the table, though. The Nolan and the R-Lot will be banned out for BTK. And we would say this is kind of textbook so far.
Yeah, pretty standard bans coming out of both teams. I don't think we've seen Arlot played this entire night because he's been pretty much the primary ban. Arlot's, Navaria have been pretty much mainstays up in that banning, pretty much warming the bench for a lot of these teams right now because just so dangerous.
Yo, it's so I have a fake Hoon and a fake Mobazane fighting in my chat.
A lot of these games. Definitely looking to see. I mean, if
Just
we're
going
gonna
at
go
it.
for something a little mobile from Mobazane,
fucking-
or are we just gonna go
it's
with
comical.
that, the
It's like a
tried
skit.
and tested, heavy, tankier role?
You didn't know
I mean, we
Carlos
haven't
had the
seen him get a
dog in
little
him?
creative,
Oh
right? I've
god.
seen him. I believe I even seen him run a Paquito one time. But I know he has been running the Alpha, the Boxia, the Barats. These
Give
are
my
kind of
boy
more standard for
Basic.
him. Even the Fredrin from time to time again is what he kind of favors. And
If you guys didn't know,
favor that. So I'm
just like a
definitely
big
nothing
shout
wrong
out,
there. And it
Avalon
kind of
sponsoring
plays into
BTK.
him and his play style. So we'll have to see how that kind of works out. They are going to
BTK still taking their name and everything like that. I'm managing
the Mathilda does walk.
a decent bit of the stuff in
Yeah, very interesting to
Avalon
see
now.
the
So
Matilda out there.
let's kill it, baby.
Cold World is a very interesting player for me because
Still
he
love
has
Area
been in
77
so many
though.
different roles in North America. You talked about him on The Simpsons. He was a marksman at that time, then transitioned to I want to say a mid after that, and now he's going to be filling the roam position for BTK. One of the I want to say one of the more versatile players in North America with how well and how successful he's been in each of those roles so far.
Red.
It provides a little bit of
Take
insight
the fridge
on
out.
how other roles operate when you've actually made that yourself, which makes him more of an asset to the team. You're going to go ahead and see
Yo,
the
chat,
Fredrin
is the
slotted in,
fridge
though.
running?
So they ban the Barats. They pick up the Fredrin. It looks like they're trying to just take what they can away from Mobazane. There is still an Alpha on the table. There is still a Boxy on the table. There is still a Mortis on the table. I'm not really sure I agree with the Fredrin pickup
Boy
this
thinks I'm
early,
fake.
because you're allowing a lot to walk to the side of BTK in their favor. They can even pick up the Mathilda. They can pick that up.
I don't have time to check.
Now they have some great front line, and now they
Who's
have
got a
some
verified
sustainability.
mark, bro?
And yeah, I just feel like I don't know if that's really worth the trade, but hey, time will tell. Maybe Area 77 has some game plans on the way. I mean, they definitely have had a lot of time to think about how they wanted to pursue this draft. But we talked about
I can be
Mobazane,
your
they see
parry and a
the rules.
guardian. So
There it goes. This is more of that signature Mobazane pickup. Slots in the Alpha.
Yeah, and that's the interesting
Not
thing
quite sure.
about, I think MOBA Zane's found like a nice little sweet spot in his picks, in that if some of his picks
Area 77's all Filipino.
by the enemy, part of that little circle is a counter to that pick that the enemy can pick up too. And in here with Fredrin being that tankiness that he has, the true damage coming out from Alpha is a good counter for that as well. This is going to be, I think, the first Tigreal that we've seen.
Panda not meta?
Today.
What was they picking up the
about that one
Alpha?
because Tig,
MOBA Alpha.
Ruby's a direct counter to the Tig. I mean,
Yeah,
all she has to
you're
do
a
is change some
little
CC.
behind.
It instantly will stop the implosion because it takes a little bit of time to proc. So that's going to be very hard to be able to rush in and provide those setups. And then you got an Alpha charge on top of that, which I believe if he can proc it in time, he can cancel out the implosion if he's not careful. And then you got to worry about the Vexana, who can kind of fight from afar and provide the Eternal Guardian and some knock-up CC. So the Tigreal, I feel like it's going to be a little bit of an upscale battle.
They just be stirring up drama.
How well this will kind of play into it, but you are seeing some heavy frontline composition super early in the draft with not a lot of damage output for the side of Area 77, stacking up that Fredrin alongside the Tig.
Yeah, I want to say that the choice for the Tigreal probably comes into play when it comes to these objectives.
What's going on, Vibes?
Gettings. Like, as soon as the turtle
Let's go, chat. Make sure to like and subscribe.
And he's gonna
share the stream. You know what it is? BTK time versus Area 77.
Fredrin can kind of stay in there and get that retribution. So that's
going on, brother.
That's what they're kind of looking for when it comes to the implosion. I mean, yeah, you're definitely gonna need to make sure that either Nicolette and Yellow or at least one of those guys are in that implosion to kind of take away a lot of that CC. But you're right, there's a lot of CC, a lot of things that can actually interrupt it, but we're gonna see how well that kind of plays out into some of these engagements.
Now this makes me wonder, I don't think Milo is gonna run the Ruby in the XP lane. I mean, honestly, it probably would just benefit BTK to just let the Ruby roam, to just follow the Tig. And I mean, if you could just stay on Tig's tail, there's not really much he's going to be able to do, even if he decides to stay on Zane. He's going to have to be careful. There's still some options on the table to be able to burst down the Tig as well.
What'd you say, Des?
Carry taken off the board. Brody is still
somebody
an option.
calling you BTK glazer.
Even more, give the Tig a harder time.
Hold on.
Apparently, you can have a favorite team
back
nowadays.
to safety. Not to mention, if you just rock a marksman with Purify,
Dave's so loud.
Answer. So right now, speaking of answers, we are going to go ahead and see the Ixia taking off the table.
He's
from
going
the side
crazy.
of BTK. It looks like they're worried about a little bit more of that group CC. I mean, there's a lot of group CC over there for Area 77 already, though. I think they need to kind of start working on getting some heavy damage dealers to work in their favor. I mean, they do have first pick. If we're looking at marksmans, I mean, the Harith has been ran in the gold lane. Looks like it's interesting that they do ban it out. We know BK is a team that can draft three-dimensionally, so maybe that was the plan for that. Are they going to pick up something like the carry, though? I mean, that's what I kind of see when I see the Harith band out, and yes, they are going to go ahead and go in for that since it is a direct counter to it. But that opens up an opportunity for BTK to pick. I would even say, I mean, it could be the Irithel, it could be the Natan. I would say the Brody, though. I think the Brody walked through this and should be the strongest pickup for BTK.
Yeah, and I want to say on the side of Area 77, what we are definitely missing, and is going to be a really big gap for them, is the early game. We don't have anything for damage. All we're going to have is a tanky front line that Nicolette is going to be able to burst all over. We're going to need to have at least something to be able to kind of maybe a Nana out there up front with which will add the CC. The Molina Blitz will add a lot of that burst damage to help out during the objective fights. And we have a Bruno and the X-Borg being picked up by the side of BTK.
And that is going to finalize the draft. There was one missing on the board. It is Faramis over there from Ureshi, so they have the sustainability. As Marcuti is going to go ahead and pick up that gourd. Oh, man, I know if Naisu's watching this stream, he's definitely going to be excited. Oh, wait. Okay, just getting a note from production. Actually, it's not Faramis, it's CC. So they will be having CC in the XP lane to be able to fight it up against Milo, rocking on this X-Borg, which will be an interesting matchup to see. But I think the most interesting thing about this draft so far is the gourd slotted in for Marcuti.
Yeah, very interesting too. Gord provides, I mean, he provides a lot of early game damage, a lot of burst, and also provides some true damage. The only problem is with that Mystic Gush ultimate, he's pretty much a sitting duck. He's going to be standing in one place, bursting out a lot of that damage, and you have the potential for people like
Ureshi,
for people like Mielo to close
Ureshi
the
with
distance
CC
and be able to get to him very quickly.
Speaking of getting the people, we are going to see Basic pick up this Bruno, which means he's going to have some great
Gore's
burst
not
damage
that
to be able
bad.
to soak into the Fredrin and possibly the Tig if they're not careful, but he's going to have to play up
Hey,
close and
one of the
personal, which
heroes
is
didn't
where it
populate
could
on
work
LEGACi.
inside of Area 77's favor for the setup.
It was the
All
hero
right,
was supposed to be
ladies and gentlemen,
CC.
This is the match a lot of people have been waiting for as Area 77 takes
Yeah, he was.
on North American
Yeah.
fan
It was
favorites,
the hero.
BTK.
I don't know if you
Do
need
they
it, but it
have
was
what
CC.
it takes to get what most would consider an upset win over the former champions.
That's right. BTK, the team that's went
Let's
the
see it.
furthest
Let's
on
go,
the national
chat.
scene,
Let's
not
go.
the main roster.
All right, what were
but
you saying,
spearheaded
Des?
by Mobile Zane, none
What was my favorite team?
They are going to be fighting it out on their debut.
Oh, nah, they was
BTK,
calling you
I think
BTK
if I'm
Glazer.
looking at the draft
Oh,
so
I'm
far,
a
I kinda
BTK
favor a
Glazer.
little bit more for them.
Yeah, you're
This
kind
is
of like
really
any
gonna boil
team
down to
nowadays.
how well
No.
Jay Cutie can kind
No,
of
you
perform.
can't
on
have
this TIG.
favorites.
Since there's a lot of things that can disrupt that implosion, it looks like it is going to be that Ruby in the roam position, which we did agree with, right? We said if the Ruby can be the roam, then he could just follow Jay Cutie anywhere he goes, and it'll make Tig
Ooh, Jay Cutie
not
getting
be able to
poked.
have the advantage he's looking for.
Yeah, I mean, there might be some synergy.
It's not gonna
that we can talk
recall?
about when it comes to
That's kinda
Mark
crazy.
Cutie and
Wait, does Zen see him?
and
We got emblems
out there, Jay Cutie out there. So if you do get countered,
Oh,
by-
wait.
oh, actually,
He might be dead. He's up.
Mobazane in between three members.
Oh,
Are they actually gonna try to
No, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead.
He's dead. He is dead. Oh!
Death in the early seconds
Take us
of
the
the
kill.
first game.
And
Yeah,
Nicolette
caught out of
Flicker.
position and
Too
nobody
much
was able to
aggression.
catch up. Looks like he got a
Turtle.
little too overconfident, which will give
Buena,
Area
Mobazane.
77 the advantage they're looking for to be able to take control of this early game. Now Mobazane will be slightly behind in the farm. He is level 4 though, so he still can
Wow.
go in for this turtle, and that may be his game plan. But you already
I still, again,
Tarzan Cutie
Area
doing the
77
aggro
are
and the
all
counter and contest
people I
for
know
Coral
as
and
well.
Nicolette.
I've been managing a lot of
but
these teams
BTK,
forever, you know.
mean,
like I
great grouping here, even though Mobazane
feel like
went down, they
I
still
like all
have
the
great
teams, but I can't
control
always
of this first turtle.
can't
They're
always
about
be,
to get
you know.
sandwiched. You see Jay looking for an opportunity. They're baiting out. Here comes the
Can't-
last
can't
Milo
always be the most.
An Eternal Guardian
Doesn't hit
is
nobody.
out as well.
Ooh.
That's two
Milo,
opportunities
no
they're
armor, no
not gonna
flicker.
have
That was a
for
good
the rest
dodge.
Of this turtle fight down to about half health.
Come on, free
Are
turtle,
they going to
free
be able to
turtle.
contest this cold world in here looking for an
Guapo
opportunity?
retry.
Are they going to be able to find it?
Oh.
Tarzan finds the first
Oh,
turtle.
Mark
Ooh.
Cutie.
Finds a
Zen.
kill onto
Damn,
Mobazane.
Zane, what is going
Yeah, able to take
on?
down
Yo,
Mobazane.
what's
Two
happening?
early deaths for him, and will put him even further behind in the jungle.
MOBA feed?
Not off to the start they were looking for, but Area 77 landing from a different planet.
Be
and
me-
off to a great start.
be
You
your
know what's
parent
interesting about this
guardian so
match?
you can go
Look
to
at
the
Jay Cutie's
NACT.
emblem. He's running focusing mark, which is going to allow his team to do additional damage to anybody that he does damage
Alpha
to.
can
Not
fall
the
off.
normal emblem that I usually see on a TIG. Usually I see something like a concussive blaster.
Oh yeah, if
tenacity.
this keeps
But
going,
to see the focusing
100%.
mark is at least new for me. But Mark Cutie off to a good start on the gourd, picked up his first kill of the game. We talked about him having a possible hard time jumping into this, especially being stagnant when he does use that Mystic Gust. But so far, hasn't had a rough start. I would say BTK need to be careful, or they might find themselves in a hole that they can't climb out of.
Yeah, very interesting here, especially for Area 77. Oh, they are going to go ahead and
Oh,
try to
that
land
ult
the
was a
stun
little
on
too
the
early
Cold
for
World,
Mark.
but is going to be able to get away. A lot of that CC coming out of that Ruby. The only problem here for Area 77 is it's nice to have kills, especially on Mobazane, kind of give you that momentum. But as we start moving further and further,
Not the
into
high
game,
MS?
we need to
You
make
think it's
sure
a
these
high
kills
MS?
are coupled with some type of objectives as well. Kills alone don't do it, but you're going to want to maybe get a tower, get some gold plating,
What?
get another turtle or something like that to kind of keep the
Yo, Shark said,
momentum in your
"Who no
direction.
gore, GG."
And you know, I mean, if we look at how the advantage has been working so
That
far
boy
for
was
Area
combo
7,
in
oh my
air.
goodness, invasion on the top side, 3v1.
Oh yeah, Yoreshi's not long
Ooh,
for this.
nah,
world
they're
there.
throwing
Milo
now.
cleans it up with a last Insanity ultimate. Good play there, both Nicolette and Mobazane there to help out with that gank. Ooh, little spicy little sitting here, right? I don't think there's too many people on. Oh, Cold World coming in there. Tarzan. They do notice Tarzan. Good positioning for Area 77 for this first.
What
turtle.
Hoon say?
Cold World trying to stop. I want to say doing the
No,
best
Shark
he
was
can
talking
to
about
kind of harass
that
this turtle
Mar
now at
is
about half
one
health.
on board.
Nicolette in a good position.
Because he misses his ultimate. Oh, Jay
Whoa,
Cutie,
looking
2
for
men.
some
Oh,
damage. Here comes the last Insanity.
Mark
Mystic
Cutie with the
Gust
follow-up.
is out, but Nicolette
Oh my
in
God,
great
that Vexana
positioning.
damage.
Tarzan still
Oh,
gets
nice
the
tone from
turtle, and this
Tarzan.
might be bad for
Oh, Ooh, BTK.
2 for
And a
0.
great turtle and 2 kills for Area 77.
Wait, did they also
The
get
hole is getting
turtle?
deeper and deeper for the
They did
BloodThristyKings
get turtle, yeah.
As we progress through the early phase of game number
Yeah, Area 77 got turtle, and they're about to solo basic. Oh.
Basic by a nail, able to get away. And I want to say about that last turtle
Yo.
fight, they even had some great positioning. Nicolette able to throw down the Eternal Guardian right onto the Mystic Gush, onto Marcuti, but still not enough to save her team.
Tarzan don't miss records. I mean, it's a Fredrin against an alpha.
I mean, they
He
have
has
so
to
many
upper him,
counters to
to be honest.
JQT.
Dude, the
on
MOBA
this
Zane
team.
in the
He was able to
chat,
get
and the
that
who in the
setup
chat, I
going
love
on
it.
Zane with that implosion with no problem, which allowed them to kind of take that fight and make
Dudes
it
are
work
some
in their favor.
characters.
And now they're going to be leading by a massive XP boost, almost up by 2,000 gold. Now, I wonder if this will be able to translate into some of the turrets, though. You know, we see a lot of teams take these advantages, but not able to find a turret to open up the map.
The emblems look pretty good, too.
Onto these their turrets, then they may be able to turn this back around. Now, I'm worried about JQT on these engagements when it actually comes to the 5v5s. Can they still get these implosion setups?
Yeah, we're going to see here. Oh, nice Mystic Gush does land and is going to be able to take down Cold World. Is it going to be enough to take down this tower? ISO laying into it's going to get the first tower claimed for Area 77. Tarzan coming in.
Don't get too greedy.
That Appraiser's Wrath, but does use it as
this is wild.
Wait, how did Milo get there?
Yeah,
he was
found Cold World, who's having a rough start.
Milo didn't die.
Picking up his second death. Golden Staff picked up by ISO. You're going to see the JQT picking up some physical defense.
Yo, Shark,
as
don't
well.
make me kiss you on your forehead,
the damage provided over there
God.
from Zane.
You're making me blush.
Also possible for Milo, but he does have that true damage running on this export.
What's pop-a-loppin', Manny? What up, brother?
77 and 2 turtles under their belt, up by 3,000 gold, and are going to try and claim this third one of the game. Can we see Mobazane rush in for the steal? No, he's not going to go in for it. He does not have the numbers, not in a position.
Don't delete Hoon's messages.
They're scaling through the times. ISO finds basic.
The big conceal play comes in there. They're going to find a kill on the
He's funny.
comes in
I like him.
Last insanity, but is not going to be able to find a mark from Area 77, who now looks like they're trying to lay waste into that purple buff. Not able to find a stun onto Mobazane, who is going to go ahead and back himself away.
Damn. I don't think anybody expected this.
Pressure, trying to
I don't think anybody expected this either.
Turret in the mid lane, which will open up the map even more. Appraiser's Wrath dropping down, and the turret will fall.
Ooh, Mark. Okay.
Mystic Gush.
Hey, he recalling. Hey, he emoting. Oh, hell no.
Oh, dude. Mar.
Fourth death of the game.
They're hot.
This alpha, he's one of the only junglers that we usually see pull this off, but it looks like this is not the story today.
He told about where your
Area
mama.
77 came in with a game plan, and they are
executing.
Up by 3
turrets.
Hooks
Tick.
For some more.
Oh,
Tick has ult, but he's dead.
CC'd into a coma there. That was about 9 seconds of him just running back and forth, getting CC'd chained by BloodThristyKings.
Yeah, able to pick up a kill. Their second kill of the game, though, still down by 6 and 5,000 gold. Area 77 has the advantage. Right now, in theory, I mean, as long as they keep playing like this, they should be able to push through these tier 2 turrets. But BTK, they're known to be able to turn things around in the blink of an eye. You give them an inch, they take a mile, and this
We should have that board in M5.
Yeah.
Nah, Marcuti is actually going crazy on the board.
Well, oh, prefacing
I haven't seen that
a little bit of
pick in
trouble
so
here.
long.
Tarzan on the side doesn't think twice. He doesn't really want to go in on it. They
That
have the
boy
spacing. They're just gonna allow the minions to push in at top.
Yeah, I mean, this is just boiling down to better micro and macro. For Area 77, Demon Hunter Sword picked up by ISO, picking up his third core item of the game alongside that Corrosion Scythe. I mean, look at Basic. He only has the Hoss Claws in a Legion Sword. You have 3 core items over there, outscaling him for Area 77, and now pulling the aggro for this Lord Milo, trying to give some vision for a possible contest, but they don't have the numbers, and this should be a free Lord.
I mean, they're zoning them right now, too.
Yeah, I mean,
there's
it's
no way
they're
unless
you're going to try to test this with this huge deficit, and it's just not a smart play.
They're actually
BTK
playing
definitely
good. I don't
needs
think they're
to
going to throw to that.
It's the UA curse, chat.
77, or at least wait for some of these defenses, because right now, especially with the mid towers down, this jungle area pretty much belongs to Area 77.
Chat, make sure to like and share the stream.
From them so far.
This is where you want to be.
Keep up this momentum. Will BTK find a vulnerability and exploit it? ISO able to take down the tier 2 turret for the bottom side. Lord marching in the top lane. Area 77 looking stronger than ever, way stronger.
They got
We've
a clear
seen
mid.
them
They got a
in the
clear mid.
qualifiers with how they're performing today. And this is not your average team, right? This is BTK slotted right behind or almost even with the Gaimin Gladiators.
Vamos,
But now
Mawasane.
Area 77 making a statement and ready to take it to their base.
Yeah, right now
Forced
doing
to
a
hold
great
down for
job
tower.
of not only zoning out BTK to take these towers, but the macro
I don't think they
as
can
well,
get an in
splitting
zone.
up the
Unless
the
J
nice
Cutie?
little devastation here that we have
Nah.
up at the top. Lord crashing into this
Oh,
tower.
Cold
Now,
War?
we do
No.
play and do
They're
a good job.
concealing,
Area
but they're not
77
going
doesn't
in.
overstep, doesn't give BTK any type of momentum to try to grab a kill at all.
Yeah, I mean, Area 77, they're being passive, right? They're taking what they can, but they're not being overly aggressive. They are not trying to allow BTK to find a mistake. And this is what you got to do if you want to be able to take down some of the top teams in North America. You have to take every engagement as if it's the last.
love it.
And that's what Area 77 is doing so far. I mean, they haven't even lost a single turret. No turret has taken any damage for them in the last 11 minutes of their game. All to a great
Everybody wants to be a
debut.
mod.
Now, for the BloodThristyKings, if they want to turn this around, it's going to start with
Frame drop.
Cold World, right? Finding a setup, getting that unfended, possibly disrupting J Cutie when he rushes in
They're
for that implosion. But the items is what's going to work in Area
They're
77's
controlling
favor. BTK
so-
need to play to the late game.
They essentially just stopped Mobazane from being able to jungle in the early, but last insanity. Oh, good dodge.
Dodge.
That was a-
flickers out. J Cutie, J Cutie.
Ooh.
Oh, purify zone. Nah.
Not
Back.
catch enough
Too
members.
much.
Mystic Gush is out, and surprisingly, nobody goes down in that engagement.
Yo.
Man, trying to catch Basic in his trap with that implosion, forcing out that Purify last second. But Milo,
That's
with that
crazy.
flicker playing the last insanity, definitely
L on the
showcasing his
Tig ult.
mastery
The
on
Tig ult did
export,
go a
but
little
not able to
wide.
find the kills he was looking for, but it's
Dude,
looking
Mark Cutie
promising
pulling out this gourd
for the
is
synergy of BTK,
absolutely
even when they're
crazy.
behind by a lot. Looking like they are taking it to the mid lane for
And
a
you can
possible
delete
push
toxic
into that
comments.
tier 1 turret. Look at the bot side though. A
Well-
possible rotation down there as well. It's crazy how far
Eh.
behind they are, but they're still overextending.
I'm not
and taking
like
this fight to the
too
mid lane
afraid
like
of
they're
toxic
even with
comments.
Area
I feel like
77.
everybody has like their own
Well, and
opinion
that's
on
the
some
kind of
people.
problem, and that's what kind of value you get from a BTK here. Is
But-
that they know what they need to do.
but
They know how far behind
can
they
kinda-
are, and it's
you can
only
delete
a
'em if
matter
you-
of time.
you
Area
want.
77
Go
just
for it, I
needs to
don't
make
care.
sure that they're not making mistakes. They're not getting
Keep things nice in the
I
chat.
want to say crazy when it comes to this. They do. I want to say have a history.
I'm always
of
just a
not
pretty chill
really
guy. I
being
mean,
able to
people are
close
always
to-
gonna
oh my
troll
gosh,
online.
Talk about that. Yureshi takes a heap of damage. Vengeance is
Oh,
out
Zen's
as he's
dead
trying to
again.
close the
Yureshi
distance. Yureshi
survives
finds a
all
kill
of that.
onto Mobazane.
J Cutie
Again,
loses his
immortality
immo.
is out as
Yureshi with the
chasing
poke
down
onto
Koro,
Cold War, 1
putting
HP.
out the damage.
They can't get it.
Yo-yos are- I mean,
Sometimes like
Basic
the drama that's created by
Oh, okay.
the chats are normally what like feeds, you know, like North America. So it's like
Yeah, Basic
just
though,
keep
taking
it
advantage of the
not
separation.
super
Doesn't take
negative,
one turret, but takes 2.
you know.
Which will be an okay trade. I mean, they need to be
When
able to open up the
when you're
spot.
dealing
This is where
with people like
Basic shines, right?
Mobazane
He
and you're
knows
dealing
how to
with
rotate
like
and create that
high level
opportunity
people, they're
when he
always
has
going to
the
be people that are
separation
gonna
needed. And
come
this
after
is what
him.
BTK
It's just
has to
it's
do
what
if
it
they wanna
is
be
when
able
you
to
have a
turn this
million
game around, as
followers.
Area 77 is out for a closer. They're looking to close this game. With almost a
We
flawless
need
victory, and
toxicity.
BTK still has a chance to turn this around. Now, it's been a rough game for Mobazane. He's 0-5-1 on the alpha. And right now, you are going to see the Lord on the top side in Area 77, ready to knock on the door for the BloodThristyKings.
Zen might be
Yeah, as
better
you go
than
ahead,
bro.
charge into that tower. You can see it
Oh,
dropping
that's true.
very low. They're not actually able
I would say
to get it.
time
ISO
people
from
out
the bottom is gonna
more
flicker
than like
himself away.
banning
So
them, unless it's like
Yellow
really,
with the last
really, really
insanity.
bad.
Mark Cutie?
Gush is out,
Oh,
and it is
good
gonna
try.
find. Oh, is that a trade?
They're gonna
No,
get him.
Yellow
Milo
has
shoot
the
the
immortality,
dead,
but he is getting
Oh, they're gonna
targeted.
go in. There's Mobazane.
Great job trying to
ISO.
throw here.
off that, but Nicola gets caught up by Yureshi and
Oh
taken
my
down.
God.
Wait, Yureshi's running them down.
ISO. Look at that. Look. Oh my God. GG's.
It's only basic. They can end. They can end. They can end.
Maybe not.
Mid top. Mid top.
My goodness, private. Spicy.
I don't think they
engagement
want
over here
to.
on the top
Ooh,
side.
they've almost killed
BTK.
Jay.
They're
Oh no, they're
on
gonna
middle
end. They're
for
gonna
like
end. They're gonna
8
end.
seconds.
Yeah, they
Gold.
can
I
end, they
know
can end,
They're
they can
able
end.
to execute their macro and micro
3
is good,
seconds.
but when
Now
you're down
minions
by
gonna come out.
10,000 gold,
Careful.
it's hard to win these engagements.
Milo's up.
Yeah,
Nicolette
and
about to be
right
up.
now, unfortunately,
They got a tower look
BTK
right now, right
cannot
now,
get the
right
final
now.
kill. That speedy light
They got it. They got
Tower
it.
look, tower
They
look.
got it.
Insanity, but it's not.
Wow.
Very surprising turn of events.
Nobody saw this
getting the
Whoa.
victory over BTK.
Yo.
Phone home, phone home. The
Phone home.
Look how you red shit, bro. I just want to hug him.
Game
You just
one
wanna
of the
hug
debut up against the BloodThristyKings. Looks like Yue was onto something.
He's so
the only
cute,
one to
bro.
vote for Area 77, may be from their distant home planet. But nonetheless, some flawless execution and some great gameplay. Able to get to the early neutral objectives. Able to shut down Mobazane with the Alpha jungle and create the opportunity to be able to push through with game number 1.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're putting in their drinks on whatever planet Area 77 is from, but I want some. And obviously, Yui knew the secret that we didn't, because a very surprising first game there for Area 77. Very dominant. Against
It's all right.
I don't think I've seen too many times where they've taken a 10
Kizzy's
deficit.
You know what's crazy about
Kizzy's
this
doing a
is the
good
only
job
team
keeping
that
the
takes
super
down
toxic
teams
stuff out of
outside
here.
Gaimin Gladiators.
I personally don't, and I know a lot of people that are content creators and streamers that are like super high level, and they get a lot of views. You got to understand there's always going to be a form of toxic, but just don't take it so far that you're like you're like taking it to like race, you're taking it to like sexuality, or saying like super cringy shit. I feel like there's an appropriate amount of toxicity. You know what I mean?
And that was his first death of the game.
Chat has to be going crazy right now.
And then not only that, they're down by 10,000 gold, and they want to take a fight almost in the mid of the top side. You can't really win that, even though you have the experience, you have the skill.
Well, one of the comments that she deleted said,
really where Area 77 kind of shined on to be able to close out that game, and so
someone was talking about taking Apple's virginity. That's a little, that's a little like, yeah,
how they normally play,
you know, like
focusing
that's
on the objectives and
oh,
not being overconfident.
you can be like
especially
MOBA
against a team
Cry,
like
you can be like, you know,
Instead
stuff
of
like
top four for
that,
North
but
America, I mean,
Say
just
now,
last
Big
season,
Thor, what,
this is
you
not
want
a team that
Pukari
you
in
can
jungle, bro? The fuck?
underestimate.
Yeah, and I want to say last season able to get surprise victories over a lot of very strong teams.
It's all right, chat. It's all right, chat.
In the I want to say the lower brackets or of the season. So it was
Some of
very
these guys are
interesting.
horny, bro.
77, I want to say right now.
He's
the
glazing
pluses
his
on
whole
their side
team.
is probably the synergy.
This
Those
motherfucker's
guys play
glazing his
together,
whole team.
all the
Biased.
time, and I think what
Who's glazing?
classic
Who's
case
glazing?
of like synergy
Jules
versus,
Cutie.
still trying to build up that
He's supporting
synergy.
his
So a
own
lot of
team.
points,
He's glazing.
Zane kind of caught out.
Damn Glazers.
Nobody else kind of there in support of him, especially that first death he took. Immediately going towards the enemy jungle, gets caught up there.
Even
and
Inferno's
then,
turning on him.
This surprise pick of the gourd, I really feel like had a great impact on a lot of these matches, or a lot of the engagements that BTK had out there.
You know, which is really insane.
Just
again,
reached
after
364.
seeing that draft would say it favored the BloodThristyKings.
Or
but it's
no,
like,
no,
they just didn't
631. My
execute
bad.
the draft, which is really crazy.
I read the
coming
wrong
from,
number.
The caliber of players who are on that team. So, I mean, this is a newer BTK, newer synergy. It's not the same roster that we've seen before. Maybe that was the issue. But if anybody can kind of turn this around, it's definitely them. I mean, I've
Can
learned my lesson
BTK
on
come
Down
back?
Mobazane, especially
Does
after seeing
Area
the
77 sweep
with the
them?
newer team and newer synergy in the NACT Spring season, which was the best grand final.
This is gonna be crazy. First best of 3 of day 1.
So I think what we're going to see in the next
I told you.
game, I don't think it's
Area 77 always brings that heat, chat.
Execution and playing a little
I've
bit
seen their
safer
jerseys.
before
They have
neutral
official
objectives.
jerseys. They want Area 77
right
wants to go to the offline.
BTK probably taking a
Just
collective,
FYI.
Side.
Like they're already prepping.
Let's get it back onto the game plan, because that's what they really need to do. Area 77, though.
If the casters won't hype it up, I'll hype it up. Let's get it, chat.
We're drafting. Let's go.
Let's see what we got here.
You know what I think it is? I think it's the
It's getting
the music
hot.
over there from our amazing production that just
Getting
hyped
hot.
up Area 77, man. I mean, how could you not be hyped?
Let's get some hypes in the chat.
Dropping
Let's
down,
get some
but You are
hypes.
going to go ahead and see Area 77. now
Everybody
having
say
an
your
advantage.
favorite
They
team
will
in the
be first
chat.
pick in the draft. A couple of bands are on the table. The Navarra will be taken out alongside the Faramis, which is a little interesting over there from the side of Area 77.
No, Hillary, no.
Yeah, very interesting. The Fremis was banned out the last draft as well.
Someone said Lami Top. Legends. I like seeing all these different names.
I mean, obviously, I guess they see the strength in it. Don't want it picked up by Area 77. But I'm almost at the point that I would like.
Already is in BTK.
Zane, like almost to the point that,
Guinevere,
like,
Bratz.
all the tools he can.
I think they're gonna force another Fred.
To some of these.
They're gonna force a first pick Fred.
I mean,
they have to ban Matilda here.
That last game, just especially when it came to the.
Or they
Gord,
could first pick
how well
Matilda.
The Gord played into it to not.
But I don't think they want to allow
how well they were going to be able to kind
BTK
of
to get
distance on him.
Fredrin.
From the get-go, I
Oh,
want to
they
say,
banned it. Okay. So now BTK has to ban Matilda.
Game.
Yeah, it was very hard. I noticed teams that actually have a good chance against Mobazane is when they run a lot of CC. Especially like
I still got an Inferno.
Gaimin Gladiators.
I just gotta ship it off.
The around robin for the top 16. That's what they did, right? They just stacked up a lot of CC up against this Fredrin, and he tried to
come to Las Vegas. I'll bring it.
Invasions, and they were able to pick him off with ease. And I think that's something that Area 77 is kind of leaning into with their draft so far. Speaking of drafts, though, they are going to go ahead and take out that Fredrin. Baratz was taken off for the side of BTK. Alpha's still on the table. I don't know. I'm not sure if Zane will pick that up again. I don't really think Alpha was the problem, though. I think it was just the over-aggression, and I think a couple of mistakes in the beginning that were completely avoidable stacked up to where they couldn't turn it back around.
Yeah, and pick up again. They're going to go ahead to, well, actually, this time the Vexana is going to be on the side of Area 77. So kind of a switch, a mirror of what we saw last game, where BTK very quickly picked up the Vexana for Nicolette, and here we're going to see Mark Cutie pick up the Vexana.
Yeah, the Vexana will be picked up on the upside.
We finally threw some climbing gear, bud.
Pick up that Claude is going to have that BMI.
Yo, I gotta go real quick.
Claude has been pretty much picked up every single game today.
All right, man.
I'm gonna let you guys where I put him.
Oh, I got 2 streams now. Let's go. I gotta do some casting like Dez did. Let's get it, chat.
Has been slotted
Let's
in
go.
majority of these matches. It's
we got Nicolette over here.
Does want to grab that up.
Thinking about her next move. What does she want to go with?
On and profit well. Maybe he slots that now. Honestly,
the minnow. Okay. All right. Let's go.
Even the major deficit that they had, but.
All right, so we got a minnow being picked up.
Something that we don't really see this early, and that is going to be the Minotaur.
That's it's like a skit, chat.
Very interesting.
Got Hoon and
kind of the second drafting phase, so they're going to go ahead.
They're so funny.
That, get him some CC to hopefully kind of protect during these objective fights. Make sure that Mobazane can move around, that he can get into range for these retributions. Let's see. Bursted down.
Now, I'm wondering where this is going to go. Boxia, okay, I was going to say Boxia is on the table. They're just trying to limit the junglers that Mobazane is going to pull out. But, I mean, there's
I think they want to force the alpha again.
Junglers on the table. You can still use the Martis. You can still...
if they force the alpha, the Boxia is going to be there for the anti-heal. The CC was strong. The Vexana is even stronger.
To be worried about is going to be that
I like
CC,
Claude.
right? CC.
He goes out. He goes without the Kai.
Very hard.
Mobazane pretty good at the Kai.
Better than majority of the XP laners slotted.
I like the Kai way better than I like the Alpha.
Pulling out another tank alongside the Minotaur. Will go in for the Akai.
Yeah,
Boxia does do a great counter for Minnow.
A front line for the side of BTK.
Though basic can counter Boxia.
So we're still, I think,
so it's like a trade-off we're seeing here.
Swapped from the last game, where at this point in the game, once we were coming up in the second banning phase, I was looking for Area 77 to pick up something.
Lavaria's out of here
for that early game, and here
still got Valentina. Lilia, insanely good ban.
Yeah, I mean. I wonder where this is going to go, though, right? I mean, the
I don't think they are the real Zane and Hoon.
Possibly from Area 77 if they still.
They're just like a really funny skit.
I wonder why a lot of teams haven't been picking it, because I haven't really seen a major nerf to the Mathilda.
They just played Bruno.
Scene, but
I mean, they could just.
Same for NA.
Yeah, Carrie just got banned.
Though, I'm worried about the Akai synergy with a Minotaur, because a Minotaur's job is to get the Minnow and Fury, knock everybody up, but the Akai's job is to push everybody away. So I kind of feel like I'm not really sure how that's going to work together as a composition.
I think honestly, they go Bruno again.
A good opportunity
or they could
Martis. But instead, since they have the Boxia, we're going to have to see how that plays
Did
into
they
it.
go
It may be
Bruno?
hard for the Boxia, though, to rush into a Minotaur and an Akai on top of that to be able to get these neutral objectives, which may be a start for BTK to take control of the early game.
Yeah, very interesting. I want to say Matilda, especially on international scene, has a pretty low pick rate as well. Only about 3
They're always
games
beefing in
total
the chat.
combined with
It's all right.
PH
Just
and
keep
Indo.
liking and sharing the
So
stream,
apparently they know
chat.
something that I'm just not
Just don't say
catching
anything
with,
super
with the Matilda
cringe.
pick. thought it
I don't
was
care about like
fairly strong, but it might
being
be the certain type of comps
a
that
little
you wanna
toxic.
Go for. She really does shine for a lot of those. I want to say
I feel like
stationary
a little toxic
heroes
is
that,
something
need
everybody
the
needs
added
in the
mobility.
life, but
People like
don't take it too far.
Ross,
Don't take it
Ixia
too far.
Shines with that as well. So maybe it's just there's certain picks that she really shines with.
Yeah, I've
that,
already came
we're
up
just not
with
seeing in some of
a
these compositions.
a
So
line
big
here.
Pick up for the side of BTK as we take up the Valentina, which for me is interesting. You don't really have a lot of ultimates besides the Eternal Guardian from the side of Area 77 that you're going to really want to, that I really see as a target.
Now, I mean, it works really well against the Boxia, though, because it's the Terrify, especially with Boxia being up close and personal. The CC as well. It's kind of like that anti-invade comp. But I don't really know how it's going to kind of transition. And the Bruno gets picked up by ISO, though. He's going to have a lot of crits, especially when he picks up that Berserker's Fury. But against the heavy CC composition like this, we're going to have to see, right? I mean, this is a really dive-eccentric composition from the BloodThristyKings right now, especially with Mobazane running that Akai. I mean, this should be, for the most part, some easy neutral objectives when it comes to these
That's a good
turtles, when
one.
it comes to these lords, and also for Zane to be able
That's
to
a
get
good
his
one.
version purple, but possibly be able to invade
The
to
Diggy
side
and the
of Area
Bruno.
77 and take their buffs nice and early. Maybe their game plan, but hey,
Yeah, I was
Diggy's been
I was
slotted
talking
in.
to
Do you feel like the Diggy may
production.
have a problem here though, because there's a lot of CC that could overwhelm that time journey.
Who's
There's a
the
lot of
best
CC, but
girl
there's
in
not a lot of
MLBB?
burst on their side. If we're looking for an XP laner that has burst. I mean, Paquito maybe can go in there. He fits that role. He can be able to take Diggy out very quickly and kind of negate a lot of his abilities when it comes to some of these objective
Niha-chan?
fights. I mean, the amount of
Nihan-chan.
yeah. So I mean, a big answer there from BTK.
I feel like we should do like 1v1s.
Yeah, so good. I want to say good
During the
lineup
week.
for the side of BTK, especially Paquito. He's gonna fill that role. For
Record
that
it
quick game
1v1s.
damage, especially once he gets that level 4. He's basically a truck coming at you.
Now, I would favor BTK's draft here, and the reason being is because there's more engage here. Like, I mean, you're putting a lot over there to the Boxia, being able to rush in and initiate these fights. I mean, maybe the CC can initiate, but outside of them two, like, Vexana's going to be in the back. Diggy,
Boy, dropping the
they're going him to be
the
super
hundo
upfront.
and
He's gonna get picked off super early.
INR.
Bruno has to play close, but against all that CC, it could be a possible
You gotta keep
problem,
talking
and he's
about
not
it,
gonna be
man.
as
You gotta keep
mobile
talking
if
about
you
it,
rock
Joe.
something like that Purify. Now, we've seen the Paquito,
Best
we've seen
girl
Chicken
in
run it
MLBB,
really
chat.
well. Now we get to see Milo pick up
Definitely
this
Hanabi.
Paquito in the XP lane. He is going to be going up against a highly
Oh,
mobile
God.
hero, though, which will be the CC. Can he keep
What
up
just happened?
against the mobility?
Okay.
Ooh,
Looks like my screen went blue.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to game 2, Area 77 versus
I was like, I
BloodThristyKings.
went super
You
blue.
thought you'd see
This is
it, but
match point,
BTK
chat.
is behind by
Who
1, but they
is
need to
gonna
win
get
here
it?
if they
Is
hope
it
to take this to game
BTK
3.
or Area
That's
77?
right, and possibly maybe
Match
our first
point
game
here.
3 of
The
day
casters
in our
aren't hype
final
enough.
series.
Let me
Area
bring hype
77
to you.
taking the world by surprise with a fancy fashion as they were able to shut down the BloodThristyKings in the first game. A one-sided
Area 77
story,
coming in to
shutting down
abduct
Mobazane, racking up
BTK.
to above 5 kills,
To take them
and
out
being able to take majority
day
of the
one.
objectives with little to no contest and not losing a single turret.
I got hit with the
Will
blue
the
screen of
story
death.
for game number 2, or will BTK be able to disrupt their momentum and shut them down in the early game?
Really interesting here.
It's currently
Mark
one
Cuties
Area
getting,
77.
shut out from his farm here. Nicolette doing a great job of kind of zoning.
Yeah, their draft
him
is like-
away from a lot of these minions.
Wow.
Well, see, that's the good thing about the Valentina, too, is the Valentina can be way more aggressive than the Vexana, especially in the early phase, because the Vexana can play a lot closer. You are going to go ahead and
Mwah
see
moments.
both teams getting ready for their first objectives, though. Zane, he doesn't go for the invade, though. I was wondering if he was going to try an invade onto the side of Area 77. It did not work
Oh,
the
gosh.
first time around for game number 1, and it looks like he's learned his lesson. But when the first turtle comes onto the
I'm dying.
board, I think BTK should be able to claim this. They have the
Mwah
evidence. They should be able
moments.
to zone out Area 77 from taking it.
Ooh, Mark Cutie dangerously low right before this first turtle setup here. BloodThristyKings in great positioning, waiting for the turtle to come up.
Well, Diggy's gonna stop the Kai. Gonna also stop the minnow.
Join him
so
shortly.
What BTK is like attempting to go with here is that they want to take over all neutral objectives, but it looks like,
I mean, this is the way the draft
I don't see they could go for basic right here.
Yeah, very unfortunate for
but basic's like reading the situation and staying safe.
I mean, a great positioning.
We could see a flicker and a maybe go in the top lane. The cameraman's not really looking at it, but I feel like that's could be where we're going.
Over to BTK.
Yeah, and you got to be careful. Now they have the advantage, which is totally different from game number 1, and they're able to kind of close out with early finishes when you allow these things to happen.
We need
have to keep an
MLBB to get sponsored by Prime.
With that first turtle, we'll have an XP boost ahead of Area 77.
Whole World. I like this about BTK though. Like Whole World is still trying. He's doing exactly what I see from Shark. You know, like maybe not as like in a Shark high level, but look at the engage, the pressure on the enemy's jungle. That was so well executed.
Ooh, almost got caught and pinned against the wall. They're still giving chase. Cold and the rest of BTK in a bad way here are going to be able to make their way to their side of the jungle.
And ISO.
See, BTK is now going good here.
Plating from the turret on the top side, which will give him an advantage in the gold lane. We know he's running that Claude. He needs that Demon Hunter sword, that golden staff, to really be able to soak into Boxia.
Is that a new Dicky skin?
And also possibly your Reshi Cutie over there. ISO and needs to kind of be careful.
He's planting shrooms.
He did go in
he's
for
playing
A
shrooms.
little bit of the CC provided from BTK, but I don't know if it will be enough. But so far, you are looking at a great start for the BloodThristyKings, trying to take this to a game 3, controlling the early game.
That'd be insane.
Yeah, and I want to say whatever cobwebs
that'd be awesome.
BTK in that first game, they seem to have shaken.
Let's go, chat.
Off here.
Share and like the stream. Let's break records for the NACT. Let's go.
To rotating around the map, and I'm glad to see it. You see, oh, Mielo comes in, locking on the JQ, who's going to use that flicker to get away. Even latched on a little bit of a.
This might go best out of 3, chat.
Yo. But this is going to go ahead, open up. Oh, he still got the kill.
Let's go.
Still able to find the angle and find the kill on the Diggy.
Yo,
this is gonna open up the next turtle for Mobazane.
Yeah, 2 turtles in their favor now. And also something funny to point out, 3 quantum charges for BTK and 2 concussive blasts. This kind of tells you a couple of things, right? They're going to be highly mobile. And they're going to be
your Reshi kind of bullying Milo, though.
That means they're going to be taking these fights up close and personal and at a fast pace.
My goat.
What we're seeing so far is they're able to take both of
I sell goats, chat. I sell them.
With little to no contest, and also able to take 2.
You guys want some goat cheese?
No. Area 77 needing to be careful.
Oh God!
Trying to form that snowball.
That was a good purify.
Ooh,
but Jay.
Ooh, just narrowly.
They're gonna collapse this tower though. Oh my God! What a great collapse.
Nicolette picking up the kill there at the top lane.
And a kill on the bot side as well as Tarzan Cutie will find Milo. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. First kill for Area 77, but BTK still in control of today's match, at least for the early game. Area 77 slightly behind, now down by over 2,000 gold.
Not too bad. I like these items, man. It's looking good.
Crossbow has been picked up over there from
looking good. What we got here? We got a lot of magic resistance and CC built by BTK. Mainly the deal with Mark Cutie, because that 100%.
And an additional item like a berserker
also deal with the Diggy as well.
To be able to soak into Mobazane, to be able to soak into that Minotaur.
I feel like that's something you got to really keep an eye on. Like I don't even care what the casters are saying. Like the boots really set the foundation of your game.
Mobazane able to snatch away that orange buff and leave.
They also have the Demon Hunter. But you got to watch out, right? ISO. He did take a death, so that's rough. Basic's definitely up on him on that, but he has the Hawes Claws, so he's going to have that sustainability versus you can see that Claude's going for the damage, but I think it'd come down to Wind of Natures.
And it looks like they may be able to take yet another objective uncontested by Area 77.
Yureshi
basically
trying to
just
keep them at
ignoring
bay.
Yureshi down here, trying to put the damage onto the
Oh,
tower.
dude,
Gets back
they're
up
just
to
gonna
the
bully
line to go ahead and
Milo.
support Zane, but Yellow gets caught here. Finishing touches by Jay Cutie up at the
Milo.
top lane. So they're at least able to.
But look,
answer
they're
back 2 to 3
every time
in
they're just
favor
taking a
of
tower,
BTK.
taking a tower.
Yeah, but the trade will still work in
BTK is focusing now.
And they take the most valued turret for the early game, the tier 1 in the mid lane, which will open up the map for invading. And BTK will now have a massive advantage, if it wasn't enough already, up against Area 77, putting them in an awkward situation as BTK now able to overextend with comfort. Now going to take the tier 1 on the bot side as well.
Or whiffing?
By 3 turrets to 1 against Area 77.
Come on, chat.
Yeah,
My concurrent, my record today for concurrent viewers was 627. I think we just broke it. Let's keep it going. Let's get to 1,000 people watching, chat. Let's go.
They're starting to force their way into the enemy.
Let's go.
Right now. Ooh, we do have a big,
this is a game you don't want to miss. Tell your friends, tell your family. Get your dog a phone.
Heavy spin by Mobazane. I don't know if I think he still got that orange buff as well. Nope.
Oh, definitely not their fault. Ooh,
Yureshi.
We're still fighting here.
All over the place is not going to be able to find a kill onto Yellow.
We'll be able to go back to safety.
Exactly.
Very close call, though. Zane
Tons of giveaways happening on the stream. We're giving away 4,000 diamonds
not trying to allow
at the end of the month.
Up. I mean, he's down 2 levels.
1K to 4 lucky
right
individuals. We're also giving away 15 epic skins instead of 8.
Right now. On the Sakai, he's only getting beefier. He's running that concussive blast, and
we'll be doing that every month.
3,000 gold, which means
every
the damage
month,
items
chat.
needed from Area
Let's
77
go.
down is just not there. We're not even really seeing a massive presence over
Top
from
G.
Cutie on this Diggy.
Top G don't. I got diamonds. I'm giving them out.
As Diggy took a nerf with the damage output. But with
give him back to the community.
It's very hard to negate all of the CC when there's a
Let's go,
heavy
chat.
CC composition. I mean, the time journey is only active for so long, and all they have to do is bait it out with one of their ultimates.
They're keeping them at bay.
That puts a lot of pressure on the Tarzan Cutie.
BTK really has to bait out that time journey, though.
The tank of this game, and this is where you're starting to see BTK make the most out of the situation.
Well, yeah, and we were talking about it before, too. We saw in some of the engagements, too, Mielo doing a great job looking for Jay on that Diggy, searching for him, hunting him, and being able to take him down before they actually even start some of these objectives. Right now, they're kind of fishing around.
They're just keeping him at bay. You can see that, like, this is like the proper way to do, like, Lord fights. Is that you can see that both the XPs are at the top.
You are still seeing some
I think CC can really keep up with Pac, though.
Echo some damage to the full team of BTK. We need decides to engage with this Vexana, but it's not going to be the right time. BTK, they have
ooh, basic.
Damage and aggro pulled for this turtle.
Ran into the Diggy bombs.
Yeah, Basic walked into a bush full of Diggy bombs and almost got chunked down to about 10% left onto this turtle. Mobazane
They're gonna 50% it.
Fight it over.
Tarzan!
Tarzan able to find this next Lord as Mobazane gonna disengage with the heavy spin. Yureshi looking for the flank, not able to capitalize.
That's where the Diggy is needed, right there, chat. That is exactly what the Diggy needed to do.
It's a great start.
Yo, what in the world, chat?
These turrets.
Yeah, a great play there by Area 77.
Whoa.
You saw the time.
Ooh, okay.
Kill onto
Milo.
We were talking about that Paquito damage. He just absolutely obliterated Yureshi in the mid lane. As I was saying before, like when it came to this, a great time journey by Jay there to kind of thwart.
You said Trex, what happened to your best retry in NA? Trex said that
so good call by
that Mobazane was the best retry in NA.
Able to claim a turret though on the bot side, slowly inching their way up the map. They do have the Lord on the top side as well, which means they're able to turn this around in their favor since they took the turret in the mid lane as well. They have now gained control.
Oh, yeah, the gold still, I want to say, heavily in favor
there has been.
of BloodThristyKings. We talked about this before. I mean, at any point in the game, behind or in front, BTK is still a very dangerous team that you need to watch out for.
Those are just like
they
numbers.
Have a sizable gold lead over Area 77 here. So they're Area 77 not out of the woods here.
You said I'm the mobile Colt D rider?
On Milo,
never, bro.
the back line with that Paquito. Got
I'm rooting for Area 77 right now.
be that late game damage dealer, that staple marksman pickup.
You said that in his stream?
That they're relying on.
Yo, I mean,
that's
one
where
thing
he's
you
gonna start
gotta
to
look
shine.
at here,
They're
chat,
gonna
right?
not gonna try
Was
and give him an opportunity.
Tarzan was in Avalon and was the jungle that took out BTK in the last NACT. Like, Tarzan's been like BT or MOBA Zane's like kryptonite, man. Like every time he faces Tarzan in the jungle, like it's never a good time. Are you not entertained?
77.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to close it out and now going to work on chipping down this inhibitor. But they need
The end of BTK.
Staying there, welcome. The BloodThristyKings.
Nah, they still got towers though. It could. It's still even. Still even gold. They definitely got it.
Attacks coming out, especially over there from ISO. He does.
That's a good
have
meme.
that Berserker's Fury to provide that crit.
Ooh, Basic comes in. I want to say a very eager blazing duet onto the team of Area 77. It does back them off.
Oh, man.
Zane comes in. Is he going to be able to get that
he didn't get it.
retribution? He was not able to get it. And Tarzan basically paying Mobazane back again for that early game where he was taking his jungle. Mobazane actually in trouble.
Oh, no.
He gets taken out.
Oh, no.
Falling back, whole world has that reverse time locked onto him. He gets pushed back.
Oh, no.
Nicolette with that time journey to try to protect her team.
Yo.
This could be the end. ISO still.
Oh!
It's just cold.
What is going on? Yo!
Trying to
Basic.
Minions gets taken out by ISO. Here comes Mielo with the damage. He gets taken out by Mark Cutie. It's just cold.
Area 77.
No, still gonna try to force it at this mid tower. We have the timers up. Your Reshi coming in. Zane is back out. Is he gonna have the heavy spin ready? The core goes down. This is gonna be a sweep for Area 77 over the BloodThristyKings.
Area 77.
What happened?
Area 77 stomping BTK out.
From a distant
What
planet on
happened?
top of the BloodThristyKings with a 2-0
Stomped them out,
sweep.
bro.
A massive statement for their debut in the NACT Spring season.
What the
Sweeped them.
Off to a great start, taking down the number 2
Sweeped
team.
them.
The flawless record. Area
PH style, baby.
77.
PH.
Man.
Shocking the world and
It's all it's that
showcasing
PH
that
team,
they are a
man.
top contender.
PH #1.
I mean, an incredible
Yeah,
performance by
chat.
Area 77. Something that we haven't
Yo.
seen from them. Not that we haven't seen, but it usually takes them. I've talked about this before.
I don't even know what happened, chat.
To kind of ramp up that synergy, to ramp up that dangerousness. And
Yo.
How did it lose?
they just
They
showed it right at the beginning of the
went
season.
50-50 at a Lord,
They are a force
and
to be
Tarzan
reckoned with
out-retried
here in North
Zane.
America.
You know what this means? This means Yue out of all the casters.
And it was paired with the Diggy. Like they weren't able to utilize the Minnow or the Kai to be able to stop the Retry. The Diggy was able to time journey, and then Tarzan just beat him at a
Doesn't
Retry.
even paint the full picture of what we've seen overall. I mean, that looked like that
Beat
game
him at
was
the
gonna
Retry.
favor BTK, especially in the beginning. They were bullies. Like I said,
Yeah.
there was 3
Oh,
quad
he
charges, 2
was-
brave smites. And,
It was
they were
2 levels
2
below
concussive
him,
blasts
too.
ready to
That's
just
crazy.
take that fight.
Yeah, I don't know
Early
why
and
they
aggressive.
took that Lord
But
fight.
once we trickled into that mid to late game,
And then MOBA Zane got
77,
like
they
picked
came
in a
alive,
tower in the
regained their
top
composure,
lane,
and they were able to
and then they
disrupt
just
their
like
synergy
pushed
yet
in all of
again.
the top lane.
Similar to game number
And-
1 and surprised
then
not only
Basic
the
tried to
world, but
try to save
majority
the
of
mid
casters
tower,
guesses
and then
got
Basic
lost.
ended up dying at the mid
Another
tower, and it was
prediction
just a
for
wrap.
2 for me. But yeah, hey, I guess UA knows
That's
something we
tough.
don't.
2 for me as well. I mean, they say ones who get 0 is just about.
It's the
as
UA
good as someone who
curse,
gets
man.
100%, and it seems like UA definitely this season is
It's
trying
the UA
to
curse.
land that 100% with that prediction rate. He definitely knows something that we don't, but with that
I was still glazing
A77
Zane.
proved themselves to
I didn't
be
glaze
the
Zane.
Titans of NA. They did incredibly well a couple of seasons back.
I
Last
get
season,
glazed.
they
I don't
were
do the
getting better
glazing.
as they progress until the end, but this season the team makeup also changed a lot, right?
Oh
For
yeah.
Tarzan, he is leading A77 to the W. Might be coming to Zane in his dreams. His worst nightmare happening again since
Yo,
last
the
season.
regular
chat must be going
season.
crazy.
With that Avalon on.
Dude, the
So,
chat is.
Man.
They are
Definitely the highlight of the
flaming
night.
them right
I
now.
gotta say.
And the official chat.
I mean, many of us are.
Yeah, no.
It's kind of.
They're all flaming
absorb
Zhang, not
that,
even BTK.
but, I mean,
just-
Not
Area
even
77
BTK?
came out swinging. I wanna say the
Just
early
Zhang, bro,
game
straight up
very
Zhang.
much favored
See you in a
BTK,
minute.
especially Mielo on the Paquito, able to find the
Oh,
J
yeah.
on the Diggy. But
No,
Hey,
guys,
chat.
BTK is not out. I'm pretty sure it's a point
No, no.
system. They're not
Yeah.
out. Chill.
They just got 0 points right now.
When it came to like the
Area
last
77 got 2.
on the Lord on the objectives, he was able to come in, get that time journey.
Just
basically
does the
all
G and G
of
the Ico
the
stay for
CC that was
glazing
coming
the
out of
Ico?
BTK, and that kind of started
Yes.
that downward spiral for BTK.
We kind of
Dude, the
mentioned
chat,
this,
the
before
chat be
season
wild.
started. BTK is one of those
They
teams
started
that
it when
does
I was
have
casting
Oh,
overseas, bro.
that slides in
I didn't even know what it
strong all
meant.
the time. I mean,
Stay
we've
there,
seen
bro.
Avalon shut them down in the grand
Bring
finals.
back
You
Avalon.
know, these things happen. We've also seen
Someone
BTK
said that?
lose in a qualifiers.
Avalon
way
Esports
back
said that.
earlier last year. So
They are
these
BTK.
things do happen. Like you said,
I
this is
know.
going to be a long season, so definitely have the time.
They're not
to
out yet,
Hillary,
though.
shut up.
No,
their,
no, no, no.
flaws.
BTK is not
Credit
out.
to
This
Area
is
77. I mean,
one
that's
match
a
of
major victory for them.
a
I know
lot to
of
come.
Teams are kind of looking out for them now, as they weren't even.
It does
the
put them
hottest out of the
behind
top
a
8
bit
teams, at
and
least
means
with how
that they're
they
going to
performed in the
really have to
qualifiers, but
fight
now,
for that number
being
2
able to
spot,
take down
though.
BTK, they're looking very promising and stronger than ever.
And they're coming back to the scene in a for sure. And like you mentioned, it's a
You're
long,
God.
long
BTK
regular
2-0.
season as
I'm
well
just
as
shocked,
playoffs. So
like
these teams
everyone
have
else.
many
Nobody saw this
days
coming.
to prove themselves.
Yeah, nobody saw it
thought
coming.
BTK was gonna
Stands
win.
against the other
2-0,
team and get that
2-0,
playoff
at
stage
most
and
2-1.
ultimately
But
get
nobody
to
saw
offline grand
them getting
finals in
swept
Las
like this.
Vegas. So a long way to go. But for today, Area 77 definitely proved their dominance and
Tarzan's the
beauty,
better
like you
retry,
mentioned.
chat.
He switched roles, but it
I
doesn't
mean,
stop
they, again,
from
it
being
came down to
great.
their
Mark
comp,
Beauty
though. They
is
had
the
that
MVP
Diggy. The
of this
Diggy,
series
like,
with that 3 to
it was just a
4
such a
assists,
clutch
0
time
death,
journey that
and
allowed them
doing
to get
very
that
well
Lord.
both games.
Like,
Second
it
game,
came down
he
to
was
multiple
a little bit
factors,
intimidated
but it was
by
definitely the teamwork
by
from
the
Area
Lord,
77.
just because of the poor
Huge.
hero choices, but he still did very well. And then the last of that game, Area 77 pushed all the way to the inhibitor and ultimately took that W.
Yeah, I was gonna say too.
Bolhundi
very
says 77 was the
remarkable
team that struggled
performance
the most
by
in
Mark Cutie, who
stream.
took up a different role
But in
this
tourney,
season. But even at the
they
start
became
of
the
that
easiest.
second
Maybe
game,
they got
he was
the
getting
mentality
zoned out
straight.
and starved.
Nah, A77, bro, they're all good
on
players.
the,
Like, they're all good players.
yeah.
on the
I
mages
just
that he had
heard that
chosen, and he was
a lot
having
of them have
problems, but
work
still
and
able to
stuff,
kinda
so they
come
don't have
back,
much time to
still
practice.
able
But
to,
they're actually really good.
when it counted, when it came
And
to
it seems
a
like
lot
they're
of
like
those
getting
skirmishes,
better and better.
doing those Vexana
Is
things.
this
with
live?
damage,
Yeah, it's
the Eternal
live.
Guardian, the amount of CC that she can output, and he did it masterfully.
The GG tournament
we
site
did mention
saying
that, right? The Valentina
BTK
providing that early game
won?
pressure kept him at bay. in the
Tarzan
beginning
is
of
Zayn's
that,
kryptonite.
mid lane, and it was a problem.
that's
would
what
say
so
I'm
far-
He's just
suspecting.
one of
Yeah,
those players that you could rely on to show up.
because
at
Tarzan was
any
the jungle
given
that took out
notice. He's very
BTK
aggressive, but he also knows how to
in
disengage when
the top
necessary.
3
And even when it's a 2v1
of the last
situation, he does it
NACT.
all. And that's where he kind of outshines a lot of players on the professional scene.
Is that
And
boy
a well-deserved
Tarzan.
MVP. Like I said, he was one of my
And it was Zayn,
Mark
the
was
same
back in
the
the day,
same
but hey,
thing
he become one of
happened.
my
Is
favorite
that like
mages
Zayn was
for the rest of the
missing
regular
retries?
season.
For sure, his carry was something to remember.
But again,
for
this is
sure.
all just things that
Mark
people
Cutie
have to work
looking
on, you know,
sharp
chat.
and playing sharp as well, playing sharp on that
Sometimes it's just
Vexana,
not
and
your
we saw
day
Vexana a
for
lot
retries.
today
It's a
with
tough.
coming back.
It's a
to
tough
the
go.
scene. I think it's the first time we've seen Vexana so much in the competitive scene, actually.
Yeah, she's
First season.
I mean, yeah, even when it comes to, she's kind of had a little, I want to say, at the beginning of this year, since the beginning of this year,
Trying to
she's
fight
kind
that?
of been a mainstay right now. Took a couple of nerfs, I want to say 2 days ago, but still, I mean, it's something you need to have a plan for, because the amount of CC that one hero can dish out is debilitating. Basically puts you into a coma, you're frightened, then you get popped up by the Eternal Guardian, and all while this is happening, the amount of damage you're taking from that one hero is immense. And I mean,
Yo, the
that was a
chat's
huge factor
content.
in a lot of the victories that we saw here today.
Yeah, and I think she'll be one of those mages that may be worth banning, especially if you don't have first pick as we progress forward in the regular season, and gonna have to watch out for her. But today was exciting. I mean, there was a couple of things that I didn't predict playing out. A lot of people didn't predict playing out. But nonetheless, it was a blast being able to see these series.
It was a blast being able to be with you guys here and cast this first day for sure. And let's take a look at what happened today. So first off, in the morning, we had the NA Titans Devious Activities dominate against LEGACi. Well,
that was wild,
also
chat.
took
the W against BloodHounds. They made their debut in the regular
We didn't get any
two
2-1s though.
Second half of the series, we got Gaimin Gladiators expected sweep against a NightHorde, who is still very
FIENDS is looking good. Area
this
77's looking
But
good. Devious
the highlight
Activity's
of the
looking
series
good.
of the night today is for sure Area 77's
Like the teams are
clean
looking
victory
good.
against BTK, putting Zane in his corner. So along with
GG was looking good.
For Zane, for
They
sure,
just had like
and
complete
Area
control
77
over the game.
deserves that
Like,
glory today.
Yeah, definitely.
how the
a
giveaway
night full of
works.
Clean sweeps.
You just got to
not
enter
the
in
sweeps
with
that
via flex
everybody
coins.
Expected here tonight, and that's
Damn,
kind
bro, I'm
of
still
what's,
processing.
great
What
right
the
now,
fuck?
especially about
I'm
North
still-
America. We were talking about it
Boys in
before.
shock.
A lot of teams stepping up their game. There's a lot
Guys
on
in
the
shock.
line, not just at NACT,
Like, I
but a
expected
lot
to
of
come
teams
back to
looking
a
forward in the
best of
future. And
three.
they know that
That's
they
what I
have
was
to step
suspecting.
up
I was
their
hoping
game
for
if
it.
They want to be able to
Man.
compete.
And I
Area
think that's the major
77 is a
victory
full
to kinda take
PH
away
team.
from this,
Yes,
right, is
correct.
To see North America as a region scaling through the times. You never want to just see two teams just completely annihilate everybody.
Did I watch the
every
MDL? I
single season.
didn't,
I'm not
unfortunately.
a fan of that. I would like to see all the teams slowly progressing and getting better, and I think that's what we're seeing today. I think BTK is definitely going to be full of surprises as we progress through the regular season. I mean, they're definitely not ones to disappoint repeatedly, but there are some times when they do have that upset. I mean, some teams have their bad days, you know, and this just may not be the day for them. But tomorrow is another story.
They're
and
not
future matches
from
are
the
different stories as
Philippines.
well. Today
They're
was
all
exciting. I would
just
say,
Filipino.
congratulations to Area 77. Definitely keep up what they're doing, and also Fiends. You know, we got to see a newer team on the scene
In
Somebody we
North
haven't seen
America.
before shut down a top 8 contender from the last NACT, and we're only getting started.
Supposedly, that's what I've been told.
And private.
Oh,
any
BTK
last
still's got a
thoughts
lot of
today? You guys
way
did
more matches.
incredible.
Way more
So
matches.
props to both of you for making a great start of the show. We saw a lot of exciting, a lot of upsets. But any last words for today, guys?
They're gonna have
I'm just
interviews
really
or not?
excited
Wait, they're not
to,
doing
see what's
interviews.
going on
Why?
in North America right now.
We'll
to
be
see
doing
how some of
interviews
these
throughout
teams
the week.
transition. Some of the newer faces, like
Oh,
like
not live?
Nah.
Weezy was talking about.
At least not
it's
right now,
always-
I don't think.
It's not always fun to watch the
Okay,
same teams
okay.
dominate over and over
We-
again.
I
And
don't
it's
know,
nice
they
to see some
might
of that new
implement
blood here.
that.
It was such an amazing time.
Well,
casting,
right now, I think we're
the
gonna do
inaugural
more
NACT,
content throughout the week and stuff
seasonal
like that.
day for this season.
That's right. It's just day one.
Everybody's
Yeah, I
gonna be
think
hating on
Getting
Trex
started.
now.
Definitely get ready for day 2.
Saying
tomorrow.
Trex
Check
is a
out today's
liar.
one. It's only gonna get
Yeah.
better.
When's
as
my
we climb up that
birthday?
ladder and get closer to that
Yo,
quarterfinals
nobody believed
position
in
as
you, way, bro.
everybody's
Think
fighting
about
out
it.
It
for
is
the biggest
true.
prize pool
It is true.
and, from that
You
ticket to
spitting
NSC, and
facts
really
right now.
why the competition is rising.
was the only
So
one that bought it,
everybody just be
A77.
ready. I can't wait
Yeah.
for tomorrow. We'll definitely be tuning
You gotta
in.
be
and catching these
happy right
games.
now.
It's been a pleasure casting alongside Private Dancer. Yes, once again, we got the casting Game of Futures, and hey, back at it for the NACT. Liz, thank you
We
so
need
much for being our host,
A77
and I
boys
can't
call
wait to
when
see
they
you guys in
destroy the
next one.
base. It's probably toxic as fuck. 'Cause they're from
Absolutely. I
BH.
love the maroon trio today coming from us.
BTK
So
is
as
not out.
parents
No, no,
fall
no, no.
On day 1, let's all soak in the excitement and anticipate for what's next to come. This is definitely a great
No.
start of the series, setting the stage for the epic season ahead. Now, tomorrow will bring a lot of another mix of action-packed matches and fierce competition. So make sure you rest up, recharge, stay hyped, and stay tuned. Good night, everyone. We'll see
Oh,
you
dang.
tomorrow.
It's a quick production, man. That's a quick production. Okay, all right. Well, shoot. That was crazy, chat. Not what I suspected. Not what I suspected. BTK getting taken out by Area 77 here. You guys can see the games coming up tomorrow. I think that this would be a good game. We got GG versus Area 77. Ooh, Devious Activity versus Fiends. We got a lot of good games tomorrow. What went wrong? I mean, we could just take a quick look at back, like what happened. Like, it was like it was right here. Like, look, like you can see, right? Like, so Tarzan's right here. We need to locate, there's Diggy. So you can see Diggy, you can see Tarzan. Lord HP already low. The top lanes, you can kind of see that they are fighting it out, so there's no problem. Basic was low. So it was just a little tough right here.
Full of diggy bombs
and then watch.
Almost got chunked down to about 10% left onto this turtle. Mobazane in a position. Tarzan.
And then look, bam, time journey. Lord HP low. Mobazane's here. Retry. Mobazane didn't even retry. Mobazane didn't even retry, chat.
Well, let me see.
He didn't even retry.
Oh, he got knocked up. Did he have his ult? He didn't ult.
He didn't even ult. Yeah.
I don't know if he had it.
I can let me.
Oh, he did have it.
He had his ult and he had his retry.
Yeah, he got knocked up by the lure. I guess he was waiting for Diggy ult to run out, but he had to like ult right away just to retry. Even if Diggy was ulted. I don't know.
And then he retries after the fact.
A contest from Area 77 on the way.
Yeah, Basic walked into a bush full of diggy bombs and almost got chunked down to about 10% left onto the. This turtle, Mobazane in a position. Tarzan, they're gonna fight it.
Oh, it was Marcutie. Marcutie's Lord coming down.
Yeah, knocked him up.
It knocked Mobazane up. And then literally that moment was when the retry hit. I'm reviewing the game with my stream. That's crazy. Bro, look at that. Wild. And then he gets terrified. Like, so that whole time, like, Zane probably should have ulted sooner. So that's ultimately what happened. It was time journey, the undead knight falling from the sky, knocking him up at the exact moment. Couldn't use his ultimate, couldn't use his retry. He didn't even, he just, Area 77 was just better right there. Their comp was just better.
Can they find it? Tarzan able to find this.
And then he heavy spins. So like that's where it first started to fall. But then we got to
by ISO in Area 77.
Oh. It's not fucking
looks like they're trying to close it out.
enough.
Now going to work on chipping down this inhibitor, but they need to be careful on not overstaying their welcome. The BloodThristyKings is known to make
Watch
the most
this.
out of
So
situations. Blade armor picked up from Mobazane, trying to get
Mobazane doesn't have ult. He might actually get it in time, but just barely. It was when he went up into the top lane to try to defend this top tower. They were like coming out of their base when a Lord was like about to be coming down. Like crazy. So here it is. Here it is. There it is. Heavy spin. Gets knocked up. His heavy spin can't get him out of there. And then they follow up. Minnow rages him. Diggy pulls him back. Torn apart memory, saving his life. And then look at the damage by Mar and Bruno. And then Basic tries to defend the mid tower. He blazing duets. He blazing duet only on like 2. And then that was it. That was it.
It's just Cold World left, but they have no minions.
That was it right there, chat.
At this mid tower. We have the timers up. Your Reshi coming in. Zane is back out. Is he going to have the heavy spin ready? The core goes down. This is
Your Reshi just attacking the tower. Alright, so star.gg NACT. If we go to the regular season, you can kind of see the layout here. Oh yeah, this is weird. Someone like trying to have some foresight. Not sure why they did that. Uh, 5-9. Banana. So I have to figure out why this is that way. Hey Sherry, the start.gg website, it says that BTK won. I thought it was one of the mods. I don't know. Yeah, because it's saying that Area 77 lost. All right, chat. Start GG, this is wrong. I was gonna bring you here to kind of show you like what's going down, but we'll have to get that fixed. Because right now it should be, of course it'd be area, instead of BTK, it'd be Area 77. So Devious Activity, Fiends, GG, and Area 77 actually have 1 point. So that's the standings right now, and of course we have a lot more days to come. So for the NACT, we'll be having. So we have how many days is it? We have 7 days. So we have 7 days of best out of 4s, or well, four matches, best out of 3. Gotta word that right. So there's plenty of matches to go. I mean, that's only one point out of 7 that BTK has missed now. So that again, it's if another team, well, it wouldn't work that way, because like GG would have to get defeated at some point for the number. So the number 2 spot in the NACT could go to a tie until we see. Yeah, I know Star.gg, or the regular season isn't as crazy. It is true. It is true. I forgot we got the playoffs. The playoffs that happen. But I don't think it's going to tell me. But still, I like to hype it up. So we'll see. Spirit's right, though. BTK is not out. We still got a lot to go. But we're gonna call it a night, chat. If you guys would like to go see star.gg, you can. It's not updated correctly, but we will see that. There are matches tomorrow. Will be day 2 of the NACT, so definitely stay tuned. And we'll go from there, man. So as always, much love to everybody that tuned in. Always stay peaceful out there. And I'm gonna go to my NACT meeting. So I'll catch you guys later. Flex out.